goodness! Okay, let's go!
Brutal and beautiful.
It is time. The best North America and Apex teams have come together to throw down and prove that they have what it takes to not only top our leaderboards, but take home the lion's share of a cool $250,000 prize pool. My name is Kate. This is, of course, the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Pro League North American Playoffs. Joining me alongside in the dropship, we got Glitter, we got T-Squared. Glitter, I got to talk real quick. Go into this right away. All of these teams have proven themselves again and again just to even be here competing today.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long and arduous trek for all of the squads that are here today. They made it through the entire first split while dealing with a lot of changes along the way, whether that was a significant amount of roster changes we saw throughout that split. I mean, now the playoffs change that they've had to deal with. And after what we saw out of EMEA yesterday, I think that had to hype up our NA teams even more.
Oh, and you just said the magic words. Absolutely. After yesterday's throwdown, you can't sleep on any of these teams, Tom, as we take a look at our seeded teams and certainly our teams today's playoff.
Absolutely stacked lobby, Kate. I cannot wait to see how these teams pan out. I mean, we just saw yesterday 10 amazing games. We thought we were going to have a winner after 3 or 4 of them, and it just kept piling it on, intensity after intensity, and it was just so surprising to see that we had a winner that not a lot of people were expecting, so don't cut out any one of these teams.
Absolutely, and you saw those seeding points. They can be great at the beginning. They can be the silver bullet, but they can also be something that potentially doesn't impact anything at all. This is the brilliance of today's matches, and something else brilliant about today's matches, well, their match point format. Don't know what that is? We've created a nice little video to explain just how today's gameplay is going to go. Take a look.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs. With the teams and seeds set, the Split 1 Playoffs will begin. Scoring in playoffs will follow the match point format. In the match point format, there is no limit to the amount of rounds that can be played. Instead, teams battle to reach 50 match points, which are earned by kills and placing high in the matches. Once a team earns a total of 50 points, the next match becomes match point eligible for that team. The first team to win a match after they are match point eligible will be declared the Split 1 Playoffs champion.
And 50 is the magic number. But something else a little magical happening today. Glitter, it's something called Anonymous Mode, which sounds so interesting and just magical in and of itself. Talk to us real quick about what that means for gameplay.
Yeah, actually, a huge addition that we've seen so far here in the ALGS. You guys got to see some of it yesterday throughout all of our matches, but if you missed it, what it is the fact that all of our players will not be able to see who's getting taken out in that kill feed. And the reason that's so huge in the match point format for what you guys just heard in that explainer video is because that means none of these teams are going to be able to hunt down the teams that might be on match point and potentially prevent them from being able to get that win. Now, I think especially with NA, it could really spice things up.
Ooh, spice things up, absolutely. That competitive integrity is fantastic to see, certainly. Something else that I'm sure the squads are excited to see, and that would be the prize pool here, Tom. Because as we mentioned, there's $1 million prize pool here for all 5 of our regions. That means that $250,000 is going to NA, $100K to the #1 spot.
Yeah, just by showing up, you're walking away with some cash. But everyone wants that $100,000. Everybody wants that trophy. And there's so much glory with that prize right there. I mean, you just get all of the lion's share like you're talking about. And essentially, when we get multiple teams on match point, there's a huge difference. So yes, everybody does want the win, but keep in mind, you want to be racking up as many points as possible just in case you do fall in that second or third spot.
Oh, man, and you absolutely, I love that you said that, Tom, because that absolutely became critical towards the end of our 10 matches yesterday for EMEA. We are going to be mentioning that quite a bit because, of course, that was such an incredible experience. Speaking of incredible experiences, Glitter, let's talk about the road that this is but a stop on. We, of course, have the playoffs here for split number 1, but split number 2 just around the corner. And guess what? Just around the corner from there, the ALGS Championship.
Which is going to be so insanely hype, and I'm so excited for when we do get there. But like you said, we've got a couple more stops along the way. We've got even more splits. We've got more playoffs for all of our teams and players to have to compete their way through. But that, of course, also means even more opportunities for our teams to qualify for their chance to battle it out against the best of the best.
We're just giving them all the opportunities to throw down and show what they can do. And North America, well, they can throw down with the best of them, to be sure. But let's talk about, Tom, you mentioned points earlier. They are definitely a part of split number 2 and certainly can help change the trajectory going into those ALGS championships.
Yeah, we're just in the beginning of the year in 2022, and we still have a lot of Apex to be played here with finishing off the Split 1 playoffs. And you want to make sure that you're locking in as many points as possible so you're not scraping down the road. You don't want to have to worry about maybe, changing some teams because you're not going as far as you want. So getting those points nice and early is a really big deal.
Absolutely. Early and often, get those points. Now, we mentioned anonymous mode. We know there's like money on the line, there's glory on the line, there's points on the line. But there's something else that we get to enjoy here today for the ALGS playoffs, and that's something called Multiview. And I am so excited that it is a part of today's show. You will have the option to watch the ALGS on 2 of 4 split-screen windows using the Command Center functionality on Twitch. Now, the tool lets you watch the action from multiple viewpoints. You'll also be able to choose which teams and players to watch. And here's the thing, gang, listen to in-game audio. That is a game changer. We love it here. It's possible if you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel. That's twitch.tv/playapex. Just click on the Command Center below the Twitch channel player. Near that follow button, choose which perspective you want to follow, and then you get to experience everything from the drop, looting, rotations. Glitter, this feels like the absolute best thing you could possibly get into if one of the things you're trying to do is level up your own gameplay.
1,000,000%. And listen, I'm just going to say it. I think this has to be one of the best things that has ever been added for the spectator experience when it comes to esports, okay? Anyone can choose whatever team, whatever players they want to be following along with, whether that is their favorite squad or the top contention team in that moment. And like you said, not only is it providing added entertainment value, but it could be educational as well.
Absolutely. Hey, find out which squad your squad is concerned about and watch them do their thing. We'll see what happens. Either way, while you're on Twitch, might we suggest you enjoy some Twitch drops? That's the best I can do. Sorry, gang from the British Isles. That's what I got. Watch the ALGS this weekend on Twitch. Start earning these lovely cosmetics. Make sure your platform account is linked to your EA account. Here are the steps. Create or sign into your Twitch account, connect it to your EA account, and then watch. Watch this ALGS stream to earn those drops. You can claim the Twitch drops from your inventory when they are available. We are giving people so many things to do, to experience, to enjoy, and we're making it so easy. And Tom, I gotta say, this, anytime we can watch esports, participate, and showcase has got to be the best kind of experience. It's all around, it's immersive.
I mean, I'm loving the multi-view. I'm loving the skins. We were just talking about this before. You can't do this in sports ball. There's no refs here. So if your favorite team's losing because of the refs, you don't have to worry about it.
That's right. I love it. And you're 100% correct, Tom. I'm totally with it. And hey, you know what? We're going to give you even one more opportunity to showcase your fandom, to experience, to show off, to tell everyone who you want to be your Monster MVP. This is how you're going to do it. Vote for your Monster MVP using the hashtag on your chosen player. They're on the screen right there. Go ahead and give that nice little screen grab or take a picture on your phone. And you can use that hashtag plus hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Once again, hashtag player, hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Put that in the YouTube chat. Put that on Twitter. Put that in the Twitch chat. Let your voice be heard. Yesterday we had a fantastic horse race. You are helping to decide who will be taking that crown. who will be excited about that title. And Glitter, I gotta say, it's one of those things that we absolutely love to see our community as a part of, because that's a great title to stick on the old resume here if you're a player.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't love being the Monster MVP? All we need is for you guys to get your votes in. Okay, let us know who you think is going to be the standout player, because I want to know your opinion.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of opinions, now is the time we get to jump into the minds of these two analysts right here. We get to find out who it is that you have your eye on that maybe we should also keep our eye on, which means it's time for our Lenovo Teams to Watch. Okay, Glitter, start us off. Who has your heart today? Who are you looking at?
Okay, well, obviously we had a lot of phenomenal teams to choose from, but we can only pick 3. So today we're starting things off with TSM. We've talked about them a lot throughout the entire first split, obviously, with that roster change there towards the end of it all that they've had to deal with. Now, for me, the question is going to be, what have they done between the end of the last split to now? Are they going to be able to pick up their performance? They do come into today after a 5th place finish with 6 points, so we'll have to see how they do.
I agree. TSM is definitely a team to watch, but G2, you got to watch out for them because the last couple of weeks they have been dominating, winning multiple tournaments and doing it in style. Lots of kill points. They can play the edge. They're dropping towards thermal station. I love their double rotation composition that they're going to be rocking, and they're just so consistent in their team fighting.
Yeah, not going to lie, I'm a huge fan of G2. I'm excited to see what they have to do. But then obviously we have to talk about Sentinels for our 3rd team. Our #1 squad coming into today. I think a lot of people are going to be keeping their eyes on them. They are arguably one of the most confident team fighting squads that we have here in this region. So we'll have to see if they can live up to that 1st place spot that they've been holding on to.
Absolutely. Well, everybody keep those teams in mind as you watch today's gameplay unfold. Who will pop off? Only time will tell. Oh gosh, I love ending on a cliffhanger, which by the way, was absolutely the game yesterday. Our EMEA games were out of control. Not a single repeat winner. We'll see what happens today in NA. I mean, my goodness, at any rate. One of the things we definitely want to talk about are obviously a lot of these incredible squads. As I mentioned at the top, they have proven themselves just to even get here, just to even compete in this top 20 lobby. Well, one of those squads that has been consistent throughout the Apex Pro scene is Team Liquid. And actually, this name may suggest otherwise, but there is one player certainly throughout this lobby you don't want to sleep on, and that is Nocturnal. Take a look.
Like a phoenix from the ashes, Liquid now getting involved. Albrelelli will fall, but Nocturnal and Flanker are there to clean up the pieces.
My name is Brent Singer. I go by Nocturnal Online, and I play for Team Liquid.
And oh, there's the ultimate. The black sucks them all in. Nocturnal says go to sleep.
I started chasing the professional dream about like 11, 12 years old. I was watching like T-Squared and all of them play professionally on TV, and I was like, wow, really want to be that at such like a young age. Loved grinding Halo 2, loved seeing the satisfaction of a high rank. An emblem always just made me happy. And then Apex came along and I had a fresh start. Being an OG in Apex just gave me an invaluable amount of just experience on how to deal with like players and how to deal with yourself. In the beginning, I just grinded, didn't really care for myself. And then I'm slowly realizing like 2 to 3 years later that like, hey, I need to start working on my physical and mental health and start caring for myself. Mental health has become such an important factor because honestly, I was just reaching to a point where I was just very depressed, very unhappy. I've been doing a lot of biking, a lot of walking, just enjoying just the scenery that I have around me. And a lot of just like walking away from the PC, just anything I can to like go out, have a dinner maybe once a week if it's safe enough, and just try to get some outside fresh air.
30 on Valk.
Towards the end of the season, it was mostly just a hard burnout. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't enjoy the game anymore. Didn't enjoy the game competitively anymore, and I couldn't bring myself up. But towards like the ending weeks of ALGS, I finally like rekindled it, and I just started focusing up and piece myself together.
How do they not know he's right there? He's right next to Solafide, and oh my goodness!
I think my mood is everything right now. I'm basically the sole IGL. So if I'm not together, then obviously the team's not going to be together. We're just going to look like headless chickens. So I just need to be on my A game mentally and physically.
Everybody isn't looking at Nocturnal, and now all of a sudden he's using his Q once more. He's floating like a butterfly. Can he sting like a bee though?
It would be amazing to win playoffs because everyone's just on our about, you know, not having the greatest of results, and like we're not a great team anymore. It's just like, no, we just have our own things we need to work out, and the problem isn't that we're not a good team or anyone's individually slacking. It's just we need to get our stuff together, and I would love to win.
And Nocturnal has had box office seats for all of the carnage that's going down as he eliminates a team by himself.
I love seeing that story, and Tom, I know you do too.
I'm rooting for Liquid, honestly, because I'm also rooting for just everything that he was about right there, talking about, you know, taking breaks, mental health, taking care of yourself, you know, not being too burnt out on anything. And that doesn't go, you know, just for Apex or anything, and, you know, in terms of gaming, that goes for anything in life in general. So, yeah, you know, I'm really rooting for Nocturnal and everybody to play their best, because I think that's what everybody wants to see. So shout out to Nocturnal and the Liquid squad.
Absolutely. Words to live by. Now it is time to take a look at the talent predictions. This is the moment when usually I potentially can choose wrong. But you know what? Today I say nay. Today I say nay, gang. But let's start with you, Glitter. You went with NRG. You and Vicky Kitty in cahoots.
Yeah, you know, I'm always a big fan of Energy, and after seeing that Vicky has now also selected them, I feel a lot better about this pick because she did pretty well for herself yesterday for the EMEA region.
Tom. Sentinels.
I'm not feeling good about my pick after seeing Onset and how he picked Scars yesterday, and they got last place. But, you know, Kate, I think you should feel pretty confident in your pick. You were pretty on point yesterday.
You know, I was, you know, what are you going to do? It's too many good teams. Let's be clear about something. The number of teams that we have that could potentially pull it out is, I'm gonna say it, 20. There I said it. Yeah. Either way, listen, we are absolutely fantastic. We had a great time breaking things. The fun truly begins, because now we are going to match number 1, which means it's time to throw to Fallout. And Vicky Kitty, gang, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kate, and the rest of the desk. Ladies and gentlemen of the Apex community, it is time for our North America Split 1 playoffs. Game number 1 just around the corner. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty together, courtesy of my man Dio. We are Fall Kitty, which sounds like the latest BR, but nonetheless, we are very excited for today. Vicky, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, after the action just yesterday, Fallout, how can I not be super excited? I honestly expect the unexpected this time around going into the NA region, but it's been a good time. We've been able to see a lot of these teams grow within the Pro League over those 6 weeks, and now this is exactly what they've been training for the playoffs. They see that prize pool. They want that first place spot. They want those $100,000.
That's right, and I love that we're starting off here with another quick snapshot of the 20 teams in this lobby, and also keep in mind, based on Pro League placement, Sentinels will be starting with 10 points. If you're new to competitive Apex, welcome to match point format. What that means is, in these playoffs, given the circumstances, you got to get to 50 points before you can win. Once you get to 50 points, you unlock match point. You have to win a subsequent game following that to win the competition. Sentinels starts with a 10-point lead. Well, they earned it. They dominated throughout the entirety of the Pro League, Vicky.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Sentinel. I got my eyes on Energy. Of course, you could see my talent predictions. But, of course, just like we saw yesterday, anything could happen here at match point. It all depends on some of these teams that manage to get to match point. But how long is it going to take for those teams to take a win? We saw just yesterday that Alliance was able to sit at match point after game number 2. Are we going to get another similar speed run? Who knows?
Yeah, and if there's going to be any team, I think it may just be Sentinels. Obviously, G2 lands Thermal Station where Alliance lands, so maybe G2 can generate that energy, but that was insane. All it took was 2 games for Alliance to get to match point. Who will unlock match point first today? And this is what I love about North America, right? There are so many big logos in this lobby. Complexity is a team we hardly talked about in that pre-show that deserves all the talk. I mean, they're a team that shows up when it matters the most in big moments. We know that they have a high ceiling. They have a ton of potential. I'm excited to see what Monsoon and the boys can do. One of the longest lasting, most loyal, most consistent teams throughout the last 2 years of the Apex Legends Global Series. But we got to jump on board with the number 1 team. It is Sentinels. They're dropping Lava Siphon, uncontested solo. Unlike Gambit yesterday, who dropped and actually split Lava Siphon loot with IG, Sentinels gets all of it to themselves.
And you know what I really like about this, now seeing where that next circle is going to pull. We're going to see how some of these squads take this first game. Are we going to see a much more aggressive play style? But something to highlight, we saw a lot of crypto in the EMEA region fallout. Now with these different compositions, I'm expecting a lot more Loba here, just like we're seeing from Space Station Gaming, was the Nile on that Loba. And I feel like this promotes quick rotations at the very start, since they don't really have to worry about loot later on in the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And on that note, too, 2 teams playing with Loba at least, if not maybe a third. I believe Lazarus also runs Loba in their team composition. So much different meta in North America than we saw yesterday. It was so caustic dominated, so crypto dominated, and of course Valkyrie, Gibby showing up throughout. We're going to see a little bit something today with Space Station running Loba, I think, alongside Lazarus and maybe one other squad as well. So keep that in mind here. A lot of diversity in the meta today.
And something that T-Squared actually was talking to us about earlier is how W usually is one of those quick rotators, but Oxygen Gaming, they're here over at Landslide. They know where the next circle is going to go, as they're the ones running the crypto. They could get those scans on the beacon without having to overcommit, but they see a squad already down below with a quick shot with the longbow. He has a 2x scope as well as that blue extended sniper mag, but they're getting pinged from afar, so they're not trying to get into this fight. They don't want to get sandwiched at the same time, so they're actually just going to call it quits here.
Yeah, that's right. And that's actually most likely W, who they actually saw right in the split below Landslide. Of course, Oxygen does drop in the no-name location to the southwest of Fragment West. Usually they will rotate over to Landslide soon after and get in a little confrontation. So they wisely decide to back out to reset, and it looks like they'll be posting up with their early rotate, what they considered an early rotate. Meanwhile, Complexity, well, they drop Epicenter, and of course it is Cloud9 that drops right north of them in Climatizer. So these two teams have played together in so many scrims, so many Pro League matches. Expect that Cloud9 versus Complexity fight to be pretty friendly. There's going to be a little bit of a truce, unwritten, unspoken of truce in that north side of the map. But if another team comes and enters the mix like Torrent, who drops to the east, expect maybe a little something going on in the north. But Complexity with a pretty fast rotate here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. There's been a lot of quick rotates here. I believe the charge rifle shots were coming out of the direction of Countdown, which usually we see Furia land there too, so that actually may be the squad that Complexity is keeping their eyes on. So with so many squads already making this rotation, you could see the predictions on where that circle is going to be pulling in this direction. But Complexity doesn't seem like they have that information just yet here, and they are going to be planning a way where they're going to try to situate themselves to kind of contest a lot of these squads that are going to be rotating soon from the northern part of the map, looking at Skyhook with Team Liquid and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, well, we've talked a lot about Complexity for good reason, and guess what? We actually have a little bit of a clip with some words from Monsoon, one of the best personalities, if not the best personality in Apex, one of my favorite humans. Let's take a listen to what Monsoon has to say.
Paying close attention to this area.
My name is Bowen Fuller. I go by Monsoon in-game, and I play for Team Complexity. So I started actually competing in Apex literally like the first month that it came out. We ran kind of like an unsanctioned, community-driven Apex Pro League basically the entire time. Well, at the beginning I was working in kitchens and restaurants while I was trying to make the side grind, but as soon as I got signed by WBG in Season 2, then it was all competitive since then.
Great to hear about the origin stories from Monsoon. Such a great story and such a great personality. We're so lucky to have him in this scene. Of course, keep in mind, if you do want to listen into Complexity or watch their perspective, you can in the brand new multi-view. If you haven't heard yet, multi-view feature was just added to the Apex Legends Global Series. Click the command center right below the stream, and you could watch any POV from any team and also get their team comms, which is pretty insane. Get that multi-view monitor going in addition to this main broadcast if you'd like.
Yeah, it's so great for educational purposes, too. If you want to get better with your own gameplay, just being able to hear these comms are so interesting. You see here as Complexity is making their next moves, they're making some pings, so you guys could use that feature down below to look at what all our players are planning to do as we now tune into Renegades, who have been in a fight themselves, maybe not being able to put in as much damage as they feel comfortable, but they're on the other side of the tunnel. And Follow, we actually just saw an earlier fight where we saw the team just kind of call it quits on the other side of Landslide, right on the other side of that tunnel.
Yeah, that's right. And I wonder which team that is. We obviously know G2 drops just to the west of Renegades, who drops Tree, G2, and Thermal Station. So it would actually be good to do a little flip around here to see kind of where all the teams have been situated, which team is nearby. But we know Renegades have made it here to this choke point. One team right behind them in Harvester. That's likely going to be Premier GG, who drops right to the east of them below Lava Siphon. And we'll keep a close eye on Renegades and with Pow Pow. Obviously, Boucher used to be on this team. Recent roster change a couple months ago. Now it's, of course, Pow Pow, Vaxilon, and Saucer.
You know, let's highlight, too, aside from the multi-view that we could introduce here to the stream, I love the HUD feature with the bags. We can see how much meds that our players are rocking currently. So Renegades, they're pretty good on loot when it comes to those meds. Not the best, though, with those Evo shields. So that's something to note here as they are trying to take an angle, try to see which of these squads are going to be rotating out of Harvester, as Xet usually does land there.
That's right. And I love that call out for the overlay here. Big shout out to PGL and, of course, the Apex team, the Respawn team that made that happen. Ghostiami, I know, is really leading the charge. Also one of my favorite people. And you also can see once there's no kills have been had yet. We still got 60 total people in this lobby out of 60 people. But once teams start wiping up kills, you can actually also see the total team kill count, which is great rather than having to kind of assume. So this overlay is pretty sick in addition to everything in their backpack, which you can see at the bottom right of your screen. Taking a look at 100 Thieves now, the champions from the ALGS Championship. That's back when they were known as Kangarna. They, of course, got signed by 100 Thieves, and you hear them talk often about the pressure that has come with that. The 100 Thieves fan base is passionate. They expect championships. Obviously, Nadeshot and the 100 Thieves crew have really set the bar high with expectations for championships. We'll see if 100 Thieves can show up in this tournament.
I think it's so interesting to see how a lot of our squads have put in some damage, but nobody wants to overcommit just yet. And that safe approach here that we're seeing from some of our teams could kind of dictate the pacing going on within these first few matches. You can see they're in it for the long run right now, Follett. They want to be able to farm as many points as possible. They want to be at match point first here, so that way they have that opportunity to take that next game. 100 Thieves, though, are one of those squads, though, trying to put in some of those pokes onto that squad. Leaving Fragment here could potentially be TSM or the Knights, as they are making their rotation, too. That's that next circle, too, that information that a lot of these teams just want to situate themselves in when it comes to these choke points leading up to that next circle.
That's right. If I had to guess, that's probably Cloud9. Cloud9 known to be a kind of hard edge team that really late to rotate, loots up, takes their time since they drop Climatizer on the far north side of the map. And yep, here's TSM. Actually, still situated here over in Fragment. So you mentioned TSM nearby. I think TSM, Cloud9, and 100 Thieves potentially all kind of in the same or similar area here, as 100 Thieves does drop in Skyhook. Really slow rotate for them playing edge. And yeah, here's Cloud9 still in the zone under a ton of duress here.
Oh, and having to throw the archers down below, but the phase breach should go away. They try to go right on through the window at the same time now. Cloud9, Zach in some trouble. They trade, though, a knock for a knock with that Arc Star, too. What a fight here going on with C9 early on, outside of the barrier, too, with Uberlele going in, putting in the pressure, but the cleanup from right behind from Stay Naughty. I love the sandwich that we see from C9, but remember, TSM's on the other side by Fragment. They're waiting for a lot of these squads to start rotating off to the east side of the map towards the west where that circle is going to be pulling.
And that is a statement win for Cloud9. You heard Zach coming into this competition with confidence, and to do so with a 3-on-3 win over Sentinels. The powerhouses, the #1 seed, the favorites coming into this competition. That is huge for Cloud9. Zach Mazer, Albert Lely, and co. starting incredibly strong. They obviously have to be careful on this rotate now because it looks like TSM is well aware of what just took place. They saw a team get wiped. They don't know who it is because it is anonymous now. So the anonymized component of match point certainly helps with griefing and match point format. But they do know that there was a fight nearby.
It's true. Glitter talking it up. Kate giving C9 some of that good juju, that good energy. Great way to start up some momentum here for C9 as they do make that rotation. But just like you said, Follow, TSM, they're right here on top of the construction building. They're waiting for an opportunity to see which of those squads are going to be coming out of that circle, to see which of these squads they want to try to gatekeep here. With that next circle, though, we're looking right over Landslide. There is a beacon there, but sometimes we do see this circle pull a little north out in the open field of Landslide. So that's why you see a lot of these squads not really committing just yet.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Kate has some of the best energy of any human I know, so I want some of that.
Oh,
all right,
yeah.
Kate, share the love, please. Not just Cloud9. Give me some of that good 2022 energy. But jokes aside, yeah, good start for Cloud9. Undoubtedly, we'll keep an eye and check out some other teams here. Esports Arena, arguably a team who is the biggest dark horse in this competition, which is kind of crazy to say because Esports Arena continues to kind of be, I wouldn't say underestimated. Everyone who follows the scene knows what they're capable of, but obviously losing Verholst, people stopped talking about this squad as a top 2, top 3 contender. They were top 2, top 3 in the Pro League with Verholst on the team, but they certainly are a team you got to keep a close eye out for. Crazy to call them an underdog because no one really talks about them the same way they talk about TSM, Sentinels, etc. But ESA, a team that could easily win this competition.
Absolutely, and ESA has been able to build up some of that synergy too with that new team member. Knocked here, going to be able to be part of that roster. 100 Thieves now still in this choke point. They're playing this extremely safe, but they've been able to put down some poke pressure from afar too. So I love what I'm seeing from them, taking a much more methodical approach. But again, TSM is right on their 6, so they don't want to be put into a sandwiching position like right now.
That's right. And we did also see, courtesy of some info from my man Oncept, we also saw that TSM did not have a beacon at their disposal, which might be why they're playing a little bit more slow. They didn't rotate early because they didn't have the info, so they decided to play Edge instead. Really good to be versatile. Meanwhile, Complexity under some duress here. Looks like they're going to get tagged and actually might be getting sandwiched. Need to be very cautious. 100 Thieves, speaking of being cautious, I think they have Cloud9 right behind them. So this will be interesting. We got Cloud9, 100 Thieves, and TSM, 3 huge logos all next to each other with Team Liquid and Complexity nearby.
Yeah, flooding the area soon. You see Team Liquid on the other side trying to sandwich Complexity. Complexity in some trouble. Reptar having to pop that shield bat. Does so successfully, but with Phony trying to take some shots from afar. Having to be careful when they rotate through the circle. Circle 3 already here, but look at this. Their backs are against the wall to the circle.
That's right. So many teams playing Edge here on the northern side of the zone. We have Complexity, now Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, TSM, all playing a hard Edge style of play as opposed to early rotate. Might be because they didn't get the intel from a beacon. And of course, for the case for Cloud9, well, it's because that's how they like to play, very aggressive. One of the few teams that still runs Bloodhound in their team comp because they want the intel, they want to fight. Speaking of which, I think that's Cloud9 right behind him. Scurry's going to go down. He has no idea that Cloud9's nearby. Here comes the fight. Stay Naughty putting in work with the wingman, the controller god, the Greek god himself. Stay Naughty helping to initiate with a knock on Scurry.
And they came out of left euro 2 here, Fallout. Look at this. They just jumped them right from behind. They thought they were safe with the circle being right behind them. And look at Stay Naughty trying to take that off angle. I love this positioning that we're seeing. But TSM, they're going in on the rotation. They want in on the party too.
And TSM so wisely played. They know Cloud9 was nearby. They've been tracking that fight since Sentinels got eliminated, but they got to win the fight. Even though they get the flank, they are going to almost get taken out by C9, who turned on them, but a good job from TSM to stay alive, and that might keep 100 Thieves in the game as well. Cloud9 is out.
We get to see the Brohos edition popping off with TSM. I love it here, but they're still getting pinged from afar. There are a lot of those squads now up ahead. You see Complexity, you see Liquid. They're hearing a lot of the action going on, but TSM does have time to reset here. Not a lot of these squads want to give up their positioning already since they're trying to inch their way forward, and you can see already a lot of squads are hanging out over by Landslide, like G2, who have taken this high ground.
Yeah, this is an insane game, Vicky. What an interesting game, number one, to kick things off. I mean, I said hard edge from a lot of these teams. This isn't even edge. This is literally staying in the zone. Cloud9 flanking from the zone, then TSM flanking behind them. It was flankception to kick things off here in zone number 3. But what an interesting start with so many teams opting to play edge. G2 rotating and getting themselves a bit of a high ground early here.
And it's kind of like we were saying earlier, with the way that the pacing has gone so far, we got a replay going on, and this is the repositioning that the Valk provides. We saw exactly the same format within the EMEA region, and this is great because TSM, they would have been pinched here by the side, so with this redeploy, they're going to be landing right by G2. A lot of this high ground has already been taken, though, so TSM have to go long over by Landslide.
Yeah, they're finding teams everywhere that they want to go. They finally are going to find a home, find a spot, and they should be safe, at least for now. No team's going to push this. It would be death if they did, because you get third-partied instantly. So TSM finds a spot, but it's not a great one. They're in a little L-shaped elbow, not a ton of cover. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, who lost Scurry already, finds himself in continued fire. It's going to be Scissors putting in work over 100 Thieves. Vayne last up. Goodbye and good night. 100 Thieves eliminated by Scissors already.
And we were talking about W now earlier too. They're situated in that truck. They were the ones that were able to take out that squad. Meanwhile, Team Liquid now started to inch forward with the circle right behind them as it closes in. This is a great spot for W because now look at all the loot that they have to work with. Another Loba squad is Energy with Sweet being on the Loba. We were talking about this composition change too, but the bombardment has been called in as Energy kind of backs up a little bit here, kind of determining whether they want to keep playing the edge and go for a longer rotate.
Yep. W was known as My Little Phony in ALGS Championships over the summer. Started so well in group stages, was a top 3 team going into the championship finals, but didn't show up. They're showing up here so far, but look at this nade, look at the ultimate, look at the damage from Oxygen. A great start to initiate over Kubsky and Co. From Kubsky and Co. Let's see if they decide to push this. Looks like they're just going to stay put because they know the risk of third party is so high.
And Beetle, though, with that follow-up with the grenades and the bombardment, so much pressure here, but they're not going to give up this space, too. They're just going to continue with some of this poke pressure from afar, but they don't want to give up this spot all at the same time.
You know, they did the damage. They leveled up their Evo shields. They're content with that. Interesting. Obviously, I think if that other team against them does not have a Caustic, I think they push. But wise decision, kind of recognizing Caustic is nearby. I wonder what team that was. Might have been potentially Complexity on a late rotation. Obviously, one of our teams repping Caustic in this lobby. But we're going to jump on board with NRG, another Loba squad here in this tournament. A popular meta, again, in North America. Didn't see one team repping Loba in EMEA. So really interesting to see how in these different regional bubbles, how meta has evolved in different ways. I know in APAC for a while, there was a lot of Revenant being played, which wasn't even a consideration here in North America. This is back in the day, of course. So it's really, really interesting to see how things have evolved. We're on board now with Space Station, one of the first teams to rep Loba, and Denial's under some pressure.
Oh yeah, and with this pressure here, they're forced to call out the dome. We saw one crypto earlier on, though, on the other side of Landslide, so Space Station, they're safe now for utilizing that dome, but they're stuck in between two squads at the same time here, Fallout.
That's right. Space Station Gaming, a team that started so strong in Pro League, but really has quieted down the last few weeks. And speaking of quiet, Denial could be quiet the rest of this game. He's taken out unless they can get a mobile respawn. They're going to be down to a team of 2, all up to Dropped and Frexes, one of the most underrated IGLs in competitive Apex. Former keyboard and mouse player switched to controller. Now, let's see what they can do. Oxygen, Premier, nearby. Absolute madness raining down right now in this zone rotate as we're jumping aboard with NRG.
Look at the mouth of this tunnel. Look at the fighting going on with Energy making in this rotation. This was the call. They thought they were going to go long, but look at this. They're going to take this fight immediately to this squad from right inside. It's Exit that is actually going to be the victims here as Team Liquid now also under some pressure. So much fighting happening on both sides of Landslide.
Absolute madness on screen right now as Team Liquid will be the benefactors. NRG survives as well, I believe. I did see a member of G2 go down to the kill feed. Meanwhile, Imperial Hal is lighting it up for TSM FTX. They take out PGG and Oxygen. Meanwhile, I believe we're on board here with G2. Yes, we are on high ground. They are just raining down fire with Ultimate High. The best positioning on the map. G2 well positioned here to potentially win this game.
Look at Designful clicking heads here, left to right. He's still finding these clicks, though. He was putting in that pressure onto Team Liquid from down below, and this is the God spot if you want to be here for that next circle. What a good way to maintain this pressure, but can we talk about these wingman shots? We get it, Designful.
My man Designful is not missing right now. Controller gang, stand up. The G2 boys are here. Roll of Theory with high ground, with the wingy. Not missing a single shot is Designful. The IGL for this team playing Ashe alongside Gibraltar and Valkyrie, one of our 2 Ashe teams, I believe, in this lobby. Really, really good showing here from G2. But we'll see where this zone's going to pull, and we'll see how these teams decide to play this rotate. Looks like Energy's able to reset, and they're in a good spot to potentially take a clean 3v3 against Knights. Need to be careful, though, from G2 above them.
Also taking a look at Complexity and their position. They're between 2 other squads. You see TSM right there. I saw Lazarus on the other side, so that's 2 squads right on their tail as Complexity are just going to hug this train cart. They have the Caustic composition. They're repping the 2 big boys, so they're going to be able to control the space great, but a redeploy going on right in front of them. They call out the dome early on. I believe that was TSM over by the other side as Lazarus now is going to take this fight onto Complexity.
That's right. Complexity identifies the team behind them, knows they're going to have to take care of them at least eventually, so they say, let's do it now. Here comes the push, here comes the fight. I believe an attempted kidnap right there, but the damage from the Caustic ult is too strong. Nice shots with the Ava 8, just peppering one from Monsoon. You know they love these fights. You know the comms are wild for Complexity right now, and it looks like they should be able to clean this up. It's going to be Lazarus out of the lobby, courtesy of Complexity.
This is why we talk about Complexity now. G2, they want in on the party too, but Jet takes so much pressure. The moment they land, both domes have been called in as Jet has to restabilize.
Great shots coming through from Resulta, but he's going to be the last up. The man from Wisconsin going to get taken out here. G2 eliminated. Esports Arena, TSM, the battle of the former teammates with Verholz. Verholz actually going to go down here, so Imperial Hal and Reps last 2. The slide, the wide left flank from Imperial Hal. He's not missing right now.
4 squads left here. TSM, though, playing this as a duo. They don't have a mobile respawn beacon that's on the floor right now, but that does not stop How for keeping on this peppering over by the other side. Is going to help replenish some of this ammunition, but look at this momentum that TSM has already built up for themselves. 10 kills in total here, Fallout.
Insane. TSM showing they are still the dynasty, at least trying to prove it with this new dynasty. Verholst included, the young god from Kansas City, Missouri, in his teens and showing up big time today so far. Obviously, he's out of this one, so it'll be up to Reps and Hal, the duo. NRG still alive alongside TSM and others. The Kraber in the hands of Sweet. He's going to connect for some damage. Not able to get the knock, though.
I'm in danger. Sweet has the Kraber in his hands. He's looking for the opportunity. Do not even move an inch here. He misses the second shot. See the bombardment now being called in, but what a position that Energy's holding, trying to hold this low ground without putting themselves in the middle between both of these squads.
And insane that this team, all hugging each other, is still alive. It's going to be W, who drops Landslide, still alive and well with these 4 teams, but they're going to be under some pressure. Phony and Scissors go down to half health. Fury's going to get knocked as well. This might be it for W. Hal is the one that flanks the team of 2, but Hal goes down. Reps gets the second. Can he get the wipe? Yes, he does. Hal and Reps clean a 2v3 up, get 3 kill points, and at least secure top 3.
And Energy's not pushing in on this either. They're just waiting for the opportunity, but the gold backpack coming in from Reps as he's going to keep Hal back in this fight. So risky here as Lazarus are the other squad waiting by the other side of the card.
Can TSM do it with a team of 2? Hal's going to be back up with the gold backpack as well, so the res will be nice and lit. Asura alongside Joey and Guild still alive, but it's NRG on low ground, absolutely melting his Sweet. He knocks 1.
Go, he's gonna keep going. TSM is farming out here. Hal, Reps, this is a way to open things up in the playoffs. And look at this, Reps got the Spitfire, but he doesn't have that much ammo left. This is a great position though for this medium range gun here to be able to put in a lot of peppering. He's forced to heal up though by the edge of the circle, but the pressure is too much. Knights are waiting for them on the other side of the circle.
Yeah, heads up play right there from Knights to not get baited in that 3v3 against NRG. Now NRG just looking to be the benefactors of this early initial. Reps goes out of this game. Hal's the last alive for his team. So NRG 3-team. Knights down to 2 as one's going to get knocked. It's going to be Joey. NRG looking to clean up this lobby, and they're going to do exactly that. Hal goes down, Joey goes down, and NRG is your champion of game number 1.
Why are you running? There's nowhere for you to go. Energy had such a good position, but they also play that so aggressively, waiting for the perfect opportunity to poke their heads out of the tunnel. First game, going in favor to Energy, and what a way to start. How aggressive we saw teams like TSM get with so much KP. I believe Reps alone had 7 kills.
Insane. TSM was absolutely farming the lobby in terms of kills. Reps with at least 5, 6, or 7 himself. We'll take a look here at the standings, but TSM on top despite the strong NRG start. 22 points for them. NRG with a solid 19, plus they came into the competition with at least 6 to 10 points. Can't remember exactly where they're at. Great starts for the Titans and NRG and TSM, but right alongside them is the Pittsburgh Knights with a second place 13-point finish. W with 12. So quite the story here, Vicky. 2 teams you'd expect to perform, and 2 teams that are certainly underdogs performing as well.
Can we talk about the 15 kills that TSM just farmed in that entire first game? All right, if you want to make a statement and deny some of that KP for some of our squads, that is definitely one way to do it. They fell in the top 3 though, but securing so much KP, that's going to be a great start here for TSM. But Energy, this is the squad that came out on top with a total of 7 kills and a victory, so that's 12 additional points on top of those 7 kills.
Yeah, NRG is used to being in this spot, farming a lobby. They did it in ALGS championships, group stages at least. Didn't necessarily show up in the championship finals in the way they would have liked to, but we've seen them win so many championships, one of the most winningest teams in all of ALGS, and it's showing why. Great start for them. Rocker leading the way with 1,400 damage, almost 1,500 damage. A great start for NRG, but again, the 15-kill game from TSM. What an exciting game number 1, Vicky. I mean, if every other game is like that, we are in for the most hype, the most entertaining, the fastest-paced finals we've ever seen. These playoffs have been amazing so far.
Yeah, they tuned in yesterday. They were like, oh, you guys want to finish this a little earlier? All right, say no mess. We're out here. TSM and Energy starting at a tie with 28 points after that win from Energy. TSM, again, we have to highlight 15 kills just in that first game. We highlighted how Energy has been as a team throughout the entirety of the Pro League, and this is one of the most consistent squads when it comes to winning games. I believe overall this is the squad that had the most wins throughout those 6 weeks.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why they are tied, well, NRG got second place in Pro League, so they started the playoffs with 9 points. Sentinel started with 10, and they're still sitting at 10 down in 7th place. But a second place finish from NRG gives them a well-deserved 9 points to start. TSM, I believe, got 5th place in Pro League, so that started them with 6, which means they're tied now at 28, which means we might see another similar scenario here, Vicky. We might see either TSM or NRG unlock match point after Game 2 if they can pop off in the same way that they did right there. All they need is another 23 points, or 22.
I'm living for it, and I want to see that same pacing that we just had in game number 1. Let's go. Bring out the chaos. Bring out the action. I'm here for it, Fallout, and I'm so excited after that first game. Things are going to get crazy real quick.
Absolutely. I say all they need is 22 points. Easier said than done. We'll see if they can do it again, because guess what? Game number 2 is just around the corner. What a start to the North American playoffs. When we come back, we'll have Onset, we'll have Gaskin ready for game number 2.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
So it's not often that I get a world famous anything in my house, but today that changes. Welcome to the Lenovo Legion 5 Pro. Now, it's got so many bells and whistles, but let's talk about the big one. And that, of course, the brand new 16-inch world's first WQHD Plus display with its adaptive refresh rate. What does that mean? Well, it's 4 times the resolution of 720p. Who's gaming at 720p? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because it's a great barometer for finding out exactly how crisp and clean this screen is. 16 inches, by the way, in a laptop. Out of control. Plus, it means that whatever you're doing, whether it's streaming television or movies, online shopping, it's guilty, I'm me, or doing what this laptop does best, and that is gaming, you are going to have the optimized refresh rate for whatever it is you're doing. Amazing.
Nice, 50 flush. 25. One. Crack him. Got him. Last guy's in the gas, 1 HP.
Let's go.
Great. Go. Perfectly played.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Playoffs, and you can hear the energy from NRG popping off after that win in game number 1. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set to call this second game, and already we have a story developing between two teams with 3 letters in their name.
Yeah, 2 entirely different stories and playstyles as well. I mean, TSM were completely obliterating the lobby with Slays there. They were getting so many kills, and for a while, I mean, there was only 2 of them. So very impressive to still get to that point and still be joint top because of points that, of course, came through from Pro League as well. But NRG, you heard it in their energy, in their comms as well. They just played it perfectly. There was so much to do in that final circle, so many different things to watch, so many different places you can play, but they were here, there, and everywhere. Very impressed with what I've just seen, but now they need to take that, carry it on through game 2, get to that 50-point mark first, be the first team who gets onto match point. That's job number 1, and then you can focus on getting wins later.
And that is what it is all about here, ladies and gents, that 50-point mark. Once you're there, you're eligible to win this tournament. The perfect start for both NRG and TSM. 28 points on the board after just 1 game. And yesterday in EMEA, we saw Alliance hit match point after just 2 games, Dan. We never know what we could see here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, another game like that from both of these teams, and we may already be there. But, you know, things can change. It can be very difficult going into game number 2 after riding all of that success, all of that momentum. Very easily you can take a fight that maybe you shouldn't take a fight because you've got so much adrenaline pumping through your veins. We saw a lot of the big hitters eliminated in the early stages of that game 1 as well. C9 went down, 100 Thieves went down, Sentinels went down. They were our first 3 teams eliminated. All teams that we've seen find numerous victories throughout this season. So we'll see how game 2 plays out.
Well, here is our circle. This is where we're going to be heading on World's Edge. We're going north, so a little bit of a move away from Landslide where we had our first game. You can see the 100 Thieves are going to be in a great position for that circle. The same can be said about Complexity as well, dropping over at Survey Camp. And then, of course, you've got C9 right at the tippity top there of the map. They're going to be making a quick rotation towards that zone as well.
And you can see a couple of pings there on the map by Lazarus, who is the team we're spectating at the moment. They're expecting it to pretty much be dead center of that green circle that's on your screen, just west of Epicenter, and it's an area where we've seen a lot of finishes throughout Pro League. Very difficult to play if you don't get one of those kind of train carts or one of those buildings that are in that area. There's a few rocks you can play behind, but of course if you're arriving late to the party, you are going to be in a really tough situation to try and land, or just push yourself in, depending if you're playing Valkyrie or not.
It's going to be another ruthless zone. We saw that in our first zone of the day where we finished. There's not a lot of cover to play. As we saw, as NRG pretty much who were the only team who had cover, using that vault tunnel to stay alive for so much time and being able to engage last in those final battles. But the same can be said here, Dan. You have this one building here, like you mentioned, the beacon building, where teams are going to be trying to locate themselves. You can see that Oxygen are going to be the first team to find themselves a comfy corner. But moving in from Epicenter side is also a pretty good way to play this one. You can play that high ground for quite some time until that zone starts to move, and then you can hold out all those teams who are also trying to make that move in from the south.
It's interesting that Oxygen are one of the first teams to get here as well. I wanted to highlight them right from the start of the day because they're one of our only teams here in split playoff finals that don't have a match victory, which in match point format is always a worry. They've got to top 3 numerous times, 6 times I think, throughout the entire Pro League. They've been there, they just can't quite inch out that final little bit to get a victory, and that is very worrisome. So I'd love to see them change that, but maybe it's better to change it once you've already reached 50 rather than get it on the board here and now. But they're definitely in one of the priority positions, that's for sure.
Oxygen are going to be inside of the building. They've already got some noisy neighbours, and that is going to be W, who are underneath them, already making a quick rotation as well. Loba in the composition for them too, so very similar decision making at the start of this second game of the day from W and Oxygen. You can see already some shots being exchanged. A couple of teams trying to make that quick move in, and that is just due to the lack of playable area here. It's going to be a case of get here quickly or try and work in from edge. And you can see the NRG are number 1 winners here, Dan, already hitting some big shots.
And this is what I mean by you're going to be having that adrenaline pumping through you, right? They're off the back of a victory now. Confidence is going to be everything for these guys. They feel like they can take on the world, take on a fight. They probably don't know they're potentially taking on 2 teams here. You've got to be careful.
It's got to be a quick wipe here from NRG, and they're being aggressive. And you mentioned adrenaline, you mentioned confidence. Well, NRG have bullied the team out from this low ground here. W have been forced away, and NRG have said, hey, I like the look of your house. How much do you want for it? And then they've counter-offered and gone a little bit lower.
Well, Oxygen are getting involved. Oxygen actually got the initial knock as well. So NRG will have that information now. Not that it's Oxygen, of course, due to anonymous mode, but they'll know there is another team in the vicinity and in the area. So NRG just taking that wipe, ensuring they at least kill that final player. But now it's going to be a question of what happens between these last two teams. It seems like Oxygen will, of course, just stay, whereas it's going to be a retreat from the other side. They are very much getting out of dodge, RW. They do not want to play anymore.
I'm pretty sure I saw Loba on the composition as well for NRG. So a lot of Loba in our ALGS playoffs for today, and that's due to the quick rotation and everything that the black market can offer. You can leave quickly, you don't have to worry about your armors too much because you can pick up a little bit online shopping a little bit further along the way. But Knight's involved in a fight here, very much at the northern end of World's Edge here in the train tunnels between Skyhook and Survey Camp. A little bit of damage being exchanged, but no knocks to report so far.
An interesting team are Knights as well. When you look at damage done by an entire team, Knights aren't really up there. In fact, they're in the bottom 3. Despite the fact they found victories and they do have the kills, they just don't seem to do as much damage as other squads, and that may just be down to weapon preference. They don't like to go for long-range weapons. They don't like to pepper those and grief those across the map. Instead, they only do the damage when they need to. So, of course, you can only read into statistics in a certain way. At the moment, they're having a little bit of a contest with 100 Thieves, who went out very early in Game 1. That would certainly been a disappointment for them. 100 Thieves who are on the up right now. I mean, in the match day 11, the final match day we had in Pro League, they won 3 games back-to-back and really did demonstrate incredible confidence and performance. But we need to see something different after a disappointing Game 1 here.
It's interesting something you say that I think we're going to say a lot today, which is that's going to be a disappointment for them, right? Because any team who falls early in this lobby, it's going to be a disappointment for. Such is the level of competition and the standard of teams that have made it through to the playoffs. But G2, one of those teams who we will be talking about, I'm sure, throughout today's action. They've worked their way towards staging here. This is where NRG drops. So they've made their way from their drop location over at Thermal Station to find themselves doing a little bit of crafting. And it's Purple Bag Week, which is always a good thing for the players, as 100 Thieves now find themselves in a bubble fight.
Bubble on the top at the moment, so 100 Thieves just holding down the lower side, and this is be a case of hitting your shots. Mastiff does hit pretty hard. Asura will fall, but at least Omnu is going to be there to try and help out. He'll go down as well, as Knights look like they're on the receiving end of a lot of damage here. It's a 1 versus 1, and you've got to hit this shot with the Mastiff. Look how he's just going past, trying to do what he can.
Well, it's not going to be the Mastiff, it's going to be the Wingman, not too much ammo to work with, and that's going to be 100 Thieves eliminated by Knights. Renegades are in the area, though. They've got the scanners out, and they know that that is 1 kill they have to pick up to get some eliminations along their side as well. Vaxon's going to get the cleanup onto Asura. Joey's going to be cleaned up as well. We're down to 19, but there's 1 player alive. As I say that, he will fall, and that will be Knights eliminated too.
Yeah, Renegades and Noble just picking up the pieces, and they'll be more than happy to get those extra elims there. A little bit extra KP on the board, and it's so difficult when you're in such a long engagement like Knights and 100 Thieves were, because you're going to be giving away so much sound cues, and there's always going to be teams in the vicinity, in the area, waiting to pounce, especially with a circle like this, which there is a lot of open areas, there aren't many buildings to be able to play, so naturally teams are going to be waiting and hesitating on the edge of the circle, and hoping, you know, that you're going to get those fights happening.
Cloud9 involved in a fight though at the top of it. Epicenter, you can see that Zach Mazer has said, hey boys, let's go, we're fighting right now. Bubbles going to be filled with grenades, so C9 have got to be very careful on their toes here. Peacekeeper in the hand of Zach Mazer as he tries to move in. Reps is in the kill feed as well once again. Naughty's going to get the kill onto Lazarus to finish that one off, so C9 certainly have the numerical advantage here, but where are the rest of Lazarus?
Elsewhere, Noble also taking a fight against SSG, so this is a lot of edge skirmishes that are happening right now. One thing I will say, just looking back at previous circles as well throughout Pro League, a likely circle is definitely one that G2 have played very well and have had multiple victories as well throughout Pro League. So I want to keep a keen eye on G2, where they're rotating and how they're moving in when we do get there. But at the moment, Cloud9 just watching every single direction, knowing full well that the noise they just emitted might draw a few teams, get them interested.
Well, the rocket ship is going to be taking off, and that's going to be the Valkyrie taken to the skies with the skyward dive to get the last 2 remaining players of Lazarus out of dodge. Not sure if they managed to recover that banner or not. We'll have to wait and see as the game does progress. But Cloud9, it looks like it doesn't matter how far you're going. We're going to try and chase you down anyway. We don't care you got the skyward dive as they reposition. and try and make their way to the very northern side of this circle. And you can see they're pretty well armored up as well down there, looking very, very healthy at the moment, looking through the backpack as well.
Let's go here.
At the moment, it's just a case of picking up any scraps that's going to be around. I was trying to look on the map. There we go. There's the other team. There's G2 who are going to be making their way. It looked like they made their way through the red as well. That's why they're going to be very weak at the moment. As we get a bird's eye view on where this next circle is going to go. And actually, that shifting, I reckon a lot of teams thought it would. Heading up to the top left towards Skyhook ever so slightly. And that building that we saw the initial fights happening right at the start of the game is very much going to be priority for quite some time here.
You can see the stats of some of the G2 players on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Designed for stats, always outstanding, as you would expect from one of the best teams in North America. Well, let's jump into the comms with G2 right now. We've seen their stats. Let's see what they've got to say.
Soon. They just ran through tunnel, maybe?
No way. They ran through tunnel. They had to. Fuck, man.
They just leveled it in tunnel.
Did they?
I saw a level go off.
To do
like alt.
They just stole something from the fucking.
Away from the tunnel. There's no way they go deeper.
Let's go. They're gonna go res somewhere out in Storm.
Where are they going?
Staging, probably. Or Hill House. It's only zone 2. Yeah, they just rose up here. Free kills.
Bet. Might see without the ship. Careful.
There's a team out here, I think, shooting at them.
Somebody else, yeah, somebody else shooting at them?
I think so.
They're Gibby. To Gibby. I don't see where he went.
One up on the going up on the tracks. Going left, going left, going left.
That's him.
Right there.
Gibby.
35 flash. Dead. Teammates are to the left. Meeting the thirst.
Yeah, they're out here. Rocket's burp.
Fuck it, we gotta keep it.
Yeah, we gotta go. I knew where that was.
We should have tagged them, no cap.
Let's tag the boss.
Well, G2, you can see initially in the communication there, Dan, a little bit of frustration because they couldn't find where that team that they were hunting for so long went. But now they've picked up their KP. They're quite happy to let that last player go. And you might have thought you heard one thing coming from the mouths of G2, but it was actually book it. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, just make sure it's right there. And remember, you can watch all of the players as well in Pro League. In these Split 1 playoffs, if you are watching on Twitch, you can see every single team. It's absolutely amazing what's on offer and all the POVs that you can witness from G2, its design tools, that's going to be on display. So make sure to check out that feature on Twitch if you are watching with us. But for now, we focus ourselves elsewhere. As Sentinel is in a little bit of a scrap. Remember, they were first team eliminated in game number 1, so they've already bettered that. But that's certainly not what we'd expect from the team who had the most top 3 finishes throughout Pro League. It was 11 to be precise out of 36, so a really fantastic statistic there that they're just so consistent to be able to get to that end game.
Of course, they took home first place overall in a tiebreaker with NRG in Pro League, so one of the teams to watch for sure. Not the game number 1, maybe they would have wanted, but we know how much the Sentinels can pick up the pace at any given time. They can put a monster game together. Space station inside of one of these buildings inside Survey Camp. They're going to be posted up here for quite some time. It's going to be a very interesting zone 4 as well in the next few moments as we jump back on board with G2, as they spent most of their lives inside of the zone. They're going to have to be pretty quick to pop some meds as well, because as we know, zone 3, it's a little bit more of a heavy sunshine, should we call it, down a few more UV rays maybe that contribute to your health depleting quite quickly.
It's basically when you go for a massage and you think it's going to be like a nice little tickle, and instead it's a sports massage and it really hurts and they get right into those muscles. That's what G2 are feeling right now. Even though it doesn't feel great, they know it's worth it in the end, because once they get into the zone, other teams are going to be eliminated. They should be in a position where they can just sneak in and go unnoticed.
Well, you can see where that zone is going to be going. Some teams might have been faked out by a little pool to the north. And it is going to be finishing around where those train tracks are, the outside of that tunnel from the north, where we saw some battles going down a little bit earlier on. Speaking of battles, G2, oh my word, Gentrifying, get back inside that building, son, get that bubble down. As he was being peppered, and it's Cloud9 who are now on the hunt. The Rampage was doing the damage initially, and here comes Albrelele, letting the Rampage sing and letting the Mastiff have a verse as well.
Well, straight 1-for-1 there. Even though Cloud9, they were the initiators, they were the aggressors, they're the ones who are losing players here. Zach Mazer's going to be the last remaining player against 2 from G2. So after a very confident push, it's all gone downhill.
Certainly has. G2 going to be able to use that Dimensional Rift to get out of business as well, and they will be able to get this res. So you have to wonder, is Zach Mazer going to be in a position to maybe get the players back on their feet? Doesn't look like it, because look at the kill feed as well. A couple of players also falling, one of those notably from TSM by the looks of things, but G2 back healthy. The same could not be said about Cloud9, as Zach Mazer now has to think about the decisions that were made and if they were the right ones.
And Albrelele went flying in, feeling like every shot was going to connect, and I'll tell you what, the first few did. He traded out 1-for-1, he did his job, or at least he thought he'd done his job. But now Zach Mazer just has to retreat and get out of dodge here, but he's going to be obliterated in the sky. Does have both of the banners, so if he can get to a beacon, maybe this is still savable.
He's going to have to be so careful when he lands, though. G2 might have a line of sight, but it looks like he might be able to just about hide away. And he's going to be able to pop that res as well. The question is, are Cloud9 going to be able to get any kind of loot on board? Because G2, you know, we're going to be sniffing around for these extra KP. Zach Mazer, it was obvious where he was going, what team it was, even with anonymous mode. So for Cloud9, this is scary moments as Naughty and Albrelele hit their feet back onto World's Edge, but without any guns to work with.
Lazarus and Torrent were eliminated elsewhere, just to keep you updated of what teams were just wiped. There's G2 looking to try and get re-involved with things. Also, I did see one member of TSM got knocked out, so there's a lot of fights happening at the moment on World's Edge. Complexity, a team who are looking to try and do some damage here as well.
Shiny doing a lot of damage with that wingman. Gets one knock, cracks the shield of another as well, and now you can see they're trying to move in, and it's actually going to be Sentinels who look like they're on the receiving end of this damage that's coming in as well. I saw one knock in the feed, as we see our teams remaining on the right-hand side as well. We'll get confirmation of that in just a few seconds. Knights, Sentinels eliminated, so Sentinels are out. 100 Thieves gone. Torrent and Lazarus joining them as well, as Complexity pick up their first KP. 3 to the name is Shiny.
So Sentinels finishing in the bottom 5 again, just after I was saying about the consistency we've seen from them throughout Pro League. They did go down to Complexity, arguably the only team who's been more consistent with top 3 finishes. So Complexity now need to move from that and try and stay alive, not allow any other teams to push them while they're weak, but it looks like elsewhere, Furia in so much trouble right now. Premier also looking to try and get some kills.
Well, it looks like Premier are actually trying to be aggressive here. They've got this position under the bridge I was talking about a little bit earlier on. In-game position for them and just trying to hold out so many teams from around. This is the difficulty though. You've got to prioritize where your reticles are going to be aimed, what kind of angles you want to hold to keep these teams at bay. They've managed to survive for now. They've managed to stabilize, as now we see Space Station also on the north side, and you can see just to their right is where Torrent is going to be.
Yeah, Space Station could be a thorn in the side to so many teams right now, just because they can do so much damage from a distance and help other teams in those fights. They don't want to bring too much attention to themselves though. That's always the very fine line you have to dance between here in Apex Legends. How much damage do you output before other teams start to really feel like you're a threat and decide they want to take you down and not allow you to just pepper them in the back? Dropped, of course, has ultimate ready. The bombardment can come out at any point.
TSM were eliminated while all of that was going on as well. Xset have been eliminated in the last few seconds as well. Reptar having to use that jetpack to get out of dodge. But here comes the players. You can't avoid this as they jump in on Complexity. It's Cloud9 of all teams. Albrelele, the last player alive now. Naughty. Also, so excuse me, Albrelele is the last player alive here. Has the bow check to work with, and that's the problem with getting knocked a little bit earlier. Not too much to get out of this situation, and Complexity will clutch up as Shiny picks up that final kill. Excuse me. Now it will be Complexity back on their feet as G2 now make their move.
Any other weapon there, and Cloud9 get that wipe, they get the rewards that they were so desperately searching for. That's why they got aggressive. They thought Complexity were there, weak, and for the taking, but Complexity just about to stay alive. Team Liquid now also having a battle, whereas elsewhere Complexity were eventually taken down. Noble did the job to put that final nail in the coffin. This is a good vantage point for Team Liquid at the moment for this particular fight.
Nocturnal doing some good damage. Battery's going to be popped as well. Now the bubble goes down from Flanker and Fun. Looks like the bubble might be pushed, or this might be a little bit of a distraction play coming in from the Valkyrie. Nocturnal hitting a few sixes with that Eva 8. That's not going to be adding up. It's not cricket. You're not going to get the maximum results for that one. Liquid now have to retreat from that high ground. G2 of the team inside of that bubble. Here comes the push now. Nocturnal. These ones are hitting a little bit harder with that Eva 8. Nocturnal now trying to clean up this fight, trying to do what he can, but somehow can't quite finish. The Rampage is not connecting. Get that shotgun back out, my son. Try and finish this, but oh my word, what is going on in this fight? Nocturnal has the HP advantage, but he cannot get things done. Surely now he will finish, but with that time that's been expended on that fight, are Liquid able to survive?
It took them so long to wipe G2 there that now other teams are definitely going to get involved, and it's going to be Premier GG to clean up the pieces. A two-man Premier GG as well, who would have been desperately hoping for an easy fight to pick up some extra KP and just to hold this side of the circle for some more time. Delay the inevitable as Noble closer to center circle, but very much the other side from what we just saw in that fight. They're at least a full 3. They've got that caustic on board as well, so they can be a real nuisance. There's going to be so much caustic gas to try and play with when we do get into this last circle, but not much to play with in terms of open area.
Lucas now with the Peacekeeper. Gas is down as well, so their bubble is going to be smelly, but fortified. Heads will be popped here as well. Esports Arena eliminated as we are now down to our final 4 squads. Noble in a very good position here. You can see a crypto drone out as well. Renegades are involved in a fight. SSG involved in a fight as well, and it looks like Renegades will come out on top of that one. A Space Station now eliminated as Premier now move in to try and pick up the pieces.
Just 3 squads left as well, so that's why Premier are looking to try and get involved a little bit earlier whilst the kill feed was alight. He'll have to be careful though, because they will initiate a fight, knowing full well another team's going to get involved at some point, and it looks like, look at the confidence that is flowing through their veins right now.
Ronnie with the big shots. Now they have to turn their attention because it's just 2 teams remaining. Premier GG only have 2 players as well, so it's a 3v2 between Noble as they make their way forward as well. Hill and Ronnie need to do something pretty special here to get out of this situation. Impulse, Lucas and Rakinishu now try and make their move in.
3-2s are so difficult as well, and it's just going to fall in the end. Noble, they would have been delighted to see a 2 on the board, but credit to Premier GG, who pushed out with a 2 to eliminate that other team in the 3. It made it easier for Noble in the grand scheme of things, but of course those extra points, placement points, are going to be huge for Premier. But congratulations to Noble, who were on the southern side of that final circle, and you know, it was going to be so difficult for them if several teams started looking their way, but they threw the caustic gas in the right place. They were being a nuisance to the right teams, and they pushed, of course, at the right time.
Also, big KP to go alongside that win as well means that Noble will put up 20 points. The same can be said about Premier GG. You mentioned quite rightly so. As a 2, you're just thinking about KP in that final battle, just trying to get out of it with any kind of placement point, and also there's KP to go alongside it. It all adds up for them, as they will also, like I mentioned, get 20 points on the board. Renegades and Space Station just in behind, but the winners of our game 1, you see TSM down in 13th place, they came 2nd, and then you had NRG in 6th place as well, but just picking up the 6 points this time.
Yeah, so we're not going to have any teams going on to match point heading into match number 3 here, but certainly what we're seeing is a lobby there where anyone can win the game. And I think we already knew that was going to be the case after we whittled it down to 20 teams throughout Pro League. And the fact that Noble have done that alongside the amount of KP they were able to pick up as well, they are going to be delighted with the amount of points they've just accumulated. Because sometimes these big hit games are very difficult to come by in a strong lobby. You've got to expect other teams to be winning their fights for the majority, but certainly the fights we witnessed during that, Mark, there were some very messy ones, some very elongated fights as well, that were allowing those teams who were quick to rotate and push other fights happening, it rewarded them. If you kept your ear to the ground, if you were constantly thinking about the third party and you were bravely and confidently pushing into fights, for the most part, during that lobby, you were rewarded for it.
Almost uncharacteristic to see some of those fights taking quite so long as well. I wonder if there's a little bit of nerves at play here. Maybe it's the adrenaline of the Apex Legends Global Series playoffs that's getting to the players, because all these things, Dan, they factor into those fights. A fight that you'd have in ranked, a fight that you'd have in scrims, all of a sudden takes 2-3 seconds longer just because you missed a couple of bullets, because your hands are getting a little bit shaky. It could all add up, and this is how it does add up in our overall leaderboards.
I think the saving grace for both NRG and TSM is they keep quite a significant leader across the rest of the pack, because those who were somewhat close to them going into that game number 2, they also struggled. It was the teams who were lower down, Noble, Premier. Look, they were in 18th and 15th? And they've really pushed themselves up the leaderboard with those performances. So it was the lower-ended teams who actually had success. So that's good news for both NRG and TSM. Still 16 points away from match point. That's definitely achievable in match number 3 for NRG, but another performance like they just had, and they might still be searching for it going into match number 4 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. This game number 3 could be a really pivotal one as far as not only who hits match point first, but how the points are also going to be distributed. But that's going to be doing it for game 2. When we get back, game number 3 will be just around the corner, and it's going to be Fallout and Vicky Kitty to take you there.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, guys? It's Rain Day here to talk about my favorite aspect of this Lenovo Legion 5 series laptop. Yes, it's got a beautiful 16-inch 165Hz display. I mean, you know, everybody wants a little bit of that. But the coolest part about it, literally, is the Cold Front 4.0 fan system that runs in this thing. Now, when you're like me, gaming for long hours, playing Apex Legends, which is an intensive game to run, your computer gets a little bit warm, but not with these fans. The ability to keep your computer cool, to protect your hardware, and allow you to game for long hours is what makes this laptop so unique. So for the Cold Front technology, the beautiful display, and all the other things that this laptop has to offer, grab yours today.
Game number 3 of the ALGS North America Split 1 playoffs is just around the corner, and so far we've had a tale of two tales. Obviously, Game 1 was the TSM and NRG show. However, in Game 2, Noble Premier. Two teams that you wouldn't necessarily have expected to be in the top 5, top 6 with some of these top titans, but certainly are teams you can't sleep on. I'm excited to see if they can do it again in Game 3, Vicky.
Absolutely. The common factor that we're seeing here between our two winners for the last two games actually has been not as much as a frag out compared to the second place teams. Looking at TSM ending with a record-breaking 15 kills in comparison to what we had seen from even regions like from the EMEA region just yesterday. And then in the second game, we had Premier coming out with 11 kills. So a lot of these teams, though, even though they're falling a little behind on taking that win, they're keeping up with that KP. And I love the aggression that we're seeing from our team so far.
Yeah, that's right. Noble dropping Geyser, Premier dropping just south of Lava Siphon. Both teams obviously cautious of Sentinels who run that entire kind of southeast and are prone to taking those fights at any moment. A lot of teams, actually in chatting with Lazarus, Z Davis mentioning, we try and typically avoid Lava Siphon because we know Sentinels is such a wild card. They'll take those fights. So we'll keep a close eye on that southeast side of the map. But looking at the standings here, in the top 5, as mentioned, TSM, NRG, Noble, and Premier Esports Arena joining them in 3rd place. That's our top 5 right now, but no team has made it to match point, and there's no guarantee we get match point after 3 games here, Vicky. It's pretty evenly dispersed.
Yeah, I love that you highlighted ESA too, because ESA, they're 28 points left from hitting match point. You were highlighting Energy, TSM. Energy just 16 points left. TSM 20 points to hit match point. A lot of these teams need that one really good game here going on to this game number 3, and that's it. We could have these teams already sitting at match points where they can clearly see the end in sight for that following game if they take it.
That's right. I'm excited for game number 3. If you're joining us on the Twitch stream, don't forget you can also watch multi-view, brand new to the ALGS playoffs. Make sure to click the command center button below the stream. You can watch any POV from any player, including their comms, anytime you want with multi-view. So make sure to check that out alongside the main broadcast. But let's go. Jumping on board with Noble, our winners from game number 2. And as mentioned, they do drop Geyser, and they have basically that entire side, including caves, to themselves, where they can split this loot, and they're going to leave pretty well kitted here, Vicky.
Yeah, and they're coming out of this game with confidence, too. They're coming out of game number 2 with confidence after just taking that with 8 kills here, so they're going to be able to wrap around before they decide where they want to rotate next. Got to see where that next circle is going to pull as well, as they are going to be able to rejoin shortly.
That's right. Take a look at the map here. It's going to be our first southern zone of the competition. Typically, we see a lot of south. In EMEA, we saw a lot of south. So far, it's been 2 northern zones, but this one will be pulling southwest. This isn't the hard southwest thermal station zone that we're used to seeing. This one's going to pull a little bit east of thermal overall. We'll see where exactly it ends up pulling, and how these teams decide to play it, right? G2 landing thermal station, getting all of that loot to themselves. They're just going to take their time here because they can basically chill, grab that beacon, get this intel, and actually they might continue to play that southern choke point because they can pop that beacon again once the zone collapses, Vicky.
And that beacon's going to be super important, too. You can see RNG right now just managing to rotate from that low ground there, going up to that choke point that we're going to see with G2. Jet actually kind of by himself off to the side, whereas the rest of his teammates are already northern part of thermal station, so hopefully they can get that beacon scan quickly before Renegades moves in, or else they're going to end up in a situation like what we see right here with Team Liquid and Furia.
Yeah, Team Liquid and Furia, this is not a fight you see happen super often. Of course, Furia drops Countdown, Team Liquid, Skyhook West. Furia decides to play a little bit aggressive here. It looks like they got a little hungry for some loot potentially. We didn't see exactly what happened, but just a couple pokes, little love taps. Both teams will back out, reset, and live to fight another day. Wise decision. Furia, a team that's known for late game, trying to stay alive and survive, and it shows here.
Yeah, this is a squad
tends
that
to be a pretty
lands
aggressive
usually.
player, actually, Vicky.
Yeah, and they usually land over by Countdown, so maybe they wanted to test their wits around Team Liquid, who usually land on the other side of Skyhook. They usually split that with 100 Thieves here and Energy. Sweet has been on the Loba from the very beginning of the day. We've actually seen so much Loba today, and I love it too, because that brings a bit of a difference in the composition compared to what we just saw yesterday. But Sweet, you already see he's making those rotations, he's putting down those pings. Remember, G2 and Renegades are on the other side of that ping, so Energy have to take this slowly. They do see some players up on their sites, but there's another team off to the left, so they don't want to get pinched.
That's right. Making their rotation through all the way around towards Tree where Renegades drops, so we know Renegades already made that rotation for beacon control, and I'd actually like to check out where G2 or Renegades ended up. in their rotate, because I know they were kind of both vying for that spot. But for now, let's take a look at the matchup. Y'all know, matchup we talk about often. It's Imperial Hal versus Sweet. Look how even these stats are overall. Average damage, very, very close. Average kills, exactly the same. And of course, these are two of the best IGLs in all of Apex, let alone North America. Nice to see them side by side here as NRG might find themselves in a fight.
Oh, I love these graphics too. It highlights too how Sweet really does prioritize positioning, prioritizes rotations depending on that timing, and they are in that fight like you were just saying, but Purple Evo's already in favor for Nathan and Rocker, so with some pokes here from Sweet, they're just gonna back off. Again, they know that there's a squad right above them. We saw that phase breach from the team that was hanging out by tree, but they're taking this slower, and they don't really have to worry about loot too much because they do have that Loba that Sweet is rocking.
That's right. Not necessarily the best late zone for Loba. Obviously, you prefer a zone that has like a Fragment East or a Skyhook where you could go and you could basically steal the loot that was not necessarily looted with Loba's ult. Not going to be a whole lot of ult in kind of no man's land, but nonetheless, still good situation here for Loba. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Torrent with their late rotate all the way from Overlook on the northeast side of the map. Pretty fast rotation overall, but they're going to get a little bit of this real estate over in Tree. Good situation for Torrent. They'll be well positioned.
And a lot of these teams are kind of trying to take this 50-50 for where that next circle is going to pull to, Fallen. I believe that's why we saw Energy just hanging out right below that tunnel, because they have the option to just rotate towards Thermal or proceed through the tree. So it's all about making sure you have the ability to know where that next circle is going to pull. If you don't have the accessibility to one of those beacons, especially since that south beacon from the southern building of Thermal is going to definitely be contested shortly, like we had seen earlier between G2 and Renegades.
That's right. And RKN, recently married, by the way. Congratulations to RKN of Torrent in December. We actually had a chance to catch up with RKN prior to this competition. Let's hear what RKN had to say.
Prior to Apex, I had not competed in anything at any kind of like high level. I was just a casual gamer, fell in love with Apex, decided to compete. Qualifying for playoffs is a big deal to us because this will actually be my first event since I started competing full time. Prior, I had always been working a job on the side, so being able to qualify for playoffs, the first big event of 2022, is really good for us and our team, and we're just excited to see where we can take it.
Well, congratulations to RKN on getting married, on going full-time with Apex, being able to compete courtesy of Torrent. Big shout out to Torrent for supporting him in that endeavor. I know he was in finance before, so awesome to see RKN. Obviously, the hard work paying off since going full-time qualifying here. But the question is, how will they perform? Will Torrent break into that top 5? That's something they haven't necessarily been able to do, is consistently place top 5 and prove that they're kind of in that A tier, S tier. We'll see if they can do it today.
Yeah, especially when you have to worry about things like Complexity here, who are already off to that northern side of Tree. They're putting down some pings as well as some peppering onto that knocked player here, but they're getting pinged also from afar, so they're kind of playing underneath on this low ground, but Complexity, one of those spots to play this very aggressively. They want to be able to try to find that opportunity after they were also able to get so much KP just in that last game.
That's right, Complexity. Currently in the top 7, I believe, overall in standing. 6th place with 20 points to be exact. G2 right behind them in 7th with 19. So a solid start for Complexity. And again, with the story of this North America competition, it's much different. The exact opposite of what we saw in EMEA, where in EMEA the points were very top-heavy, going to Alliance, going to Gambit, going to 69 IQ and others. This time it's pretty well distributed. NRG with 34 all the way down to Knights in 8th place with 16. But here we go, actually on screen. Lazarus pops the Valk ult and gets taken out with the Valk ult, courtesy of SSG. Solid start for them.
Yeah, first squad to go down here in our game number 3, but that was a squad that we actually had seen Complexity take some shots at. And great on Complexity to disengage, not overextend, because they know that that squad was in the line of sight of teams like Space Station, who are also trying to take a look at what's happening right down below. But they have the black market up, and with that, they're going to be able to loot up a lot of those death boxes that just appeared right in front of them. And they also see the crypto drone too, which is not theirs as they're not running the crypto, but that indicates here there's already a lot of squads making their way into this spot alone.
Yeah, not a whole lot of crypto we've seen in comps for North America. Just a few teams, whereas again in EMEA, super popular. Crypto, Caustic, something we saw a lot more often. Keep a close eye on Torrent here. Speaking of Caustic, we're repping the Caustic, Gibraltar, and Valk comp with the very, very fast rotate that they saw from Overlook. And they get rewarded with really, really solid positioning. We'll keep you all updated as to where this zone is pulling. as often as possible with the peak. NRG, though, still in train tracks, still well positioned. They like to hold these chokes on rotates. They think they obviously they play these positions very, very well as a squad. But a good job kind of holding one of the key chokes in this end zone. And there you go. It's actually going to be pulling slightly west. So this is a really key and pivotal spot for NRG.
Yeah, again, I feel like the way that we currently see Sweet situate themselves whenever they go in for those rotates with the rest of energy is to kind of call in those 50-50s and prevent mistakes from happening just depending on where those circle pools are going to be. So it's great on them, but Team Liquid actually a little late to the party as they're actually rotating from the outside of circle right now, and they're looted up. They're taking this slowly as they are going to be able to get the beacon scan, see where that next circle is going to go, because they know it's already going to be contested with a lot of the beacons already currently situated inside the circle.
Yeah, this is a very intentional late rotate for Team Liquid. They wanted to hit that second beacon. They wanted to get that intel. And now they, of course, will have a Valkyrie to ult with to get positioning. And they wanted, obviously, to prioritize loot. They do drop split Skyhook with 100 Thieves, so they will be well looted. They get all of Skyhook, basically half of Skyhook to themselves and whatever 100 Thieves left. But now they have a decision to make. Let's go ahead and jump into our listen-in here. First listen-in of this game here in Game 3 with Team Liquid to see how they play it.
Keep chaining balloons.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone Dorito yet. I'm gonna look to fly into Dorito. Good on me for now. Popping a medi.
I have 1 syringe for my heals.
Okay. I can give you some too.
I'm out. I'm out after this one right here.
Syringes right here. We have to look to go forward too.
I need 1.
Here.
Syringe here.
I will take that.
I put 1 on top of it too.
Thank you.
More cells.
Okay.
Another battery I got. Let's just look to Valko from here. What's your full health?
Could be here.
Enemy over there.
Standard stop
Ready? You guys on me?
Yep.
Probably gonna look somewhere thermal side. Like low ground, maybe jungle gym or this
Right
side.
here.
Yep. We're fun. Look for top middle too. If anyone's top middle. Anyone top middle? Do we see?
Can't see.
Bottom.
I don't see nothing.
Okay. Make sure you don't fall. If you fall,
it's gonna fall. I'm fall. It
Okay, Tom, go west. You need to go west.
You can go into zone and hit the balloon.
Yeah.
You just need to run.
You just need to, yeah. You need to hit the balloon. Do you? Okay. I'm worried about a Nash portal. Fuck. We have to be careful of that.
Portaling onto you. You need. Yeah.
Where's the portal? Right here.
Right here.
Yeah,
running into zone.
Okay, be able to.
And it's actually insane, Vicky, that they're able to rotate so late, yet still get such a good power position here in Thermal Station. Flanker not making it necessarily, but a team nearby. It's actually going to be TSM close. We know G2 is probably in the vicinity. Interesting stuff here with Team Liquid on their late rotate.
Yeah, we were surprised that the sniper tower in the middle of Thermal had not been taken up yet, even though TSM has been lingering right underneath that spot. One of the members of Team Liquid unfortunately not making it. Flanker now having to use the balloon to potentially get right back, but you saw how he had blood in his eyes. He wanted to be able to try to see if he had that opportunity, but now seeing that the rest of the squad for Team Liquid is already situated on that high ground, he's not going to try to overextend.
And confirmed, Flanker has now made it.
Oh.
The rest of his team, question mark? Not sure. Looks like another fight. 2 bubbles actually going to pop just south. So, you know, one of those teams, likely G2. Another team, likely Renegades. We won't do too much speculation, but those are high percentages of those 2 teams. And yes, here we go. G2 is in the vicinity. Here comes a push. We know G2 likes these fights. They can get it clean. It's nice and clean 3v3. They're going to take that 10 out of 10 times.
I think we saw Fun kind of sneak away and take a kill from G2 in that fight. I mean, over by the south side, oh, that's great for Team Liquid as they didn't have to overextend for that. But unfortunately, here's G2. They come out of that fight. They use the phase breach to get back into the safety of the building. They're also hugging the building that has the beacon right on top of them, too. So it's going to get real chaotic real quick here as G2. They're just going to be staying here for a little bit with another team right underneath them.
Yeah, so it's actually going to be ESA and Torrent nearby. We were obviously watching Torrent on their rotation. They decided to actually take that rotation from Tree over to this south thermal station positioning. Obviously trying to predict where the zone's going to head up. So those are the three teams that are all within the vicinity. They're probably going to coexist here. There's enough real estate for all three of them, at least for now. But you got to be careful if you're G2. You don't want to take this fight because you will get third-partied almost immediately after.
They know that here, too. That's why they're just trying to take this passive, but they're getting beamed from across. That could be Team Liquid. We saw that they had a charge rifle in their hands. And again, that is also TSM right underneath Team Liquid. So that's two teams that are going to be automatically rotating away from thermal station soon. So with this building, and now that we know that this is where the circle is going to be pulling, it's going to get chaotic here. But you currently see C9 now in a fight themselves mid-rotation as they wanted in on rotating towards thermal station already in this late rotation.
Yeah, and if Stay Naughty wasn't so damaged, that might be a fight that C9 wants to take against Furia. They probably like their chances in that one, but they're wisely going to back out. Looks like Naughty got caught, but is able to heal back up, reset. They're going to make the wide left rotation, and C9 will survive. I was talking to Zach Mazer before this competition. The reason they stopped playing Ash, no, was not because of his Mazer play. It was because they dropped Climatize on the north side of the map, they're always constantly going downhill, and Ash is not as good playing downhill as playing uphill, which is why G2 from the southern side of the map likes Ash for Ash ultimates, which are a lot more advantageous playing uphill. Really interesting insight from Zach here as they make their Valk rotate.
I love that adaptation, too, that Zach was able to call here for C9. Now with this redeploy, they're going to be looking to reposition, though, with a better land, but they're scanning everybody. They know that they're surrounded here, and this is the risk that you take for these later redeploys.
Yeah. They're going to get bombarded with nades. A team just trying to get a cheeky 33 kills here. I'm not sure which squad it is nearby. G2, of course, in the distance, and of course they're keeping their heads up, head in a swivel for the variety of teams that are making this rotate. It looks like Gilderson of Knights is going to get taken out by the Ring, so Knights started strong in game one, has quieted down since, and not looking good for them here. Nice headshot going to be picked up and poked, I think probably from that longbow from Team Liquid cross map.
Jet was like, all right, you got it. I'll get off the high ground. I'll go inside. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to heal right in front of your line of sight. Now Oxygen Esports, they're making their way in. This is another one of those squads that are running the Loba, but it's interesting. They don't have a mobile character here, so they have to go in for those rotations with 100 teams now. Anbu, the only one alive, and he cannot clutch it. It's phony. Fury, they go in, they take out 100 thieves, all in the process.
W with the clean wipe over 100 Thieves, the unsigned team over one of the largest organizations in Apex. Nice job from W. Oxygen playing just south is their drop spot of Fragment West, have made it all the way here, playing Loba. This is where you like Loba in these late games, the ability to collect loot, collect heals, do whatever you need to set yourself up for success in late game.
It's great, too, because they don't have to put themselves in a risky position to be able to obtain this loot, especially when they want to go for those slower rotations. They could loot on the way. They could also take their time in trying to go in for some of these aggressive third parties here. But it's about the position that Oxygen takes right now, because they know that there's another squad off to their left, but they do hear redeploy somewhere up ahead.
Ring's going to be closing here momentarily. Here comes a rotate from Team Liquid, knowing they have to leave thermal station, working their way. But again, this is such a congested area. It's going to be so difficult for them to find anything. They're likely going to have to drop on one of these buildings and coexist above another team, which means we're going to have 4 teams nearby, above or below, and it looks like they opt for below G2, and they must know that this is a heavily populated area. Just take a look here. If any team initiates, this will be insanity with a 3rd, 4th, and 5th party looming.
It is way too cramped in here. And look at this. ESA, they want in on the action. They feel a little low in his energy. Nathan's the only one alive. He goes in for the quick shield swap, but it's just a blue Evo. He can't get away in time. It's Space Station, or rather Sentinels now, who are the ones that take out Energy. They're going to make their rotation now after cleaning up that squad, as Space Station now also find Fury in the kill feed.
Yeah, it's big. Sentinels with a slow start to games 1 and 2, looking to heat up here in game number 3. One quick note from my man Gaskin. G2 and Renegades both won this zone in Pro League, so if history repeats itself, we will have G2 or Renegades. Obviously, it makes sense given that they drop both Tree and Thermal Station. They're able to rotate and get best positioning on this Hill House zone. As we're on board with Senox of Sentinels. We know Sentinels like to take these fights at this point in the game.
With Energy out, TSM has that opportunity to be that squad that hits match point first. We have to see if Energy made enough credit with their KP within this game to be able to be at match point themselves. They needed 16 points once again. With G2 sharing in this space, it's another one of those squads here up there that I want to be able to obtain that achievement. They're going to be able to have that real estate advantage in TSM. They're dancing around these grenades. They're dancing around Pride Rock, and this is the only place that they have been able to really find themselves comfortably in.
And sonar detected, you know what that means. Bloodhound nearby, has to be Cloud9. Nice first shot from Hal, but he's going to get traded crack for crack. Hal decides to heal back up. Nice stiff defense from Reps, the duo. Reps and Hal, such good teamwork in these fights. Long-time teammates for 3 years now. Rep and TSM, let's see what Reps can do.
That synergy too, you can see him just taking off angle. So good with those assists too, providing some of that backup. And they're playing this so safely too with those 2 blue Evo shields that they're still rocking. They put in a lot of damage, but Hal's trying to take the helm, trying to be able to be the aggressor here as he catches them off behind. 150 off the rip with the flatline.
He's going to fake left, go back wide right. The Wraith Portal's going to come through, and it looks like they will survive for now. TSM says we'll live to fight another day. The damage has been done, but they know this team is nearby. They're going to keep their close eye on them as they make their rotate late here, playing edge of circle.
A lot of times here, especially in this choke point, they know a lot of these squads don't want to give up that positioning, but there's still that squad right behind them. That's why Hal is still looking at their 6 currently. 2 domes have been used up already, and it's Space Station in another fight, but they've lost dropped in the process.
Killfeed's going to be lit up at the top right of your screens. Denial last up for Space Station. He's going to get taken out right after. SSG out of this one. Eliminated to the hands of Premier. Meanwhile, Monsoon, last alive for Complexity, living on a prayer right now, just trying to survive.
And that's why having the Cossack here for this competition is so important for these circles. He's dancing around these grenades. Now he's able to survive, and it's G2 that have been able to still maintain the advantage in the building, but the Designful getting a little ahead of themselves gets taken down by that massive off the rip. The Prowler coming through for Designful as he trades out with Reptar.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay. It's a 3v1. I don't know if they have the intel necessarily. We didn't see this fight before, but they can just ape right now. Yes, there's caustic gas, but still a 3v1 against a Monsoon stuck in a corner, and Monsoon is some way, somehow just still alive here against G2.
Said, you won't do it, you won't push it. I'm Cossack, you got my barrels, but they finally got it, yeah. But they're getting shot from across the field too, as G2 are still trying to waver off these teams right below them that hip fire shots with the triple take. Is it a sniper? Is it a shotgun? Well, when you hip fire it, it's all the above here for Designful.
The Prowler burst into the triple take finish. Designful is playing like a madman right now. G2 looking strong. 7 squads remaining. G2 has 5 kills. Furia has 4. These are 2 of our teams remaining. TSM still alive. The wide right flank coming through for Hal. Such good damage. Hal just put 250 damage in about 3 seconds. He's not done yet. His teammates are going to follow through, and TSM is going to clean wipe a full squad here. It's going to be Premier.
The follow-up to the frag out from Hal. They're looking to replicate another game that we had seen from game number 1. They have 5 kills in total right now. They're in a good spot, and they're also going to be able to reset.
Such good play so far from TSM and G2 from what we've seen. Furia and Torrent still alive. Here comes a portal from Hal. Trying to reposition here, likely. Oh, gonna try and kidnap, and he's not gonna get it. This is risky. He's actually gonna absolutely ego this last member alive. Takes the elimination nearly single-handedly. Verhulst comes and cleans that up. Heads up play from Hal right there.
He felt confident. He saw that there was one player, but the bombardment by G2. They saw the opportunity when they pushed in for the rat. They repositioned, and now they're in the line of sight of G2.
Yeah, that's going to be TSM completely eliminated from this lobby. Obviously, not much they can do there. They were kind of caught in no man's land. Got the one last KP, I believe, but G2 takes out TSM FTX. 4 squads remaining. We know G2's alive. I believe Furia. I believe Torrent last seen. We'll see if that is the case here. But it all comes down to this final finish. Designful has an ultimate with Ash.
I gotta say, even throughout the mobile respawn beacon for some extra cover too.
Baby.
Unfortunate here now, G2 on the high ground though. The dome has been called in, but yes, the face breach should take some cover, as well as the dome later on.
And that is brilliant. The Ash ultimate to reposition completely to get what is looking like a mini god spy here in this late game, but they gotta finish. Great plays from G2. Great shots from G2. Torrent's gonna land up in the kill feed as well, but it comes down to this. 1 member alive for RKN. In a 1v1 against G2, it's Designful, I believe. RKN connects, but G2 clutches up. Are you kidding me? Designful, the IGL on Ash, plays out of his mind, and G2 wins game number 3.
G2 just had such a game. Before this game, they were sitting at 20 points. They had just done such a great job trying to match up with their other squads, but with this victory, they are going to skyrocket in the overall leaderboards. Remember, G2 held that spot in that beacon building the entire time. They did not waver off. They kind of slipped back and forth between being on the high ground, but that positioning helped them out so much.
8-kill, first place finish. 20-point game for G2. Designful, you are an absolute freaking savage with what we just saw right there. The plays with the Prowler into the triple take, and of course dropping it for the shotty in late game. The controller gods don't miss. They don't lose 1v1s. They clutch up when it matters the most. Huge plays from G2 over RKN in Torrent there, who takes home second place with a 13-point finish, and that's going to be pretty big for G2. That puts them at 39 points, knocking on the door of match point. I don't think anyone is at match point here, Vicky.
Yeah, not yet, which is surprising here because it's a bit of a different pace compared to what we had seen just yesterday. Meanwhile, these games have just been high octane from the very beginning. So G2, they're walking away feeling that confidence, but we saw how momentum was so important in just yesterday's playoffs. So I can only imagine that's going to happen again, and I can see squads like G2 as aggressive as they are. I mean, look at this. They put down so much damage. Designful with that triple take is so scary.
And you know, I might be jumping the gun here with the trash talk a little bit, Vicky, but screw it. I'm channeling my inner Ocelot, my inner Designful, my inner Nick Merckx. I'm saying, casters, where you at? No one else predicted G2 but your boy here, and they're showing up strong in Game 3. I think that puts them at #1 in the leaderboards, and boy, oh boy, what a tournament we have so far, Vicky. 1.9k in damage for Designful. Are you kidding me? This guy's playing out of his mind right now. Controller gang on top, just saying.
I love it. I love it. And you know what? They also have been rocking the Ash, which has been finding them so much success. You were talking a little bit about why we've been seeing some of these teams swap off the Ash, whether they feel comfortable sticking with that composition. But the mix-up with the compositions that we're seeing between all these different regions is beautiful because you can see how it affects the pacing of each and every single one of these playoff matches.
That is right. It's been a fun first 3 games, that is for sure. Action-packed, lots to talk about, lots to break down. And on that note, it's time to throw it back to the analyst desk to break it all down. Kate, Glitter, Tom, how y'all feeling? Over to you.
Oh, I think I can answer that for the three of us. We're feeling great. Definitely looking at matches 1 through 3. Tom, my first question is to you, okay? Depending on which match you saw, you have seen teams pop up. We saw TSM with 15 points. You have seen fast rotations, but you've also seen some more methodical gameplay where we had multiple teams in those 18, 19 teams coming into round 2, round 3. What do you think could we see going into our next 3 games based on what we just witnessed?
3 different games, 3 different winners. I think we had 10 different games, 10 different winners yesterday. It's been so exciting just to go and watch. We take a look at match number 1. But let's talk about the zones too, because we've had a handful of different zones, which is so exciting. This landslide one here was just an absolute bloodbath. Glitter, we were talking about it, was like, was that just really fast or are we crazy? It's like, I don't know. It seemed extremely fast.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was in, like I had missed something, like I had to have missed the entire mid-game, but no, that's just the level of gameplay that NA started off with. And you know what? I've been thinking about this while we watched through these other match highlights. I think what we saw was all of the teams that had the point cushion coming in said, game number 1, let's just go as aggressively as possible because there's literally nothing to lose. And if they have a successful game like NRG did, it's a massive amount of points that you can earn very early on so that if you struggle in games 2 or 3 and fall off a little bit, you're still in a solid spot in the overall leaderboards.
Absolutely. Hey, let's talk about, actually, I want to real quick go into what we just saw here from match number 3. And Tom, I'll start with you. I want you to break down for me what Team Liquid did with that late rotation, because I think there's so many viewers that are going to be watching that are trying to level up their own gameplay, and I think it's such an interesting way to late rotate, and honestly, the very few times that we see a Valk ult absolutely do great things by getting to that God spot on Thermal Station.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you need to watch when you're seeing the pro players play. One is how they're able to just coexist maybe on one building with 8 different teams. So you had G2 on top of the building, but what G2 was able to do was lock down the top of the building and then the middle of the building. So they have the god spot in that instance. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they have to fly in and hold underneath, and they have about 3 or 4 different teams underneath. Meanwhile, a lot of other teams are collapsing over towards the side, so they have to keep their head on a swivel, while G2 is kind of just sitting there and shooting fish in a barrel. So that was the ideal situation. They were able to drop TSM, and then that 1v1 at the end right there, we have to give props to Designful. That is not easy to take down such a good player like Arcane, but he was able to do it.
I will say, Tom, I love the keep your head on a swivel because that is exactly the kind of lobby that we have today. Let's take a look at what the lobby has translated to in our overall leaderboard, see what we are working with. TSM, Glitter, TSM and G2 still vying for number 1. Will we see a match point after this next match number 4?
You know, I was already asking that question after match number 2. I was wondering if we were going to get that here in the third match. G2 really stepped up to the plate. You could see they jumped up 5 spots after this insane performance, but they're only 11 points away now between TSM and G2. It's got to happen, right? It's coming up, and even though NRG had a rough game in this third match, they're still also within striking distance of that match point situation. We've seen all these teams already get more than that in just one win. So things are already heating up. But what we saw yesterday is that even if these teams do get a match point, that doesn't solidify anything, okay? Repeating that win is where things start to get a little tricky.
Oh, yes. Tricky is a very good word for sure. Well, if you look at our lobby, it's stacked. You might think, oh, man, there's no way that any one team can come out on top. Well, of course there is, and this next story is of a player who knows exactly what it takes. This is Amu from 100 Thieves.
For his squad, it's 100 Thieves with a back-to-back win here.
My name is Brendan Pody. I go by Anu in-game, and I play for 100 Thieves in Apex Legends.
Here comes bottom 20. What a story it would be. Bottom 20 will be the champions.
To win the tournament last year was still to this day very surreal. As far as ALGS tourneys go, that was mine, Vayne, and Scurry's first win. So, I mean, what better way than to get your first win than winning the championship?
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
The emotions obviously were running pretty high between all 3 of us. I mean, we've been all playing Apex since the very beginning, and after I think it was a year and a half, maybe even 2 years of not getting your first win or not winning a tournament, you kind of start questioning, am I even wasting my time? Should I even be doing this? And then winning that kind of just solidified it. Yeah, we're not wasting our time. We could definitely be one of the best teams in this game, and still surreal to this day, man.
Not only is he the ALGS champion, but he is also the monster MVP. You got voted MVP of the tournament, Amu.
Winning ALGS last year changed all 3 of our lives. For starters, we ended up joining 100 Thieves. I would say it's always been a dream of all 3 of ours to be a part of a top organization in the world. Playing for 100 Thieves, very special. Also, there was a lot of, I would say, stress that came with it. Playing for an organization that big, right after winning a championship, the fan base expected big things from you. And at the beginning of Pro League, we kind of had a rough 3 first weeks. So after that, we just kind of went back to the drawing board and ended up making it happen to finish top 10 overall. We're gonna fight regardless on here. Get down quick and bubble. The thing that enabled us most would just be switching our comp and just throwing a different play style out there. Switching from the Valk Gibby Caustic to Valk Ash Gibby kind of allowed us to turn the tables a little bit and end up getting back into top 10.
100 Thieves do it. They get the 3-peat, they get the win, and they come out on top today in first place.
Winning the playoffs would mean a lot to us. The money's cool and everything, but I feel like a lot of people thought we didn't necessarily deserve to win champs, maybe because we were an underdog or maybe because we won off match point. But winning playoffs would kind of solidify, I would hope, in everyone else's mind that, hey, we are a team that is good. We are a team that can be one of the best in the game.
A clinical performance from 100 Thieves.
Well, I do like to see that for sure. And Amu did some incredible things, obviously, back then and back there. But, Tom, they definitely have positioned themselves for a Cinderella-like comeback. We'll say that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, one thing's for sure is our EU casters are not very good at making predictions. Let's be honest. I'm just kidding, boys. I like to talk when they can't talk. But honestly, what a great story for Amu. And I love that he was able to be open about the pressure there where, hey, they just won. They just signed with 100 Thieves. Everybody's human, and they're here to prove themselves. Hopefully, they can get it together over these next couple games.
100%. Well, only time will tell. But first, we're going to catch up with a member of our community that I know has made a name for herself as a Wraith main. Hard to use words after all of that. This is Salinono.
Hi, my name is Sally. I'm a Twitch streamer and a content creator, and I'm mainly playing Apex Legends. I got first in touch with Apex exactly on the date it came out. Since I switched to PC a year ago, I have been Apex Predator ever since. I play a lot of ranked, a lot of high tier ranked. I'm also there for the fun pub sessions where I connect to my viewers. I love doing viewer games. I love doing 1v1s with my viewers. I love being with my chat. I love spending time with them. And that's what streaming gave me. And that's who I am in real life too. I have met so many great people and personalities and so many people who I truly can call my friends right now. And that only because I started streaming, not only in the gaming community, but also people who are regulars in my chat. A big milestone for me when I started getting more recognition was the first time I won a tournament. That was a really big milestone in the growth of my channel and a really big motivator for me to keep going and keep delivering good content. It takes a lot of effort. Many people think putting in hours over hours over hours will build or grow your channel, but it's more about how do you build the connection to your viewer. Even if it's only 4, you manage to hold those 4 people. It is a hard game too. You have to put a lot of effort into even get good. I mainly focused on how do I get a better player? How do I make my gameplay stand out? I feel like we as the Apex community, we're super spoiled with what we have, and we cannot find this in any other FPS. I'm Sally Nono. You can catch me on Twitch. I'm streaming almost every day. We'll see you there.
Aw, man, I like what she said. This is a community unlike any other, Glitter. I gotta love that. Gotta love it.
You know what? We're in the same wavelength here, Kate, because that was the first thing I picked up on. I also love that she was talking about how, while she is obviously very focused on progressing as a player, getting better at Apex, she loves that challenge. She also really works on connecting with her community. So if you guys don't know who she is, definitely go check her out.
There it is, indeed. Something else for you all to check out is your chance to enter Lenovo Legion's ALGS Pro League giveaway for your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion 7 laptop. Go ahead and visit that URL below, which is twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. The giveaway is going to run and has already started from yesterday at 12 p.m. Pacific to today. This is January the 23rd, in case you didn't know, until 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. It's the last chance to enter the giveaway. The winner is going to be drawn at the end of today's show. You can make sure to follow at Lenovo Legion to see if you have won. Always a great thing, always something to think about. And as we are heading off into match number 4, Tom, any last-minute things, anything you want to say before we go into our next level of gameplay?
I mean, watch out for G2 and watch out for Hal and TSM. I really think that if you watch Hal the way that he's moving right now, he seems extremely focused right now, very determined, and is probably playing the best individually. So I think that these are 2 teams to watch. We may be on match point soon.
Ooh, maybe on match point. Only time will tell. And it will happen just after this.
Wait, be on. Wait, right in front, right in front.
Give me that. The Caustic, I got the Caustic. I think it's a 1v1.
It is.
You win these.
Blue knock.
Let's go, mate.
Let's go.
Let's go. Come on now.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
The Apex Legends Global Series Playoffs is hitting a critical point in time now, Dan. G2 with the win in game number 3, but as game number 4 is just around the corners, we have multiple teams now approaching that all-important 50-point threshold to put themselves onto match point.
Surely match point's on its way now, right? Right, but I say that, last time we casted a game, the teams who were right at the bottom of the scoreboard decided they were going to jump up and take the victory and take all of those points. So, I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed match point after this one. TSM 11 off, G2 11 off. There is entirely a possibility that both of them flop in the early stages, despite the fact they have shown great consistency. Of course, it's all going to come down to where that circle goes. Interestingly, the last circle we just had down in that southwest area near Thermal Station, it's a zone that 2 out of 3 times throughout Pro League, G2 and Renegades won, and we saw them, of course, in first place for G2 and third place for Renegades. So we really are seeing patterns emerge for the teams who are dropping closer to those final locations. Of course, G2 dropping down in Thermal, whereas Renegades dropping down in Tree. It was very easy for them to rotate early, take those priority positions, and then play it out through to the end game. So we'll see where this next circle goes and whether that favors some of the other teams in this lobby.
Now, the reason that I highlight this being such a pivotal moment today, Dan, is because of the fact that I feel if either TSM, G2 or NLG, who are our top 3 teams at the moment, can cross that threshold of 50 points, they might give themselves a little bit of a game's advantage, right? If they don't get it done in this game, we could have multiple teams all of a sudden crossing the 50 points at the same time. I feel like now, for G2, for TSM, for NRG, it's got to be those points they need just to give them a little bit of an advantage moving forward.
Yeah, judging by especially what happened yesterday in EMEA as well, the fact that we were constantly getting different winners in every single game, you need to give yourself as much of a lead up as possible, any little slight advantage, because we know how difficult it is to win back-to-back games and also even just to find that victory when you're on match point. Even though now we're in anonymous mode and you can't really be targeted, at least not by teams who maybe they're not going to be able to do it easily. I know there are certain ways you could track a team as to where they're dropping and you notice what skins maybe they've got, etc., etc. But certainly I think that, you know, in anonymous mode now, we're not going to see as many teams panic as much in that match-winning possibility when they are on match point. It's more going to come down to their actual mentality and whether they can close out themselves. And I'll be looking across the statistics and who's been able to pick up the victories throughout the season, but at the same time, it's very different finding one victory in Pro League when the victory is not as important, when it could be $100,000 if you manage to get that victory here today.
A huge amount of money on the line for these players, and of course a lot of pro points as well, moving towards Split 2 and of course the ALGS Championship, which is the jewel in the crown, like I mentioned yesterday, where the big money is on the line. These are some of the highlights from our match number 3, and like you mentioned, Dan, this is a G2 home circle, something they've had a lot of confidence on, something they've had multiple wins on. Knowing zones like that are in your favor, when you get onto match point, you've got to be thinking those type of teams will be looking at zones and thinking, hey, if we get one that we're comfortable with, this could be our shot of winning.
Yeah, 4 out of G2's 5 victories throughout Pro League are down in the southwest side of the map. So if it heads that way, you can bank on them having a good chance of at least getting to the final 3, let alone getting a victory as well. Because it's not just about getting the wins right now, it's about getting the points. And not necessarily are they going to translate directly, because you can get a lot of KP in certain games and actually outplace the team that finishes first. We saw TSM almost do it going into game number 1 earlier on today. So it's something to keep an eye on, certainly drop locations and where those circles are going, but also just how the team is playing, how the team's feeling. Like, are they hitting their shots? Are they winning those 1v1s? Because we've seen multiple fights already today. A couple of players struggle because maybe the pressure getting to them a little bit. But then on the other side, we've seen some teams excel and some players excel, stepping up to the occasion. Maybe they're living and breathing these moments. They love those kind of high-octane situations where the pressure's on, everyone's looking, your whole team's dead, and it's all down to you. I mean, me personally, I hate it. But I know there's some players who absolutely love it and they thrive in those environments. Don't say it's you. It's not you. That's a lot.
I love a 1v1 for
yeah,
endgame.
You love
I love it, and I'll win those, especially if I've got a shotgun in my hand. I ain't missing that kind of shot. But one team that's got some cause for concern at the moment is Sentinels, in my opinion. Sentinels not having the best of starts at the moment as I look across and try and find them on our leaderboards, and they're down in 15th spot, Dan. A team who I predicted, maybe it's the curse of the commentator, so to speak, and certainly the curse of my predictions so far, but just struggled to find any rhythm so far. And I was wondering, this is a question to ask you, right? Anonymous mode. Are people not scared of Sentinels because they don't know it's Sentinels?
I mean, that's certainly something that can add to it. We always talk about anonymous mode and how, like, the benefits of being able to not be able to track teams, so you're not going to target teams in match point format. But there's a lot of different things that come into the equation of not knowing who's where, not knowing who to avoid, but also not knowing who to run away from. So I think you make a very valid point that maybe Sentinels usually are one of those teams who strikes fear into other teams' eyes. They're running at them, other teams will retreat, and they'll catch them as they're running away and maybe getting free shots. Whereas because they don't know it's Sentinels, they're taking that fight because they have to, and perhaps Sentinels aren't getting as free of a fight as they're perhaps used to. Of course, we're only speculating at this point, but it is entirely a possibility, that's for sure. And it's worrying, because Sentinels are a team who have had so much consistency throughout Pro League and have really been a dominant force. Of course, 5 wins, and they've been top 3 11 times. Like, that is a team who screams, we have the potential to win Split 1 playoffs, but then what we've seen today, I'm like, okay, maybe we should start looking elsewhere at looking at granting our victor to someone. But there is still time, and I think that's what's good news for you Sentinel fans, is they're not out of it yet. With match point format, we could literally be going to match 15
we could.
here today. So don't panic just yet. We might go a little bit further on.
We also know that Sentinels have the ability to surprise us with an absolute bomb game. And here, speaking of surprises, I've got production in my ear right now telling me that we've got a surprise content piece. So check this out. A little bit of European flavour, of course. It is business time, Dan Gaskin, because it is the final game.
And 5 Evils were just there having a little fun pew-pew.
I don't know if Dan's hat's got bigger or if his head's got smaller, but something's happened.
I know what they are. I know what my weaknesses are, which is why I have Dan with me at all times to hold my hand.
I speak in books, all right?
Okay,
yes,
fair enough.
I'm bilingual. I speak a lot of different languages.
This is NA, it's ALGS, it's LCQ, and G1 went to SIZ. Dan Gaskin, I'm sure you're as impressed as I am that I managed to get that sentence out.
It's a terrifying week for a few teams. That's no pun intended. We've crossed that halfway mark. You've got to add a comma there, and then you can say, never mind.
No, the Spitfire will sing. The Chopper will give you verses, choruses, bridges, everything you need to put a song together.
One game is all it takes. Fall in love with me. Well, if you put cheese down to catch a rat, what do you drop to catch a goat? That's a question for you all at home.
Game number 1 of our online qualifier? Online tournament. Number. Don't worry about it, Dan. You're here to catch me when I fall. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, to be honest with you. I think I can only apologise to everyone at home who has to deal with this every week. So that was a bit of a surprise. But yeah, thanks, PGL. I appreciate that. That was good fun.
Yeah, it just shows how stupid we are at times, really, doesn't it? But as you say, we can only apologise, but also at the same time, you're welcome. Entertainment at its best value. Going into this match 4, just to get back to more serious points.
Quickly move along,
matter,
I think the longer that we hang on that, the worse for everyone. Yeah, Karen.
We get away from that. Circles are going to be important, and we have seen a variety of circles throughout already. And I think that now we're going to have to see maybe some more northern circles come into the equation, because that's when we start to see the more sporadic results. We know full well that southern circles are more common in ALGS. We've seen it far more often than not, but when those northern zones come, it's those who rotate from the southern areas who I really wanted to keep an eye on, because you're so used to being in those comfortable times where the circles pull into you every single zone, and then suddenly you've got to change it up. And if you can change it up and you can be flexible and you can transition across the map comfortably, then sure, you're going to be one of the best teams and you have the ability to win, because it's not about just winning those circles that are close to you. You've got to sometimes get it done at a distance. And when I look at some of these teams and what they've been able to achieve throughout Pro League, you look at a team like NRG, where a lot of their victories come quite close by to where they've been able to actually drop over towards staging, but there are a few victories that are very far away from where they drop, over in the northeast side of the map. So that, to me, shows that there's a lot of flexibility with how they play. They're not always going to be kind of turtling up from when they drop, but they also have the ability to transition across the map, rotate quickly or slowly if they want to play edge, and still find those Ws. That's important for me today in match point format.
Yeah, jumping off the back of that as well, I think it highlights how good a performance this has been from TSM so far today, right? They're top of the leaderboards. They have 39 points, or only 11 points away from hitting that magical 50 to get themselves onto match point. And you think the zones that TSM, historically love to play, they love an overlook zone, they love a fragment zone, they love a harvester zone where they don't have to transition too far. They can get to that god spot first. They've had to work quite hard so far in these first 3 games to find themselves in position at the top of the table with the most amount of points joint with NRG after that win in the last game. I think it certainly bodes well for them.
I think it's important to pick up as many points as you can in those circles where it is going to be difficult, where you're not as close to your drop zone, because then when your drop zone does come around and actually the circle is closer to you, maybe you're already on match point by that point, and you can play a lot more reserved, you can play a lot more slow. I know that, of course, prize money is going to be on the line for second downwards, so you don't want to be too slow. You don't want to be to a point where you're not going for any KP whatsoever. But if you're the first team on match point, then you're thinking, well, we really don't have to go for KP at this point. It's literally just about winning this game. And if suddenly that circle is coming towards your drop location, then the bells are starting to go off in your head. You're feeling great, and you're feeling like we can just play this one slow, let everyone else come to us. But we know full well that in a lobby like this, it's never that simple. All it takes is one team with a Valkyrie deciding to try and take your spot, or a team who's going to get aggressive with an Ashe, for example, jumping into one of your buildings. There is danger around every corner in a lobby like this, and I think you've just got to be very careful, and you've got to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring up Ashe as well, because I think we could highlight a little bit of what G2 did so well during that end game as well. When you have that ability to portal behind cover so instantly, away from teams who are stacked up inside of a building, it gives you that advantage, right? Because the rest of the teams have to move towards the position that you've already taken. G2 did it so well. They clutched the 1v1, and good news, everybody. It's time to stop talking about what happened in the past, because we're about to start talking about what's happening in the present. Game 4 is live in front of us, Dan. And this is a huge moment for the likes of TSM, G2, and NRG.
Got to try and get onto that match point. They're so close. They're at that final hurdle, but you can't allow yourself to consistently fall over that final hurdle. Otherwise, other teams are going to start to catch up and get to that finish line before you. But of course, getting to the finish line is job number 1. You've then got to cross that finish line by winning a match. I am getting confirmation that the wait and the delay was because Complexity were having a problem with one of their players. Monsoon, unfortunately, is having some issues, so Muffins, their coach, is going to be standing in for this game. And I mean, that just adds an entirely different
Muffins is going to win the
situation.
Game.
Yeah, imagine.
1v1, you can write it in the script right now, and then all of a sudden Monsoon's going to be like, do you know what, you play this out, buddy. You're playing pretty well, but yeah, unfortunate circumstance there for Complexity and their fans at home. But I tell you what, Muffin's not a bad player to come in and, you know, take up the mantle, so to speak, and a lot of experience in that player.
I mean, at least you've got a player who can come in and play, right? How many times have we seen, you know, things like this happen with online competition where a player might have internet issues and then you have to play as a 2. So I'm very happy that there's someone who can step in for now, and I'm sure once things are sorted, Monsoon will be back in action and Complexity can look to try and continue their run to try and become Split 1 playoff champions, because they've been very consistent in terms of getting to top 3 finishes. Maybe haven't found as many victories as other teams throughout Pro League, but it doesn't necessarily matter as much in the Pro League situation when match point actually isn't on the line. But now we're here to the nitty-gritty. We're here down to the important times where you have to win match point. I'm really looking for those teams who can solidify it and get the job done on the day.
And Complexity haven't had too bad of a start here as well. They're in 4th position currently, 28 points. So still a little bit off of that match point, 50-point threshold. They still need, Dan, help me out here, 28 for 50 takes away 28. So this is the 1 and the 2 and the... some points away from working out. But hey, there's the zone I was talking about, right? NRG already heading towards Harvester. TSM are going to be heading there pretty quickly as well. You can see the Sentinels are down at the bottom of your screen as well, moving in extremely quickly from Lava Siphon. And these kind of zones, Dan, I know that you were looking at Sentinels and the success they've had in zones. This is one they love.
Yeah, Sentinels, they found a lot of top 3 finishes around the Harvester area. When it starts to go down towards Lava Siphon, that's when they really find their victories. But with this circle currently, I mean, it could pull down towards Lava Siphon, but certainly I think we're going to be seeing teams heavily focusing Harvester right now. It's another zone that G2 have actually found a victory in throughout Pro League, just southwest of Harvester, like out in the open space near where that beacon is right now, but just a little bit lower than that. We've seen G2 get a victory, so, you know, G2, they are close to match point, and if they play the way they did in Pro League in a circle like this, or what could be a circle like this, then maybe we could be looking at them getting a little bit closer to match point, if not already on it.
They have to obviously highlight as well that some of the teams might not have the beacon information. TSM are one that do, by the looks of things, so they're going to be moving through this choke and maybe looking to hold that down between Lava Siphon and Harvester and try and play a little bit late towards that open ground that you were talking about. But White Armors to work with for them. They're going to have to do some damage along the way to make sure that they're a little bit in a healthier position for those team fights when they do break out. Torrent, who managed to get some decent points on the board in that last game. 13th spot overall at the moment, but jumping up 7 places to 15 points. They're already in Harvester down on this low ground.
And they can hold this for quite some time as well. The only thing about this low ground that I don't really like is you're very vulnerable to grenades, just banking off of the corners and ramps and leaving you so exposed for damage and other teams then pushing in on you. So you've really got to prioritize avoiding contact so that people don't really know you're there.
Well, avoiding contact is something that player on the hill did not manage to do, and Crust also took a little bit of damage as his teammates were there to try and keep him alive. Lou is going to have to back up as the bubble will go down here from Sentinels, but they're already inside of this snake building here in Harvester. This is one of the best spots to hold in my opinion, but look at this aggression coming in from Xenox. Takes a portal straight up, and it looks like Sentinels, even though they haven't had the best of starts so far, are going to look for the fight, but they've already lost Lou. The Peacekeeper from Xenox is going to have to hit hard. Crust is still alive in this fight, but it looks like at least they've managed to level things up here. It might be a 1v1 between these two players now. Crust having to pop some cells, gets those banners, but a risky play at the start here from Sentinels.
Yeah, I think Vize was the last remaining player on the other side. It is, and he's managed to get up to full shields. Xenox and Crust are going to be the two. Xenox picked up. I think Vize is just trying to avoid fire from someone else right now, so he's going to be getting out of that one. His two teammates are eliminated. As for Sentinels, they lost one, so they're going to have to get him back up as well. It certainly was a difficult situation for both teams when there's so many players nearby.
Uh-oh. Complexity. Problems before the game started, and now Shiny, he's in trouble himself. That will be Complexity out. Torrent with the big kills here inside a Harvester. There's a low ball down in front of them as well, which will be very, very useful for them to pick up some pieces, but not what they would have wanted here. Complexity fans, a little bit of difficult game 4 for numerous reasons.
Yeah, just as a reminder, Monsoon wasn't able to connect, unfortunately, due to internet issues, so it was the coach who replaced them. Hopefully this will give them time now to work on that issue moving forward, and we'll see them in Game 5. But this is one of the priority positions that you were talking about, these snake areas here at Harvester. I mean, I prefer, and I think you are the same, the kind of northwest snake, because teams are going to be more, or less likely, should I say, to push you when you're in that northwest snake, because they have to come through a very big choke point from the north side of the map before they get there. Speaking of, it's 100 Thieves trying to get down towards this area right now. It's Knights that are holding the snake that I speak of. And 100 Thieves, if they do want to try and make the push, if they do want to try and take that position off of them, then they are going to be in for a difficult fight. But it looks like at the moment they're more than happy to just hold this high ground slightly south of the choke that I was speaking of previously. There's a lot of areas to play in Harvester, and I think that's why I love it as a final circle, because there's not just the buildings you can work with and the snakes, but also a lot of rocks and high ground advantages also.
100 Thieves in position here on the high ground. It's a very difficult one to hold, though. You can see they don't have a huge amount of cover. It's kind of the elevation that gives you the advantages in fights. But if you have a couple of teams that pinch from, you know, the northern side of the map, coming through that vault tunnel, or from the southern side, you can find yourself in a very difficult spot. But here's Furia now taking a wide approach to where this zone is going to be, moving towards the top side of staging through the hot springs. And this is something we see a lot from them. And I'll tell you what, Furia were involved in that last circle as well. Mr. Hakulo on Fuse caused some problems almost for G2.
Just some inside information as well. I was saying it was internet issues for Monsoon. He actually hit the wrong shortcut on his keyboard, and now he keeps opening up the wrong program, so he can't get into the game. So hopefully he fixes that.
Is that actually true?
That is actually true. He tweeted
I thought that was one of those like vicious rumors that you just start for no reason. But
no, it's what he said. I shouldn't laugh because it's really annoying for it to happen. But just as I was saying, internet connection issues, I wanted to just verify. I mean, it's a Monsoon thing to happen, isn't it? And I'm sure that now he's going to come back next game and he'll be firing on all cylinders. But things slowed down after the initial 3 teams were eliminated here, and I feel like that's because there's a lot more beacon information that's been gathered now by teams. They've had the chance to transition across the map, and well, there's Lazarus. They had that early scuffle, Mark, but they're back to a full 3.
They are, but they're not looking too healthy at the moment, and taking a little bit of damage from the zone is certainly going to not help their cause. It's all about survival for now for them. Maybe looking for somewhere to go and craft some medkits or pick up a little bit of loot along the way. It's not going to be burning too much at the moment. You can see just the second ring. They've got about 2.5 minutes to find their feet, so to speak, as the Valkyrie Dank here will find her feet. She hits the floor. A couple of syringes are going to be popped. Let's actually jump into a listening now with Lazarus. Let's see what the plan is as they find themselves inside the red.
All craft medkits with all the shit,
medkits, yeah. Low bolt immediately on the crafter, too, so that you might be able to get it back a second time.
Luckily, we can like double play this zone, and we'll be able to walk into mid siphon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Craft your armors as well. I'll craft the meds. You guys need to get your armors to blue.
I need to craft fields first. Ping energy.
I'm gonna drop ult for you.
Oh yeah.
Grabbed energy.
I'll take it.
It's my blue armor on the thing if you see it.
I love it when a plan comes together, Dan. I say they're going to look to craft, they're going to look for some loot, and hey, look what they're doing. Genius.
It's almost like you've been here before. And you
like
know
I've
what
played
you're
a lot
talking
of this
about
game. Yeah.
with Apex, isn't it? Remember, you guys can watch every single team as well in the multi-view on Twitch. You can hear their comms or their lack of comms, depending on where they are in the map. But there'll be one player streaming from each. You get one POV from every single team, so much to work with. And I think it's fantastic that we've got that on offer here in the ALGS, because it just gives you an insight into every single team. There's a little bit more insight as to where this circle is going to be moving as well. It's going to be moving just to the southern side of Harvester and closer towards Lava Siphon.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I think that's going to maybe throw a lot of teams off, to be honest with you. You can see the entirety of the POI of Harvester is inside the zone that's available, but the beacon information is going to show it pulling towards the south ever so slightly. So the teams who are probably feeling pretty comfy in those snakes we talked about a little bit earlier, all of a sudden are going to have to slither their way a little bit more south as we jump on board with Esports Arena now. Duplex doing a little bit of work with the R301.
So it makes me think it could be the zone that's kind of southeast of Harvester, again in that open space. So we see a lot of teams trying to play the building, but then it's about who gets into those priority positions when the circle begins to close.
Dan,
Again,
I've got a
Ash
question.
could be important.
I've got a question. Who is taking a free kick now that Esports Arena are having to defend? Because they've set up the wall perfectly. The call has been made. Who's going to bend one in the top
You
corner?
need to make it more relevant for American sports. Yeah, so it's like the front line in
Translate
American football.
for me.
Is that
Yep.
right? Front line, is that
No
a
idea.
Scrum
Tom
half?
Brady, everyone. Tom Brady. That's all I know. Tom Brady.
I think that might be bad timing. I'm not sure he had a good game today. Anyway, back to Apex Legends. And we are going to see now these teams, and this is the kind of area I was talking about as to where it might finish. Just a lot of open space, but a little bit to work with from the Harvester rooms or the Harvester buildings. Renegades just watching from afar and from a distance at the moment. The Esports Arena, they seem like they're happy in this current position.
It's 4 of the most perfectly placed caustic barrels I've seen in some time. Shout out
How
to
long
you,
did it
Skill
take
Case.
them? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. Look at it. Oh, wonderful defensive play from them, but they are going to have to hold this place down for quite some time, and that is the wonderful thing about caustic, of course, one of the best defensive legends that we have in Apex Legends. Not just about putting down the gas and doing the damage and getting the information. It's about creating that false cover yourself. And look at these shots coming down from high from Sweet. The R301 hitting hard. Thermite's going down as well. And that is just destruction on the team that is below them. The question is, who is that team and are they able to survive?
I mean, I was mentioning that area down low. When you hold it, you leave yourself very vulnerable to grenades. I didn't think about Sweet just drilling you in the side for what felt like an eternity, but somehow not getting the knock. I think he managed to put bullets in every single player there, as 100 Thieves have lost a couple of players as well. RKN elsewhere. Torrent managing to get a frag. 100 Thieves just, it's not been their day, and again, I'm going to take the blame. I did predict them after a really impressive end to Pro League. They've not had a great start at the moment to the Split 1 playoffs.
Well, look at this focus fire now coming in from NRG. They are trying to pick up KP here. You can see Sweet has 1 assist to his name. No kills so far, but a lot of damage being done. Now they try and make that transition across to this more central structure. There's going to be a black market down as well, so he's going to be able to, most importantly, probably reload that ammo. When you do have that black market available on Loba, the great thing is you're always in position to fire shots off on the surrounding teams.
Circles like this are always pretty scary as well, because it's close to the drop locations of teams like NRG, G2, Xenox, Sentinels, who is on Xenox. I just don't even know where I'm going with that one. Xenox is on Sentinels. Thank you, Brain. It finally worked. For once, Mark's going to jump in and make sure I don't say something stupid. Never mind, I said something stupid. But we're going to see 3 teams that are going to be so close who are just the powerhouse teams. They're going to be taking some of those priority positions, and then everyone else, of course, is going to be rotating quickly to a Harvester zone. Noble in an engagement right now.
Noble in trouble right now. Rakinishu goes down. Impulse last player alive now. He will be eliminated, and it's Cloud9 who introduced themselves to game number 4 with some KP. Imperial House just around the corner though. Maybe he fancies a little bit of this. Cloud9 going to be healthy though from that fight. It was about as quick as you could possibly imagine. They get the work done. They reset. It doesn't look like TSM are going to wander around that corner and have a look.
Hal is second in kills at the moment as well. Only second to reps. So that's not a team you want to be running into right now on the map. Hal had his nose to the floor like a sniffer dog, hoping to smell out some extra KP, but quite rightly, as he realised the fight had finished and wasn't going to be a fight that was two-sided, it was very much one-sided, just backing off, and he'll maybe try another day or another area. Round 3 is going to be closing, and then we'll start to see a few more teams maybe forced a little bit closer together, but G2 watching from a little bit of a distance, waiting in the wings. They're not going to be in one of those central areas in Harvester. They're very much going to try and take the high ground here, and also keeping their back to the zone. Trying to make it so that they can't be flanked and they can't be pushed unnecessarily. Of course, you always got to be careful that teams aren't coming through the red, but they should be comfortable.
Space station inside of zone, bang center. You can see it's almost equidistant to the edge of zone from where they find themselves standing right now. I love the positioning of G2 though for now, as they'll be able to do a lot of damage on these teams who are going to have to escape from Harvester in the next few moments or so. The question is, how many teams are still left in Harvester? How many are going to be able to rotate with a Valkyrie ultimate up into the skies and kind of eliminate that possibility that they could get beamed on the cross before Valkyrie was involved in the competitive lineups for these teams? Space Station have Valkyrie as well, so the charge rifle in hand is going to allow them to do some damage, but not a lot of ammo to work with here for Drott.
Good position to play at the moment.
Change that up immediately though, there's a Loba ult.
There is the Loba ult. And Loba has been very prominent here in North America. Not as much of it yesterday in EMEA. And it will just mean there's going to be that potential for, you know, armors and weapons, and of course ammo to be stolen away from people in those priority positions. Sentinels have managed to move their way into what I would say is one of my favourite positions to play, with a circle that does end down this side of the map. But it is very difficult because you've usually got to share it with a neighbour, and it's going to be Furia on the other side of the Sentinels here.
Sentinel's going to have to be careful. You can see some damage going down below as well, and it looked like Torrent were in a little bit of a sticky situation. Euris was alive for them, but a couple of players certainly had been knocked in the engagement just below. Sentinels just taking their time though for now. Flatline in the hands of Crust, as he's going to have the 2x4 on it as well, seeing if he can find any rogue players that might overstep the mark a little bit and give him some free shots. A couple of batteries being spread about as well, and as we look in the backpack here, you can see there's not a huge amount of meds here to play with for Sentinels by the looks of things, so they're going to have to be very careful on how much they actually want to engage in these moments before round 4 starts to close.
Very different story for G2 though. Look what Resulta's got. He's got plenty, all the goods you could want really. Pretty much perfect backpack having the blue. And G2, remember, they only need 11 points. Jen's got to be very careful here. Looks like just going to be able to get that bat off. But TSM and G2, remember, our closest teams to match point right now.
They have a wonderful flank here. There's players down. House trying to use that wingman to finish off these players. He's trying to do a huge amount of damage and add to his kill tally for today. Not being able to pick up any as yet though. Jumps into the void to make sure that he stays alive as that zone starts to close, and waits for his teammates now to move up. There is that knock, and it's Albrelele who's going to go down. Former teammate now on Cloud9, and C9 in trouble here against TSM.
So much confidence coming out of Hal right now, and as you said, he was waiting for the rest. He didn't want to engage in a fight and then just leave himself in a 1 versus 3, but going into the void at the right time, being able to pick out the correct angle. Amazing display from Imperial Hal, and I wouldn't expect anything less from one of our veterans of the scene. Remember, you can watch his POV as well with the multi-view if you would like. And of course, he's streaming live on Twitch as well. Go check his channel out, give some love to Imperial Hal. Sentinels now still holding down that position, but here's 100 Thieves. They managed to get back up to a full 3. It's not been a good start for them here in Split 1 playoffs, but maybe it changes in this game here.
Bubble goes down. They're going to be able to get some loot alongside this rotation as well. Look at the kill feed though. Lou has picked up a pick onto Imperial Hal. NRG lose a player. Nathan goes down to a Renegade player, and now Sweet is left on his own. 11 squads remaining here. Frag grenades being thrown, thermite grenades being thrown, but somehow, as we know, Sweet is able to survive these kind of situations. The difference is here, not on Wraith, so it doesn't have that ability to jump into the void to survive that extra few seconds, but the damage that he has done has bought him enough time, at least, to get Nathan back to his feet.
And when I do look across previous circles and where they finished, the closest ones to where we're going right now, victories for 100 Thieves and victories for Sentinels. And now I didn't want to jinx 100 Thieves because they've not had a great start, but maybe this could be a circle that they prefer as NRG still in trouble. Nathan going to be the last remaining player. Sweet might be able to get picked up. He's having a race on his knees at the moment. But NRG in a spot of bother where, you know, if they get caught out by another couple of teams here, if they get focused, they should be eliminated.
Love the positioning though from Nathan, trying to deny as many lines of sight as he can. There's a knockdown shield of his teammate he's trying to use. He's 1 HP. If he survives for a few more seconds, maybe it would be a few more placement points, but no. It's going to be NRG eliminated as Hal now moves in with the rest of TSM under this bridge position.
Remember, TSM and Cloud9, they're the two teams who can do so much damage at the moment. Cloud9, after losing a couple of players, you know, TSM are looking to try and take advantage of that. Xset also losing players and will be eliminated. 100 Thieves also lost a couple of players as well after I said they might be able to get back into it on this one. 6 squads remaining. Furia still holding one of the best positions in the map right now, but they know Sentinels are just ahead of them. There's confirmation of the 6 that are alive. Liquid, TSM, Furia, Esports Arena, Torrent, and Sentinels. So TSM are most likely team to get to match point from this point.
TSM needed 11 points coming into this game. We already know they have some KP, and Imperial Hal's going to pick up another onto flanker now. Crossed has 5 kills. He's just taken over kill leader here as well, so he's still alive somewhere, as are the rest of Sentinels. Esports Arena, though, inside of this truck down. They've got that caustic as well. This is going to be a difficult position to try and engage with if you're any of these other teams. In these last few moments, Sentinels just patrolling the high ground for now. We were talking about that battle for this track, and it looks like Sentinels have won it.
11 kills for Sentinels as well. This is the Sentinels we needed to see. We said they have the potential for that mammoth game. Well, a victory plus the 11 kills they've already got, that would be a 23-point game. But to get a victory, you've got to get some more kills. So plenty available for Sentinels. But remember, it's TSM the closest to match point. They're already into the top 5, so placement points are there. And they've got 5 kills. So they are so close to match point right now. If they can get into the top 3, then we should be seeing our first team getting there.
I thought the Sentinels had won the battle for these tracks, but Fury remind me there's another team still involved in this fight. So Sentinels are going to have to make a play here. The zone is going to be closing behind them first, and I'm sure they would love to take the engagement against Fury. The defensive bombardment does go down, maybe looking to use that to close the ground and then get that bubble down. This is what Sentinels do so well. They're inside of the bubble now. 104 with the Mastiff coming in from Lou. He'll fall though. It's all up to Crust inside of this bubble. And it looks like Crust will win it as well, or is it still a 1v1? There's another player flying up as we find ourselves down to 3. Make that 2 now as TSM find themselves alive inside of our top 2.
TSM versus Esports Arena. You couldn't have written it any better, but what's important for TSM is they have got those points on the board, but Esports Arena have got the high ground.
More scale case goes down. It's a 2v2 now. Howard Verhulst to try and clutch this up for TSM. The wingman is going to be enough. And TSM win game number 4. And with that win, and with the KP alongside it, they will be on match point.
And they managed to take down Esports Arena on their way. That's always going to be an extra juicy taste for Verhulst, of course, who was previously on Esports Arena. But shout out Esports Arena for managing to get top 2. They've had a quiet start to Split 1 playoffs, but demonstrating they are very capable of getting to these final circles as well. But there's confirmation of how many points both of these teams were able to score, as well as the 21 from Sentinels. But as you said, yes, that will guarantee TSM on match point. It's not going to be the same for G2 though. They were 11 points off, but they only secured the 1, of course, with that 15th place finish. So we're going to have one team on match point for sure, and that's TSM.
TSM on match point, and I tell you what, this is looking like a Hal that you don't want to be messing with at the moment. He is hitting so many shots. He's playing so well down. Every time we see him in an engagement, he's either winning it or playing it extremely smartly to get away with his life. And oh my goodness, Imperial Hal! How dare you? 3 kills doesn't look too impressive, but 2,257 damage. Most people in that lobby felt the end of the barrel from Imperial Hal.
So usually you carry a couple of bats, maybe a med kit. Imperial Hal putting reps and Verhulst in his backpack as well when it came to damage there. And you know I only say it in jest because this TSM team, you know, there's been a lot of questions around them. throughout leading up to Split 1 playoffs, ever since Snipedown left. I mean, let's be honest, ever since Snipedown joined TSM, there's always been a question around this team. Are they going to be that great TSM who won the back-to-back-to-back titles? Well, this is the closest I've ever seen in terms of performance to being that team, and I think that's what's scary right now. HAL looks like a different beast. TSM look like they could be on the horizon of once more taking a title, as they're the only team on match point going into match number 5. Esports Arena, may I say, very close after that one. Even though they had a quiet start, they've been there or thereabouts in every game, and with a big game 4, they pushed themselves up to 2nd place.
Big game 4 from Sentinels as well puts them up into 5th place overall. 10 positions they jump up. And now they put themselves just 16 points away from match point as well. And now, this is why I said it was pivotal, Dan. TSM, by winning that game, by getting there first, they have a game advantage on the rest of the lobby. You would think maybe Esports Arena, G2, maybe even NRG could join them in that next game. Sentinels, if they pop off again, it's a very big possibility. Having that advantage of being the only team who can win the tournament in this next game is massive for TSM.
TSM, who were only able to find 2 victories throughout the entirety of Pro League, are now the first team on match point by getting a victory. So they just have to equal that of Pro League after those 11 match days that we had, and maybe, just maybe, they might be our champions of Split 1 playoffs. But even though they're the first team on match point, we usually know that's not necessarily going to be the final bit of this chapter. There is usually another team will join them, and then neither team get there, and then we go further and further. But at the same time, very rarely have we seen a team go on match point alone and then win it the very next game. So TSM could potentially make history by doing that here today. And with the form they're in, and with how well they're playing, it's definitely possible.
We're going to have to see if that story does get its final chapter as we go for a quick break. But don't worry, we'll be back in just a few moments. We'll find out if TSM can close it out as they find themselves on match point.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here. In front of me, I have Lenovo Legion 5 Pro gaming laptop. Now, one of the features that this comes with is Lenovo's AI Engine 2.0 technology, which is automatically going to boost your FPS and update to whatever game that you're playing, whether that's going to be Apex Legends or Sims. You're still going to be rocking out with some amazing FPS.
They're dropping.
Fight! 2v2!
One left. Let's go, boy. Let's go, baby.
Hell, good Evan.
Oh my God.
We're the best, screams Hal. Well, it's really hard to argue at this point with how TSM is playing. They will certainly cement themselves as the best if they can close this game. TSM at match point. In one game, they can make history here, Vicky. What a tournament it has been so far.
Absolutely. Just hearing those comms gave me goosebumps. You know that TSM is feeling themselves. Hal is fragging out since the very beginning when they made their staple, getting 15 kills just in game number 1 to put themselves even with energy just in that game. But look at the gap that they have now been able to bridge for themselves. Match point, they just need this one game, Fallout. Only this one game, and they will be our NA playoff champs.
And for God's sake, and I hope they get it, because if they don't, you know Hal's going straight to Twitter and complaining about match. No, I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, match point format, TSM's been playing consistently, and that's the scariest part about this. They have placed top 3, top 5 in almost every game so far in this playoff, so that consistency means they have what it takes to close it out, and that's what's so interesting about this match point format. Yes, you can pop off, but you got to be able to close. You got to be able to finish. Yesterday, we saw a lot of cheeky things from EMEA. Teams like Alliance changing their team comp, running Crypto instead of the Valkyrie on Hockey's pick that they've typically run, instead of Caustic on Yuki. Will we see TSM do the same thing is a question, or will they just stick to their guns? In my opinion, keep doing what's working if you're TSM, because you've been consistently placing top 3 while fragging out. I mean, do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, don't fix what's not broken out here. And TSM, they're showing what they're doing here. And I like how you highlighted the difference in compositions, because in APAC North, I also believe they were running a variation of the Watson crypto meta, which it's just a different flavor from all these different regions. And you love to see it. Obviously, here you see it in NA, you see a lot of Lobas. We've been seeing some Ash here too. But TSM, they've been sticking to the pride and true, and they are making it work. Again, I have to highlight, they've just been playing out of their minds. And how bittersweet it is to see ESA being that second squad that they have to face against in the end there. So expect that momentum to shift significantly if it hasn't already worked out for them already.
Yeah, I think we're both in agreement, in cahoots there. On the flip side, I was going to ask you this in game 1, but I didn't want to be toxic. I guess I'm going to be toxic now. Who, in your opinion, is going to be or is the scars of NA? Who in your opinion, is really expected to perform, has done it before, but isn't?
You know, I think right now at this point, I still have faith. Okay, so the teams that I have faith in right now, Energy, TSM, ESA, those 3 teams right now, I have my sights on. The teams that a lot of people were expecting to pop off in the playoffs were Sentinels. So I'm going to have to say to you, Fallout, Sentinels is going to have to be my team of choice. I could be wrong, though. All right, we could be wrong here. They were able to pop off in the playoffs.
Last game, they just had a massive, I think 21 or 23-point game. So they're showing that they're still right there. 100 Thieves and Cloud9 are my 2 teams I'm looking to turn things around to avoid that same situation that Scars unfortunately had, which has kind of become a meme, by the way. Big shot to Taishin, the entire Scars crew, for being willing to kind of laugh at themselves a little bit. We know what they're obviously capable of. They've won so many championships, champions of the ALGS champs in Season 1. We're looking to see which team here can pop off. But for now, it is TSM on top and at match point alone in a similar position to where Alliance was yesterday. But yet G2, you got NRG, you got Sentinels, ESA, so many teams just knocking on the door.
Yeah, you can see where the circle is going to be taking us to. All the way to the east, we saw a similar circle within the EMEA region. Fallout Overlook engulfed with that circle, but this circle could pull out in the open off to the west side of Overlook. But that beacon is going to be contested here. This is great for TSM, though, as they can plan their rotation quickly.
That's right. Oh boy, this is a favorable zone, one that TSM likes and one that TSM has found success with in the past. So the stage is certainly set for TSM to close this one out in game number 5, making history for North America. At least all of our North American playoffs have gone at least game 6 or 7, I believe. So we will see if TSM can do it. Typically when they have this zone, they like to early rotate. But they got Torrent right to their east in the Overlook. we'll see if TSM takes that fight. In the past, the way they've played this is actually opting to take that 3v3 early against the team that drops Overlook, because they're likely to be able to do that without risk of getting third-partied. The question is, though, with Cloud9, with Complexity just north of them, who likes to ape, who likes to play aggressive, will they take that fight, or will they take their time rotating? It looks like the former may be in question here. Cloud9 nearby. We'll see what TSM ends up doing as we're on board right now with C9. Looting up, getting all types of equipment to be ready for this late game. This is a favorable and a solid zone for Cloud9, who may indeed actually prefer a kind of longer rotate, prefer playing edge. This is a situation where they're going to early rotate. They might not have a chance to pick those fights in the same way that they normally would like, Vicky.
Yeah, so you can see them too, just trying to play by the edge. They've been playing this passively, but they got to get those points on board soon. They got to make that comeback, like you have faith in them to do right there, Follow. But we're talking about the quick rotations. I was talking about it earlier too. I was expecting TSM to go for that quick rotate. You know why? Because they're at match point. They want to prioritize their positioning, and having that positioning is going to be so important to take that victory. So even though they were even getting shot at by another team there that was sharing a fragment side, believe that is going to be either Nice or Oxygen. They make that quick rotation with the redeploy. And look at this loot that they currently have. They still have that 2x4 on the flat line looking at Verholes.
Here we go. The exact play that we kind of predicted. TSM early rotating. This is TSM's favorite zone. They love this Overlook East zone. Again, we've seen them win this in Pro League in the past. This is a favorable situation. And TSM is content. Hitting that Valk ult and getting positioning. They don't care if they literally end this game with a 1-kill win. That would be the championship. That'd be a victory for them, and it's showing with the early rotate. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Meanwhile, G2, they have to do whatever they possibly can in their power to ensure that TSM does not win, because they are so incredibly close to match point. I am just beyond interested to see what's going to happen here, what's going to unfold. Meanwhile, we have 100 Thieves, we have Cloud9, a couple teams that aren't necessarily we'd expect them to be in the leaderboards. We shall see if they will perform here in game number 5, Vicky.
Yeah, especially with some of these quick rotations. See 100 Thieves, they're looking great with these double purple Evos. They're making those quick rotations off to the other side. They're coming from the east side of Skyhug too, so that's why they're going to be able to make their next move quickly. They also have the Ashe, they have the redeploy from the Valkyrie too, so very movement heavy. But look how many of these squads wasted no time to infiltrate Overlook currently. A lot of these teams now are starting to prioritize that end circle positioning more than anything, and Renegades are just another party being added to the whole fray.
So many early rotates here coming through. Renegades, insane how fast they've rotated. But they're going to drop right on another team. It's going to be a Caustic right below them. Guess what? It's Complexity. Back with Monsoon this game, who wasn't able to connect last game. Of course, Muffin's twin brother, McCarthy Bros of Shiny, the coach of Complexity, had to sub in. TSM wants to enter the fray here, but again, TSM does not have to aggro. They do not have to play aggressive, but they're still playing their play style, which is fast, and Renegades is clean wiped off the map.
Absolutely insane here how quickly that Complexity was able to do that, and taking that low ground position too out of the line of sight of TSM, who won in on that action.
On board now with Kubsky. Kubsky, former member of Flashpoint, has been such a solid competitor. I've been so impressed with Kubsky since the beginning of the ALGS, from online tournament number 3, where we saw Flashpoint really start to pop off back in March of 2020 to now. Kubsky's been a staple, but hasn't necessarily found the same success over the last year that he found in his first year. So we'll see if Oxygen can do it. Meanwhile, TSM already nearby. So many teams who have rotated fast. Everyone knows this Overlook circle and final end zone is all about positioning, and that's why you see so many teams rotating quick, Vicky.
Yeah, it's supporting with Renegades now only having Vaxlon just kind of hiding behind this crate. He knows there's 2 squads around him. You got Complexity from right below. You got TSM right above. What a scary situation to be in. But he won't even be able to try to recover these banners with Complexity just hugging those boxes.
And perhaps, obviously, big reason TSM wants to take some of these fights if they can. You might be wondering why they're playing aggressive. They just have to survive. Well, look at their shields. They need the materials to make it to late game to be able to close out. Trying to level up those Evo shields, which Owls are ready to do. Already been able to do, almost leveling it up one further. They want to, of course, be able to take any loot that's below them. So expect them to third-party any fight early, but obviously be a lot more cautious in late game here. And they're still running that same comp with Hal on Wraith. One of the best Wraith players, if not the best Wraith player in all of Apex.
And for a reason. We were talking about it before in the pre-show going into this game number 5, and Hal has just been on another level just all day today. It's that power up here in the playoffs that Hal was expecting to do, and again, they're holding this back end positioning because they want to be able to be in the best spot once the circle closes. We've seen the circle kind of engulf that northern building right up ahead Complexity and TSM, which is another reason why Complexity is right below here, but they're taking their chance. But if the circle does pull off to the west, these buildings are going to be the place to be, especially for compositions that we're seeing from Complexity.
On board now. Back with Monsoon. I'd say Complexity, TSM, very well positioned right now for this late game and for this Overlook zone. Again, we've had a chance to talk to Monsoon before this competition. We heard about his origin before. We had actually a chance to learn a little bit more about Monsoon. Let's take a listen.
I'm kind of playing the angles, and I'm looking to prod and take advantage of opening opportunities on teams that don't know I'm there so that we can get a damage advantage. The best thing that I bring to the table as a competitor, at least for my team, is my attitude with the game. I really like the game, and I'm always wanting to progress too and get better, and likewise with my teammates. So I'd say like mood, mental, mindset, and personality maybe, you know.
Hal and TSM showing no sign of slowing down. Hal is the kill leader with 3 kills already. The 2 on RNG earlier, just picked up a 3rd. And that's a full squad wipe. RNG, Vaxlon out, who by the way had a gold shield. So that might put a gold shield right in the hands of Hal, which gives his teammate a purple. Good situation for TSM. Meanwhile, we got to jump on board and check out G2. They're making their journey, their trek all the way from the far opposite end of the map, which again might seem like it's not a favorable zone for them, but sometimes they actually like these edge zones. They can take a lot of clean fights on the edge by slow rotating a little bit quicker this time around than G2 typically does. They usually have to take their time as we're on board with Gentrify.
They're making they're taking their time here within this rotate because they want to be able to hug the ring usually by the edge. There's a more slower rotation coming in from G2 as they are making their way all the way from thermal station. So as they decide where they want to go, they're taking the longer direction, trying to pass the construction site, potentially getting that beacon off to the right.
Yeah, that's right. They'll play for more intel here, and they'll continue to slow play this. Team that loves to play edge, traditional Bloodhound team comp, one of the best Bloodhound team comps in that meta back in Season 6, Season 7 time frame. We're one of the first to kind of adopt Bloodhound and put Bloodhound to use. Now obviously playing with Ash, one of a few teams to do that. As we jump aboard with Team Liquid. Also take a look here at the overall kill leaders for the entire Pro League. Senox on top. Sentinels played so well throughout Pro League and has showed up in game number 4. They got to make another consistent and solid game 5 here if they want a chance to crack into this top 3.
And seeing the way that Team Liquid's also playing this, you can see how a lot of these squads are slowing things down. They know that TSM is at match point, so that indirectly puts pressure on all these other squads. So got to give a shout out to Fury, who have been repping the Fuse this entire time with Hakilo having a lot of confidence on this legend here. And they're also trying to make those things. Up ahead from them is Team Liquid, so they're deciding to go long, but off to their side, you know what other squad is going long is G2, so they are going to be able to utilize the redeploy, try to take the high ground to cut off a lot of the rotations that some of these squads want to use safely when it comes to overlooking a lot of the high ground that does happen to engulf Overlook.
I'm surprised Tech has played as much confidence as he has this game after Rogue absolutely delivered a roasting via Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to my man Rogue, who's probably watching right now. Big shout out to Tech. Big brain Tech, as I like to call him. On board now is with the little matchup between Lou and Hal. Lou, of course, the absolute fragger, dominant player of Sentinels. Hal on the left side here. We've got a picture-in-picture showing side-by-side stats, and this has been such a matchup to keep an eye out throughout Pro League. It's been fun to watch Sentinels and TSM go back and forth.
And it's great, you can see the total match wins that Lou has been able to push forward with the rest of Sentinels, and that highlights the way that Lou plays, very position heavy, very in comparison to Sweet too, very similar with the way that they try to prioritize that positioning, and Hal is such an aggressive player, always taking the helm for the rest of TSM, and they're playing this, I love it when we're talking about how aggressive they are, but the reason why they're playing this so patiently, again, they're at match point, but they've still managed to secure 3 KP after wiping out that squad.
Yeah, that's right. Lou, obviously a lot of y'all probably are aware of Hal. His trajectory, one team, one org, that's TSM. Lou on the flip side has had to go through so much adversity in his career. Played for FlyQuest and Complexity, got dropped from Complexity, joined CLG, wins with them, joins Rogue, wins with them, joins Sentinels, dominates with them every step of the way. He's faced adversity. He's found success. It's been so impressive as we take a look at a replay here. 100 Thieves found themselves in a fight early. Furia was in the mix, and 100 Thieves shuts down Furia. Nice job to 100 Thieves, and they need a big game here.
And G2 had some trouble too in the same time. Such a difficult situation with the 103s having to play this. They had the bombardment, but the Nox grenade forcing out the dome. It's stinky out here, but this is what happens when you're playing in such close quarters. You can even see the mobile respawn beacon right on the outside with Liquid now moving in on the action.
A good first shot from Flanker, and it's going to be Nocturno who goes down. The clean wipe comes through, but they got to be cautious of a third party. Quick Rev is going to come through. Fun doesn't have his bubble for quite some time here, and of course defensive bombardments already went down, but good thing for Caustic. We'll keep them alive. We'll keep them at bay. Sentinels likes to jump on those fights. So does Cloud9, but really, really good job from Team Liquid to avoid it.
So huge here. Also noting that, again, G2 out to C9. Absolutely insane. Team Liquid being one of those other squads now getting closer to the end. 15 squads still left in total with Exit also getting in trouble. Defensive bombardment coming down to put in some of that extra pressure with Exit now going down. See where that next circle is going to be pulling. We're talking about it before, but it's pulling all the way south. So TSM is kind of on that bridge, but Complexity is going to have to move from right underneath that bottom part of Overlook.
Team Liquid, the winner of the Fallout deemed most creative team award this year in terms of team composition that they've run. Big shout out to Hodzic, coach, analyst for this team, former ALGS commentator, good friend of mine, always willing to try and break the meta, break the mold with different team comps. We saw a lot of Bangalore play from them early on in Pro League and last season. A lot of variety of team comps and strats coming out for Team Liquid, but for now they're happy with this Caustic pick. As we now switch back to TSM, and here you go. There's that gold shield on Halo we talked about. This is a good situation for them.
Also got a wrap around Hodzic, also such a good caster overall too. Just got to bounce off of that. Shout out to Hodzic, but TSM here in a great spot, and this is a good spot for them to decide whether that circle is going to be pulling off to their left. It's not like they have a crypto. They can't get Verhulst to scan that next beacon, so they're in the perfect border right here to determine whether they want to keep rotating off to their left. They have that opening right behind them too, which is why you see Verhulst and Reps taking different positions just in case another team wants to contest them for the back.
Check out ESA for the first time. 3 points away from match point. Another team alongside G2, NRG, Sentinels. We're going to be doing everything in their power to shut down TSM because they will likely be at match point if they win this game. Any of those squads listed. ESA with the late rotation from the southeast side of the map. They drive over towards Lava City, Big Mod. And they'll find themselves a trailer here. They're going to take a lot of damage. Will a team decide to third party? Unlikely at this point in the game. Would be suicide if they did.
This trailer is that disco party that T-Squared must have had a party with these caustic barrels being set up. They immediately trying to get pressured out by the other squad now, trying to keep them in this close space. And with ESA just being, what, 3-4 points away from being at match point, they want to match that with TSM right now, who are looking to play this for the end game. You can see the way that they've just been positioned with themselves. They see that the buildings up ahead have already been taken up, and with that crypto drone just flying overhead, see that this is a situation where they have to make sure they hold on to Reps' dome. That's going to be crucial, so that way Energy doesn't also take advantage to go in for the third party.
That's right. Had a chance to chat with Hal prior to, with Verhulst. Prior to the competition, we just showed ESA, and Verhulst said the biggest transition to TSM was the fact that TSM plays polar opposite that ESA does. ESA, despite using Caustic, likes to play hard edge and likes to fight. TSM likes to play early rotate. He said that was the biggest, kind of switch up he had to make and transition in moving to TSM, learning how to play a new play style, learning how to play with 2 new teammates, obviously, but clearly Verhulst has put in the work, has adapted, and it has shown so far in playoffs.
And you love it. You love reaping those
G2's out.
rewards. But you can see G2, G2 hasn't been in there since C9 had moved in. But W now playing from below. They hear the black market. They see the squad up ahead too. They're holding onto the alternator. And look at these little cheeky angles that Phony's holding, just in case that squad decides to drop down. They know what's waiting for them. Meanwhile, up above on the high ground, Torrent with the crack, the Arc Star pressure, as well as the flatline shots being put in as Torrent take this spot. We've seen the circle pull right in front of the bunker doors here, which is a great spot for Torrent, but is it too early, Fallout?
Yeah, this is a Very early rotation, the energy right around the corner. Torrent's got to be incredibly cautious here. We know TSM is lurking from Overlook as well. Torrent very, very spread out right now, occupying a ton of land. But obviously that means you got to be really, really careful. Obviously, you can play like that. Typically, if you have a Wraith, with this team comp here, got to be cautious playing that far apart with energy, able to jump in at any single point in time. Good job using caustic barrels to hold off any team. Hell, looking to get some beams here if he can on a team cross map.
And maybe the team that they've been seeing the crypto drone just float around, knowing how many squads are also within the area. They don't have to overextend for the beacon, but look at these beams! The L-Star, it's not just the wingman out here, Fallout. Imperial How is on another level. He gets the crack, he forces out the dome, which is going to be huge with that rotation since they're going to be out in the open field.
And he has just free reign on everybody. I'd love to jump into a listen in with TSM right now. Hear what the comms are like. Let's do it. Let's listen in with TSM.
Give me almost cracks. They ulted us,
I'm ulting them,
Low, low.
Bubble! I ulted them.
I'm using my only bat.
They might push, they're gonna push, I think. They're going to push. It's a low ball. They're going to push. We're gonna have to fight this, guys. Have to fight this. Oh, it's dead.
I'm taking height.
We're good! Back up! Get to me now! Save eyes on me now! They just died, they died from behind. I'm gonna make a force, stay there.
One's still alive, one is queued out.
Okay.
One queued out on my ping.
I have no more meds.
I'm 2-0.
We're getting queued. Do we take port and fight that?
Yeah, take port! Shoot this, Gibby! I just got stuck! Oh, no, I didn't.
You dropped the... They backed
We're good, we're chilling.
I have no meds. I have 0 meds right now.
We have to go to these bodies in front of us! Go to the bodies in front of us here on our right! We have to go over here!
One down the cross.
There's a team right there. There's a Gibby right here crouched.
I down in the cross. They're still shooting us behind.
Gibby! 77 red, Woba! In the fight!
This team's walking up behind you.
No, it's fine, we're done.
Wow. Such an intense situation, a tough situation for TSM. Hal made the right call, though. Vicky, you and I were agreeing they had to try and take that positioning, but little did they know Lazarus was right above and be able to third-party TSM out at 9th. Got a lot of kills, though, and now on board with Lazarus, who needs a win here if they want to stay relevant in the standings.
It's just a lot of second guessing. That's what happens when you're getting beamed in different directions. They needed to go in for the third party at the right time. Premier, too, part of that peppering off to the side on this high ground. They're off to the other side of the circle here trying to stop this squad who's already used up their dome. But this is the squad that has that crypto out ready, which is going to be crucial here once he gets the EMP to delete those domes.
Yeah, keep in mind, NRG had 38 points coming into this game. They're still alive with our top 7 squads. Esports Arena, well, they will qualify on placement points alone if they make it to top 5. They only have 1 kill to their name, but they should be good. Team right behind them. I think it might be NRG. Here comes a fight. Nice shots from Duplex. He's going to connect for at least one. Gets knocked right after. It's going to be to the hands of Cloud9, who takes them out. Clean wipes ESA, but then Cloud9 gets taken out right after. 5 squads remain.
Oh, Lazarus literally won. I don't even know how Dake was able to live that. He's hiding behind the crates. He was hiding behind the knockdown shields. But in all these different directions, these squads are falling like flies. Meanwhile, Premier's like, that's none of our business. We got the black market. We are here. We are trying to poke from afar. You can see Ronnie picking up Sweet in the kill feed all at the same time while he was won.
Oh, this is huge. Premier GG with 8 kills already. That will put him at match point, and it's actually going to be a top 2 guaranteed. We have a 3v3 between Torrent and Premier for the bread in this game. If Premier wins, they should be at match point. The former Obey Alliance squad looking so good right now.
I love it. Torrent 2 right there, 26 points right behind Premier. These two teams are looking to put themselves at match points. Look at this, 8 kills in total in favor for Torrent. They see the bubble respawn beacon, but they have to back up. Look at these off angles now Premier is trying to engulf Torrent Gaming with.
And keep in mind, Hill used to be on this Torrent roster, so you know this one will mean just a little bit more. 2 times now we've had 2 teams with former teammates, ESA and TSM. Now we got Torrent and Premier. This will be an interesting one. It's a game of arenas, a clean 3 versus 3 that a defensive bombardment's going to come through, which is going to force the dome shield, which means that Torrent has the advantage. They will have the dome shield advantage here.
Look at him, he's taking out the crypto drone too. You see Hill now trying to manage to back off, but they're pushing in. The EMP has been unleashed. The domes have been deleted, but they lose Ronnie and then lose Hill in the process. Can Crook clutch this out? He cannot. Torrent is the winner for game number 5. How close was that Fallout? Premier and Torrent just a kill difference apart before that last team fight.
They say apparently the greatest defense is a good offense because the aggressive play comes through, the defensive bombardment into the late dome shield, which gave them the slight advantage in that one. And Urice may have lost a 1v earlier to G2, does not lose it this time. Torrent plays that perfectly. Huge dub for them. That's at least 12 points for them. Two teams that needed the performance, and as a result, a 22-point game for Torrent. That is massive. Premier with 16 will not put them at match point, but Torrent, they might be there. I don't think it'll be enough. I think it's still just going to be TSM and ESA in match point.
Absolutely huge, though. I'm looking at C9 with those 10 kills. They didn't just scrape by out here, even though they fell down in 6th place. We saw so many teams fall back-to-back in that fight alone. That's what those last circles within those open fields promote there, is a lot of that chaos, but Premier was in the best spot to hold that back corner. Torrent was cleaning up on their way to face off against Premier. And you know what? It's just like you were saying too, Fallout. That aggressive place out from Torrent really helped them engulf. They had the advantage. They broke Hill first in that situation, and they knew that that was their cue to push in.
Yeah, look at the game from Rambo. Wow, best hair, by
Wow.
the way, in ALGS. Let me just say, best hair by a mile, all right? Unbelievable performance. 2K damage as a Gibby. Obviously, a lot of that coming from that late ultimate and the probably defensive bombardments. Really well placed, really well played from Rambo. Urice with 1.4K, the Canadian sensation in RK. And again, congratulations on recently getting married. 1.3K in damage for him. 2 kills, huge game for Torrent.
Just love to see how a lot of these teams now are changing things up in the beginning to middle part of these games. With now TSM and ESA qualifying at match points, things are going to turn up here within these lobbies. A lot more of these teams that are just sitting on that border just need that one pop-off game, and they're going to be sitting next to TSM and ESA.
Here we go, and speaking of which, ESA does it. They crack match point. Torrent barely misses it by 2. Premier GG, I thought they had more kills than I think they actually had, from when I saw the overlay at least. But nonetheless, they jump into the top 5 right next to NRG, tied. G2, such a quiet last 2 games for them, Vicky, since that pop-off game number 3. We'll see if G2 can do it in this next one.
Yeah, you know, now coming right back, just trying to get steady after some technical difficulties. They're looking to come back. After that game 3, they had popped off not only with the win, but with 8 kills. So we have to see if they can silently climb their way back, because right now, ESA, TSM, I just think it's great to see how these are the first 2 teams that reach match point here in our NA playoffs.
Yeah, how interesting is that? Of course, Verhulst, former member of ESA when they were just dominating in Pro League. They were in first place through week 3 or week 4 of the Pro League. And of course, the roster change. Verhulst joins TSM. How could you turn down that offer and opportunity? But I know there was no bad blood there. They all came up together, all kind of relatively new to the scene, of course, with the exception of Skittles. And Duplex has been competing at least for about a year and a half in the LGS. But Verhulst, undoubtedly the up-and-coming rookie who has been playing so well throughout the entire Pro League. And it's been showing now both teams at match point. Vicky, if you had to predict it, I know you called NRG, sorry. You sticking with your prediction NRG? How you feeling right now?
You know what? I still have faith with Energy, because this is a squad within the playoffs, or rather within the Pro League, that we saw have a bit of a rough start at the first week, but they kept climbing up as the games went by. But you know who else popped off in the very similar way? TSM. So at this point, Fallout, it's so hard to call, but within our first 2 teams here, got a lot of love for ESA. This is also a squad that is heavy sleeper. They usually silently crawl their way up to the top, but I have to have my eyes out on TSM right now. I think they're going to start approaching circles exactly the way that we saw them at the very start to that last game.
I respect it. Meanwhile, it's hard not to respect, hard not to call TSM with how they're playing. Consistently top 7. I think every single game they've gotten top 7, top 8. They've won a game. They're dominating. I got to say I'm sticking with G2, though. We'll see if G2 can bounce back. I called it as a kind of a prediction on Twitter earlier. I said G2's going to start semi-slow. It's going to take them some time to get to match point, but once they get to match point, much like New Esports did yesterday in EMEA, I think G2's going to take it. We will see what will happen, because guess what? We're going to a game number 6. And to call the action, we'll be throwing it back to Onset and Gaskin right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back everybody to the ALGS Playoffs, and by my word, North America, you now have two teams on match point, TSM being joined by ESA, and it's just funny how these things work sometimes, Dan, isn't it? An ex-teammate goes to TSM, and all of a sudden the two teams who have exchanged teammates, some of them weren't happy about it, some of them obviously were, find themselves in the battle for the champs.
Well, Esports Arena were looking like a dominant force throughout the entirety of Pro League, and then they lose arguably one of their best players. It's crazy, really, how it all happens, and now TSM have taken that player, and they weren't looking great. I mean, Verhulst, when he joined the squad, there was a lot of disappointing results for them, but it seems like everything's clicked just at the right moment. And I look at, you know, all the final circles that both these teams have been in when they found their victories throughout Pro League, but the majority of these circles for Esports Arena were probably when Verhulst was on the team. So there's a lot of knowledge that's going to be on the side of TSM here, that's for sure. They've definitely got the advantage when it comes to that equation. I'm very excited for this one. Two teams on match point. Let's see if either of them can get it done.
As we head into match 6, we are yet to have repeat winners in this lobby. When we look across the teams who are chasing as well, you still have NRG in that conversation down. There's a few other teams who are just on the border of match point, and the story again for both of these teams now, TSM and ESA, can you get there? Can you cross the line before the rest of the chasing pack hits 50?
Crazy, really, isn't it, that G2, you know, were so close to match point after just a few games, and yet they still haven't been able to get over that line, and now they can only sit back and watch and hope that both Esports and Arena and TSM get eliminated. But of course, with Anonymous mode, they're not going to know. It's going to be scary. They'll be hoping that if they get to the latter stages and they're fighting someone, it's not going to be one of those boys. But the best way of stopping another team from winning this tournament, win this game yourself. It's that easy for the other 18 teams. But I say it's easy. You know what? Winning this lobby is not going to be easy. There's our first indication of circle, though. We're going south in World's Edge, down towards more launch site area, in between that and Lava Siphon. There's some spicy zones in this one.
And there's some zones which historically have favoured Sentinels. I know that you were doing some stats and some research beforehand, Dan. Sentinels love these kind of zones. They have numerous wins in this area.
Yeah, Sentinels are a team that really, you know, thrive in this environment because it's so close to where they drop down in Lava Siphon. They are able to push themselves down towards launch site or stay in Siphon depending where the circle's going, and they can have a beacon available to them as well. So a great zone and a great circle for Sentinels, who will be looking to try and get closer to match point and try and catch up the likes of TSM and Esports Arena. Looking at previous circles that have been won by both of the teams that are on match point, the closest circle would have been the one that TSM actually won today, which was just kind of west of the Lava Siphon area, down towards those train tracks where Esports Arena came second. So, you know, it's not exactly a bad circle pull for either of these teams. Of course, they have to make their way across the map, but it's certainly doable. It's whether you play with confidence and whether you take these fights, because we know full well that in that previous game, TSM being the only team on match point, they didn't have as many kills as we've been seeing in all of the early stages of this tournament. They very much played a little bit more passive, they were watching what was going down, and in the end they just ran out of space and they weren't able to stay alive. So we'll see whether playstyles change for Esports Arena as well.
All the teams starting to make their journey across World's Edge for now. Esports Arena a little bit slower as they take their time to loot up around Big Mord. Of course, they have a lot of loot to play with. They have Lava City and Big Mord to themselves, which is usually why they find themselves pretty confident in fights, is the best way to put it, with a lot of armors, with all the weapons they could possibly want, especially those ones with the little bit of extra oomph coming from Big Mord. But as we look across our top 20 players from a Split 1 regular season damage this is, there's some impressive stuff and there's some impressive stats at the top. No surprise to see Imperial Hal heading up the top of that leaderboard.
He's done so much damage, it's actually mad, really, when you look at it, isn't it? I mean, his team's done 89,000 and he's done, what, 39,000 of that? It's, you know, there's always going to be certain roles. There's always going to be certain players on teams who are going to do more damage than others, and Hal is one of those guys. But it's so important to have a damage dealer as well. Someone that, regardless of what game you're playing, whether it be a zone that's priority for you, whether it's a zone that's difficult and you have to traverse a lot of ground, as long as you've got someone who is hitting their shots, whether it be close range or long distance, it's always going to help.
Ooh, Imperial Hal has to be extremely careful here. He's going to jump into the void, and there's a bubble down as well, so maybe a little bit of nervous energy coming in here from TSM as two players have their shields broken as Hal makes sure that his aren't for now. Reps and Verholz going to have to be extremely careful how they step here outside a launch site. A slightly scary moment there for TSM, but the good news for TSM fans is it looks like they've managed to stabilize for now. Looking across the backpack as well as Hal. 14 cells, 2 batteries for him to play with. It's about leveling up those Evos. That is the first thing on the mind of TSM.
I think what's scary for both TSM and for Esports Arena here, and they probably won't know it, but looking at the final circles and the actual victories that all of the teams throughout this lobby have been able to find, there is a lot of victories down towards launch site. This seems like it's a comfortable zone for many of these teams throughout Pro League. They can rotate quickly, they can get into several different areas and still find those victories. That's Complexity, 100 Thieves, G2, Space Station. They've all found wins down here, so you've got to be careful.
Well, here's Complexity, and here's some aggression coming in. Bubbles being exchanged between the two teams. Not too much damage being done by Shiny, though. Unfortunately, can't connect with that Eva 8 in the way that he would have wanted to. Monsoon's going to reset, though. He gets some heals off. Shiny and Reptile, though, do not have any heals, and they're having to back up now as the defensive bombardment rains down.
It's NRG on the other side of that fight as well. So NRG will be desperate to stay alive, and I think NRG were very thankful to see in the kill feed another team has joined the equation, and it's SSG from a distance. I was naming a few teams who perform well in launch site. Well, SSG and Complexity were both of them, but it looks like Complexity going to go down to SSG. Monsoon now falling. Even just one remaining and lonely player on Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity not looking good here. A little bit shabby in that initial push. Reptile last alive. Can you get the banners? Can you get out of dodge? The good thing is he's on Valkyrie, so he has the ability to maybe if he can just scarper in and stay alive just long enough to get those in his possession once more, then he can take to the skies and find a respawn beacon slightly away from the action, but not the start for Complexity. They would have wanted Space Station playing spoiler here.
And Space Station can just hold this area for quite some time. You are going to be vulnerable sometimes to a Valkyrie team, maybe trying to land on you here, but it's such a small area and surface area that if a Valkyrie team were to try and land on you, you get so many free shots on them, and it's usually just going to be a suicide bombing type thing from one of the other teams when they arrive. So you just hope that no one in this lobby would be that silly. Even though we've seen it happen, you'd imagine when you get the 20 best teams in North America playing for $250,000, it's unlikely. Reptar, though, still being spotted out by players and teams. He's going to have to, I think, give up getting this next banner. He's just going to have the one, and that's going to be him out. So he takes Shiny with him.
Oh! The lobby takes Complexity with him. That will be the end of Complexity's game. They'll be the first team to fall here as he's taken out of the skies. I mean, everybody knew his location in the area. Space Station knew it, NRG knew it, so just to get into the skies was a job that couldn't be done there, unfortunately. Complexity out. So he's jumped on board now with 100 Thieves as they find themselves inside of West Fragment.
And that was going to hurt for Complexity when they see where this zone is, because 3 out of their 5 victories have all been down in the launch site area where we're heading, or at least close to. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to hang on. So it was Space Station who got the bullets in. Great tracking ability. I mean, I'd expect that from every single player in the lobby nowadays. You don't miss those when a Valkyrie is so close to you. Cloud9 also making their way across the map. They've had some ups and downs, but very much a threatening squad in this lobby as well. But it seems like our 2 main teams, Esports Arena and TSM, those are on match point. They're ducking out of everything right now. They're just staying away from those fights, and you can understand why.
I think most teams at the moment just trying not to engage, just trying to get some sort of position. The wonderful thing about Lava Siphon is that you do have numerous levels to play inside these buildings. You have different levels of elevation. There's a lot of playable space for teams to coexist. So you are going to see one of those games which is a little bit slower at the start here. And then all of a sudden the pace will pick up. And that's what's going to make it extremely difficult for the likes of TSM, for the likes of ESA, the 2 teams who are on match point at the moment, Dan, because they've got to stay out of the action. It wouldn't surprise me too much to see them try and play edge here, as opposed to trying to get into zone a little bit earlier. It's a little bit risky to get into zone early here because of the fact that there's going to be so many teams on top of each other. If that zone does pull a little bit funky and everyone has to leave at the same time, there's only enough room for certain teams to survive.
And I do wonder how much research, teams do to actual circles that have appeared throughout Pro League, and I know they know them in terms of playing them over and over throughout scrims and even in matchmaking as well. This circle has heavily gone down towards launch site, and that was my worry for those teams that were committing to Lava Siphon. Naturally, the tendency does seem with a circle like that, it does go down a little bit further towards launch rather than staying with Siphon. Out of all of the NA Pro League circles, only 2 have actually finished in Lava Siphon, so I'm not really surprised to see it transition a little bit lower. So those who have committed to launch site are going to be licking their lips.
Yeah, especially those at the very southern tip of World's Edge here. You can see they're going to be up in that high ground overlooking all the other teams that are rotating in. So they're going to be in the best position here for that late game. The teams who are trying to rotate in from the south now, you can see there's numerous ones of them from the north, towards the south. They're going to have a pretty hard time fighting their way uphill in towards that huge glass structure that kind of overlooks Lava Siphon for now. W are going to have to make that move in some time as well. Although it looks like at the moment they're still preoccupied with this team inside. 19 squads still remaining. If you're just joining us, Complexity were that first team to fall, as we have a look now at TSM and their position.
So TSM in a pretty good spot from where that circle was going. They're going to control the kind of southeast side of launch site, or maybe just the east, I guess is what you could say. As for Esports Arena, they're going to take a different approach here. And they're going to be heading into the zone from the skies. They've already been spotted. That's not going to be good news, but thankfully, it's not going to be as close as the Valkyrie we saw earlier. It's going to be a late engagement, and they hope, fingers crossed, there's not a team here.
There's one team inside the building. ESA is surviving for now. Let's jump into a listening, though, as it looks like they might come under a little bit of pressure.
All right, we're good. So we have to control the double doors, because the team's going to oob us. And we have to shoot this trap here when we get oobed, and win the 3v3, because the team inside isn't going to be able to push out through the gas.
Alright, I'm just holding glass. If we get oobed, I'll
I have no more nades.
I have 2 frags and an arc. I don't even want to use my ammo. I only have 3 stacks.
You want my heavy?
Heavy.
Here's a stack.
I can't hold it. Don't drop it yet.
Okay.
Loba.
Yeah, don't drop anything.
I'm just holding glass, and I'll stack when you guys get oobed.
Watch the glass for me. I want to get a trap up here. Thank you.
Don't drop it.
It's an Ash team in here.
Watch out, they have angles on us.
It's 100 Thieves running Ash now. Actually, they don't land launch today. It's PGG.
It's either Sentinels or fucking
G2.
Could be G2.
I don't think G2 would be here. I think they're playing tree side.
I think they went over here, honestly.
This way. Over where? Back launch? Yeah, that is their spot.
That's their spot. They took our spot. We used to play that all the time.
Cloud9 might try to follow us up. They watch us. They watch us do this. They watch us.
I think they're gonna go for another beacon.
Yeah, but they might do it late though, depending on where it goes.
Valko.
Yep, get ready for an oob play.
If they oob us, I'm
getting ready to shoot the trap.
No, they went over.
Another one, another Valko. Let's go here.
If they oob, if I see them go above us, I'm Gibby ulting.
Yep.
And I'm throwing bubble. Make sure you put a gas trap in my bubble.
Yep. Noble's dead.
So Esports Arena, off the back of that Skyward Dive, have found themselves somewhere to play here down, but the comms are all about where are the other teams and also who are the other teams, just spotting out what legends are being played and trying to make decisions based off of that.
Yeah, of course, anonymous mode now means you have to use your brain a little bit more as to who's going to be where. You can say oob as well, which is out of bounds just for those who are a little bit new to Apex Legends, or just were confused as to that noise that kept coming out of his mouth. They're just worried about a team Valkyrieing up, going out of bounds above them, and then eventually dropping. Of course, you drop a lot quicker than you would if you just Valkyried into a team. There's many teams down towards launch site, though, just trying to fight for whatever space is available for them. Torrent, of course, 2 points away from getting match point. So if they get into the top 15, that would have them 1 point away. So that plus 1 kill would do the job. It sounds really simple, but they know full well if this team below them engages, they lose that fight. They lose their chance of match point.
It's a really good opportunity for them to do that, though. They are in a fantastic position here in launch site. SSG are underneath them. It's going to be a difficult move up, but Drop looks like he wants to try and at least put a little bit of pressure onto the teams that are inside here. There's a Caustic Barrel in front. He's going to try and maybe see if he can climb up without setting that up. No one can quite get an angle onto it though, and now there is going to be the push coming in. Torrent now under pressure from SSG. They get the damage required to at least slow down this push from SSG, but this is nervy moments here for Torrent. If this fight doesn't go their way, then all of a sudden they could be in trouble. Speaking of trouble, TSM, Imperial How has fallen, and it's going to be C9 who look like they're going to finish off How as well.
And we have Verholst, of course, from Esports Arena. Then you've got Abralelli, used to be on TSM. There's all these ex-teammates coming in to be a thorn in the side. And TSM are going to have to just carry on as a 2. Now, remember, in Game 1 today, they had an amazing game, even with just the 2 of them after losing Verholst a little bit earlier. But Hal, their main damage dealer, is going to be out for now. And my worry, when Torrent were engaging that fight, or at least trying to avoid engaging in that fight with SSG, is they would have just wanted to chill there at the back of launch site, get to top 15, then think about maybe just picking up 1 kill. And they're just saying, SSG, could you please leave us alone? We want to stay in this spot. But SSG, they were constantly looking to take that fight, as some teams are going to be more aggressive than others. Naturally, that's going to happen in match point format.
Well, Fury in a bit of a tough spot here. You can see that they're kind of sandwiched between 2 teams, one up on that high ground, G2 being the other one as well. Zeratricky having to pop a battery here. Tech is going to go down, so they don't have the Gibraltar. Here it looks like Zeratricky's going to take the opportunity to try and get the Gibraltar back to his feet. But this is a lot of pressure coming in now. The Fuse ultimate's going to go down just to try and slow down G2. It's also going to give the information, of course, here to Fury of where those players are going to be inside of that perimeter. But Team Liquid overlooking all of this. This might be free KP for them.
G2 10 points away from match point. Team Liquid 22 points. So still a considerable amount of points to be found by some of these teams to try and catch up the likes of ESA and TSM. But it would be good news for them if they did know that TSM had lost 1. So that realistically gives match point hope and chance more favourably to ESA. But, you know, I've seen crazy things happen, and I wouldn't count TSM just yet, wouldn't count them out just yet. They may even be able to get Hal up. But right now, there's this battle on the edge where Team Liquid are just overseeing everything that's happening. But here is the engagement. TSM are finally fighting.
TSM are in trouble though. Oh my word, or are they? That is a stick from Reps, and that might be a game-changing play from Reps. They find one. He can't get the second though, and I tell you what, that was looking very, very scary for a moment for SSG after that huge damage from the Arcstar. But the overriding story here is that ESA are now the only team left in this lobby on match point as we jump back over to Team Liquid.
I remember ESA were just on the kind of outskirts of the launch site area, just waiting on the double doors, trying to hold the team that was inside. And they were double guessing themselves. They were saying, is it C9 in here? Is it going to be Sentinels in here? Who's in here? It doesn't matter at the moment. What matters for them is that they are the last team on match point. There's only 14 squads remaining. We just had a few all die within that circle. G2 still alive, that's important. They were very close to match point at one point, but a few teams have overtaken them now. They need to find some KP though, and some placement if they're going to get there.
It looks like they're going to have an angle on this team. The Gentrifying will be trying to hit some shots. Designful gets the first one onto Fury. This is still Fury down on this low ground. Gibraltar, no bubble, no chance. As G2 pick up those KP that you were mentioning, Dan. Now they have to fight their way forward even more. Or are they going to be able to maybe sneak around and over the top, as they do have that Valkyrie available to jump into the skies?
Esports Arena hiding in the shadows, in the gas. The caustic barrels are down. Team Liquid also having an engagement. Fun might have fallen, but Nocturnal and Flanker are doing the job to do the damage. Torrent have just been eliminated, but they did get to 11th place. So if they got some KP there, they should be on match point. Knight's down to just 2. Esports Arena are down to just 2.
Skill Cakes is going to make a hero play. He gets the Nox gas down. He's somehow alive here. Nox is trying to do what he can as well, but it looks like this might be the end. Skill Cakes duplex. Who is going to survive? It's not going to be Esports Arena, as Cloud9 spoil the party here, not just for TSM, but for ESA as well.
So that's both teams on match point eliminated, so we now need to look to who can actually get onto match point this game. Torrent were 2 points away, should have been able to do it. They only needed 1 KP from where they were able to finish in the end. NRG 7 points away, Premier GG having a fight at the moment. They're a little bit lower down in the leaderboard, but not far. They need 7 points to do Premier GG, so this is a big fight.
Huge damage being done by Ronnie as well. You can see that Hill and Crooked trying to hold the angles for him as well. He almost manages to get the damage done for the knock. It's just flesh though, as now you're going to see Crook having to pop some cells. They're low on meds. You can see that in the backpack at the bottom right hand side of your screen there for just a second. So a difficult hold for them to make. But if they can, then they might be in a good position here towards the end game. The EMP is going to influence this fight as well if they can pop it, but it looks like the drone gets destroyed beforehand.
A top 5 placement plus a couple of kills would be enough for Premier GG to get onto match point, and they know that. They don't want to fall at this final hurdle when they are so close. Of course, these teams won't necessarily know TSM and Esports Arena are out yet. Anonymous mode will make sure of that. So now instead you've just got to focus on trying to get yourselves to match point. G2 also not too far away. They've got 8 kills on set.
2 points.
That will mean they've already done enough.
Yeah, they've done enough here. G2, they will be on match point as well. Big shots coming in again from Ronnie. This Mastiff is striking hard and striking true, but it's not enough as NRG come in now to pick up the kills, and NRG will also be closing in on that match point. They were on 43 points coming into this game, and with 7 points, they will be on 50 as well.
NRG have done it, G2 have done it, Torrent should have done it. Premier are going to be very close, but we're looking at least a guaranteed 2, if not 3 or 4 joining. And NRG are now going to just try and ruin everyone else's chances of getting to match point here. They know they've done enough. Sentinels, they've still got quite a way to go. 15 points they need, but a victory here, plus the kills they've got, would be enough to get them on match point as well. And Cloud9, they were 22 points away, but they've got 8 kills. You know, these big games, these big kill games that can get you there, Mark, it's entirely possible for some of these teams.
It's a very Sentinels thing to do, right? All of a sudden, just have things click and just start destroying and dismantling lobbies. There's the EMP, there's the bubble, as Knights now try and make the move onto NRG. They know this is going to be a tough fight, though. Shots come in. Asura's down to no shields. Joey, he's down as well. Gildersons has to clutch up here, but no, NRG will hold strong. Nathan, the last player alive. The Slayer stepping up once again here for NRG.
Zach Meza gets another, down to just 4. C9 and Sentinels, both with the chance of a mammoth game here to try and get onto match point. We already know NRG have secured it just with the points they've been able to get here. As I mentioned, they want to try and deny match point for other teams. They won't know who's going to be there, but they know full well they can at least deny points for whoever is remaining with them. C9 down low, Sentinels up above them. Neither of them will want to take the fight initially because you just invite other teams to the party, of course, if you do take that fight. But if they see an opening, if they see a weakness, maybe that will start one of these engagements.
Lazarus lose 1. It's going to be C9 who get the knock first. Albrelele will finish off the kill onto Vizay as well. Zed Davis is the last player alive. It looks like there might be one just actually trying to crawl away. He was downed. Can he be revived? That's the question. It doesn't look like he will be able to. So, Z Davis, you've got a hell of an uphill battle here, my friend, figuratively and literally, as he has C9 in front of him, NRG above. It's going to be a tough move for him.
I mean, a Sentinels or Cloud9 win here will guarantee match point for both of them with the amount of kills they've already been able to get. 10 frags, 11 now for Cloud9 as they make it into the top 3.
Sentinels, NRG, C9, and look at NRG just creeping around the corner, waiting for their moment to strike. C9 trying to move up onto this battle as well. The bubble now is down for NRG. Bubble now goes for Sentinels as well. NRG will not have the advantage. They're also tethered inside of that bubble. Sweet trying to find a head glitch to play with as well. Hits 90 with that one. Now he commits to the fight. Sweet doing some big damage, but it's not enough. Crust is there as Sentinels will wipe NRG, and we're down to our final 2.
A win for either of these will guarantee them match point. Cloud9 down to 2 at the moment. Stay Naughty's got to do loads of damage, but he's not going to be able to do so. Sentinels will secure themselves on match point with a victory. Cloud9 are going to be awfully close as well with the amount of KP they were able to find, but maybe just short. But what a game that was. NRG and Sentinels both securing themselves onto match point after we saw ESA and TSM fall.
Amazing game, an amazing game. And now, like you say, we have multiple teams on match point. And I tell you what, the lobby was kind of mopped up by C9 and Sentinels combined. NRG with some good KP as well. 22 points for Sentinels. That is huge, Dan. G2, though, not quite securing enough to get onto match point themselves, but a lot of teams will be joining TSA and ESA.
Oh, and Torrent didn't do it as well. Torrent needed 2 and they only got 1.
They got 1? Oh,
that's crazy. They only got the placement. So they're going to be on 49. Cloud9 were 2 points away as well, so they're going to be on 48. They won't get match point, but Sentinels will and NRG will. So we've got a guaranteed 2 more teams that are going to be joining Esports Arena and TSM on match point. So we're going to have 4 going into match number 7 here. It's starting to spice up in NA Split 1 playoffs, and we know full well what it means when we go to a match 7. That is on average where we usually finish. I'm excited for this one.
I mean, I'm looking at Cloud9 there, and I'm thinking those 2 points, Dan, they could have won that game. They were the third party in that final fight, but I think it just took them a few seconds too long to climb up and engage. Maybe a couple of missteps. Maybe we'll have to watch the VOD back and find out exactly what happened, but knowing you're that close and not getting the job done is certainly going to hurt them as they look forward to the next game. But Sentinels, whew, that's the kind of performance you want to see. Kills across the board. They were dominating.
It's such a massive victory for Sentinels because they denied Cloud9. Sentinels could have come second in that game and still got match point with the amount of frags they've been able to actually get. But the fact that they were able to deny Cloud9 match point just means that's one extra team you don't have to worry about going into this. So they're going to be delighted when they realize that that is the fact. But TSM, ESA still not able to get it done. They both tried to play it in a very different manner. ESA, they dived on him with Valkyrie. They tried to hold just on the edge of launch site, but eventually they were bombarded by teams joining a little bit later, and they weren't able to hold on.
It was also, I'm hearing in my ears as well, Premier GG have hit 50 points as well, so they'll be on match point. A lot to talk about for the desk. We're going to throw it back to Kate now to take it away.
Well, thank you, gents, and of course, welcome to Glitter and T-Squared. Tom, I'm going to start us off because what we have seen is actually somewhat reminiscent of EMEA, and that is that none of our teams have had the second win here today, which means it feels like to me that this lobby, it's stacked.
This is how the playoffs go, right? Everyone starts to recognize your play styles, your tendencies. They understand what skin you're using. They know which composition you're using. And for the most part, people are going to send it on you and get it hyper aggressive. And it's not surprising to see teams start to step it up with the more opportunities that they get. They start to get a feel for everything. They start to kind of fit in a little bit. And that's exactly what Sentinels did in that final game as we take a look at some of these highlights. But we've had a handful of different zones. This match right here, this was the train track ending outside of Harvester and Tree. Yeah, TSM going up against Esports Arena in the final circle, and those were the 2 teams that ended up moving on to match point.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, Glitter, I know all of these guys are pros. Let's be clear, they are incredible. We're seeing evidence of it each and every time we take a look at these highlights here from match number 4. The psychology of playing against your former teammates, and we've had so many critical plays that has been involved with, especially in those final circles. That's got to make an impact, right? Especially with so much on the line.
It feels like they're trying to help us with the storylines, Kate. They're trying to make it more exciting because, I mean, you're right, that has to, even if it's not at the forefront of their minds, it's somewhere there in the back, kind of hanging out, adding a little bit to that tension, to the desire to want to do well, especially when you've got the likes of TSM on match point, ESA on match point. I mean, there were opportunities there that they needed to take, and now that we are adding more teams into the craziness that is the eligible group of squads that can hit this match point game, it's going to get even crazier.
Absolutely, and Tom, as we take a look at this match number 5 highlights, it just feels like every time we come to these final circles, another team is absolutely popping up with double-digit kills and doing so in a way that is only something our pros could do.
Yeah, we had the listen-in with TSM here in game number 5 when they actually were pinging down where they needed to go forward. And you wondered, hey, can they pull this off? The shots were looking good, but the pressure really starts to build for every passing minute, for every passing team that looks your way. It was Torrent that took that one Premier GG in second place, and that's big for Premier GG going forward to see if they can get Oan over to that match point. And then the game that we just saw, if you're just joining us, match number 6, Sentinels, NRG, C9, all in the final zone right there, makes for one heck of an ending. You thought maybe Reps was going to be able to pull it off here. The Arc Star connected. The nerf to the Arc Star damage, maybe taking a little bit of a hit right there towards what could have been for TSM. But we know how this goes. It's the playoffs. The games are going to get more and more intense. It's just the way that Apex plays out, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. One thing I do want to mention, do want to ask about as we take a look at some incredible gameplay here is, let's talk team comps for a minute. And this is such a big conversation right now. In fact, considering the fact that Sentinels won last match, fielding Ash, Bloodhound, and Gibby. I could not tell you the last time I saw a team comp like that, Glitter. And we're also seeing, like I said, a lot of Lobas. Amazing.
I actually am loving how many more Lobas we are seeing. I mean, right out the gate, I noticed that with NRG in that first match, you know, it was Sweet on the Loba when he's typically, you know, on the Wraith. So I love that we're seeing those changes. Obviously, we're not at the crypto level of that EMEA region, and I think in some of the end zones that they had more cryptos, those would have ended very differently. But I always love to see the variety that our teams bring.
Variety is the spice of life, and can't remember how many of our casters have said it, but things are getting spicy. Let's take a look at what the leaderboards are telling us here from the math department, just what I'm calling our leaderboards now. Tom! Five different teams. TSM, NRG, you had your chance, guys. But now we got 5 teams on match point, and they're saying, let's see about that next match. What's going down?
And my eyes go right to 6, 7, and 8 too. If they're not able to lock it down, if one of these 5 teams aren't able to take it on the 7th game, which Dan Gaskin said is the average, and he's the man that's doing the math. Somehow not good at math, but great at stats. I'll never understand how that goes together.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Glitter, I mean, like, I gotta ask, if you're looking at this, I'm thinking this is already a crazy, scary lobby, and now 5 of these teams are going to be at match point. It feels like this is the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, what's even crazier is obviously that so many of these squads were teams that we were keeping our eyes on, that we had either predicted as the team that could potentially win, or ones that we wanted to talk about in our teams to watch. I mean, there is a reason that all of these teams are doing well right now, but I do have to agree with you, Tom. 6, 7, and 8 are looking equally as scary. I know that, you know, Torrent missed out by that 1 point, but all of them are so well within striking distance that I thought it was going to be a little bit faster in NA, and I think I might have been wrong.
I do appreciate, by the way, Glitter, that and Tom, both of you talking about those 6, 7, 8, because we've got the match point teams for sure, and they're going to play potentially differently, as we've seen in a couple of different instances. But those other teams that are so close, they're hungry for spoils, and we'll see how that inevitably plays out in this next match. But first, while this team may unfortunately be towards the latter part of our leaderboard, the end of our leaderboard, I will say that stranger things have happened. Certainly we can't sleep on any of these teams, and this one in particular knows exactly what it is to come out on top of a lobby as scary as this one. Take a look and listen in to 100 Thieves.
My name is Nick, otherwise known as Vane.
Flying across the Nandies, and that is massive damage with the Kraber.
My name is Brendan, otherwise known as Anmu.
Thieves' crew has been massive on Apex, and it's great to see them re-entering the scene.
My name is Alex, aka Scurry. I'm a professional player for 100 Thieves.
And look at 100 Thieves! Could it change? Did we speak too soon?
Throughout the entire thing, I had a good feeling we were gonna win. The very last moment where we actually won, I was shaking so bad I couldn't even stand up.
Like, we definitely felt that it was going to happen, but I was just shocked that it actually did.
In our eyes, I wouldn't say it was an underdog story because, I mean, we thought we were going to win throughout the entire time.
Big grenades from bottom 20. This is where you need to clutch up as an individual. This is where you need to hit your shots if you want to call yourself a champion.
A lot of teams thought that we didn't deserve to win. Winning again would kind of just prove to everyone else we didn't get lucky the first time. We're going to continue to win.
Wow! Can he get it done for Renegades? Bottom 20 will be the champions!
People who watch us play, a lot of them say that they haven't seen a team with this type of dynamic before. That team is far. We should let that team leave. We should let this team go up. We should let them.
Yeah, we gotta look at these pipe team. Look at the pipe team. Yep.
You know, maybe we'll like bounce things off of each other on how we'd want to play something.
How we basically like experimented with Valkyrie and kind of figured out how to use her in the competitive meta is really just a lot of trial and error. When we first started using her, we were getting really bad Val cults off. This guy here, careful! I like dying right when we hit the ground, never getting a good spot to land. But then we took that and we're like, hey, if we Val cult pretty much as late as we can, right when zone's closing, because a lot of teams didn't play Valkyrie at that time. By the time like they're fighting, we're still in the air and we can land, like say on a third party and just basically take a free fight right there and then just take their position while they're fighting someone else.
Really get it for free. Didn't have to do a whole lot to earn that because someone else did the work taking out G2.
Before tournaments, me and Secure are very energetic, and the comms are very goofy and whatnot. We say a lot of random things and stuff.
I just used to be like the quiet gunner that would just kind of focus on killing people.
Oh my god!
We try to focus on having positive vibes and atmosphere when we play.
And as we say, never sleep on any of these teams. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves is in number 20. But guess what? You can keep an eye on all of our teams. Our huge lobby here, you can keep an eye using Multiview. It's definitely something to consider because it is absolutely the coolest thing. And it could continue to see some new and different gameplay. So, in the meantime, go ahead and follow us on all of the socials. There's Twitter, there's YouTube, there's Twitch. We're everywhere you want to be. We've got great content, not just on days when we have some epic gameplay, but certainly on those days in between when you're looking for your best and favorite Apex fix. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to a brief break because don't worry, the drama, the saltiness, the spiciness continues right after this.
we now have 5 teams on match point going into match number 7, which, by the way, is the average matches played for playoffs in match point history. Will this be the one? We will find out. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty, getting ready for game number 7.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing here from a lot of these squads. You can see how the pace is now picked up here, but with 5 teams currently at match points, are we going to see those teams slow things down? They want to be the ones to claim it before many of these other teams, looking at Torrent, who are just 1 point away from being at match points, from being able to claw their way into that same level and give the opportunity to even more of these teams to hit match point themselves.
Yeah, any fan of Torrent is just pure depressed right now. 49 points, 1 point away. C9, 2 points away. G2, where have you been the last 3 games? Not necessarily the performance they'd expect, but we'll see if they can turn it up. They got to not only get 7 points here to qualify to get to match point, but they also have to shut down the 5 teams who are at match point. And just a quick reminder as to which those 5 teams are. We got TSM in first with 65 points. We got NRG, Sentinels, ESA, and Premier just barely getting there. They got the exact 7 points that they needed in game number 6 to be at match point here for game 7. Ironically enough, all teams that are in the top 5 of match point are teams that drop in the South. Irony, coincidence, or not, I'll let y'all decide. But nonetheless, 5 teams at match point right now.
That's why it's so interesting to see where these circles are pulling, especially when we have those exciting north circles happen, since we see a lot of those southern circles mostly. So, you know what? That's something to keep in mind looking at our teams that are currently sitting at match point. But then you have squads like Sentinels who make that comeback. I was talking about it, Fallout. I was talking about seeing Sentinels, seeing what they're going to do. Now they're sitting at match point alongside our other 4 amazing squads here. I'm looking at TSM, the first squad who was sitting at match point originally. ESA meeting them up after that game 5 that they had, but at the same time now, game 7, this is where it means a lot for a lot of these teams. This is where I feel like we're going to see a lot of those squads play more so the edge of the circle.
Yeah, and TSM had a nice little cushion, about 15 to 20 points going into game number 5, but game 6, but after getting 16th place and 0 points last game, things have certainly started to neutralize a little bit. NRG just 6 points behind, Sentinels just 8 points behind. So we will see what will happen here. Speaking of Sentinels, our winners from last game, and match point minted. 10 kills picked up. They drop in Lava Siphon. They're not afraid to fight any team who tries to rotate through them or by them. Let's see how Sentinels plays here. Still rocking the Bloodhound, Ash, and Gibraltar team composition that is so aggressive that they love. And again, it's so interesting with how different the dynamic is between NA and EMEA. Again, I've talked about it a few times on the broadcast, but you have to. You didn't see any much Ash gameplay. You didn't see any Bloodhound gameplay. Meanwhile, we got 2 teams here repping it in North America.
And it's crazy, too. We heard it from the desk. They were talking a little bit about it. And APAC North themselves with the Watson, with the Crypto, it's kind of crazy to see this mixed bag of tricks from all these different regions. But I love it here. It keeps things fresh, Fallout. And it also shows here how a lot of these teams have been able to make those adjustments as the games go by. Now, looking at where this next circle is pulling, well, what do you know? We're going down to the south here. We're going down over to Launchite and Dome. And I love these type of circle, though, because this circle could pull in 2 to 3 different directions. We've seen the circle pull around the edge of Dome, outside of the south building, over by Launchite, and then sometimes the chaotic circle. We've seen that sniper tower by Lava Siphon in this circle, as well as that open field in front of Lava Siphon.
Here's what's so interesting. This is such a good zone for Premier, Sentinels, and ESA, all at match point, by the way, given the fact that Premier drops in Launch Site, Sentinels drops in Lava Siphon, and of course ESA drops over in Lava City, as you see on screen right now. So the early rotates are going to come through. Sentinels is going to be super fast to rotate. They're going to opt to take over here towards Dome. This should be interesting. Expect them to just post up for now and try to get positioning as soon as possible, which again isn't necessarily Sentinel's MO. Typically they take their time on rotates, but given this golden egg of an opportunity, they're rotating fast.
It's prioritizing the final positioning here, but they know that Lazarus is right to their back. That's exactly where Lazarus usually is by that dome area. TSM's another squad wasting no time. Again, that final position is going to be so important, especially whichever squad confines that building on the southern side of launch site, especially if it's a Cossack composition. That's going to mean everything. But you see TSM, they see another squad utilizing the redeploy right up ahead.
Yeah, TSM, if you're new to Apex, 2 mouse and keyboard players in Reps and Hal. Verholtz, the controller lord, former Call of Duty competitive player, made the switch to Apex as soon as it came out, grinded the game. He said it was Spring Break 2019 when he first was able to kind of grind Apex, obviously Apex coming out in 2019. Since then, he's just risen in the ranks really over the last year as a complete rising star of the Pro League. Hands down win. Far award. I just made that up. That's not really a thing, but it should be a thing. Big shout out to Verhulst.
It's so scary to see Verhulst with that Prowler, too. Just absolutely insane. And look at this. It's Premier that have that side building. You were talking about it before. This type of circle favors teams like Premier, too. And this is one of those squads that were just on the border of hitting match point. Now, as they are over at match point, this is a great spot for them to be. They still repping the crypto composition, so it's going to help them out when it comes to timing those enemy domes that are going to be put down. And now ESA playing the edge here. This is another squad that has made their quick rotations, but now, right off of the side of Lava City, they see some fighting going on. They see that Noble and Exit have been having too much fun.
Yeah, Noble drops Geyser, Exit drops Harvester, so again, fast rotates for them. Expect our northern teams to take their time, though. If you're 100 Thieves, if you're Team Liquid, if you're Cloud9, no reason to hurry, because guess what? All the top real estate, all the top spots are going to be occupied regardless, so loot up, take your time, maybe head over towards Fragment, where TSM drops, so you can get some of the loot that they likely gave up in honor or in favor of a fast rotate. And we'll keep a close eye on those squads. Obviously, Cloud9 being one that you really want to watch close to match point as well, just a few points away coming from the northern side of the map in Climatizer.
And they're also just taking their time. You're looking at Lazarus. They know that there was a squad up ahead, but look at this. With the Loba that we've been seeing so much within these NA lobbies here in the playoffs, they don't have to overcommit. They have full purple Evos. They were able to pepper in some damage from afar without having to give up the space because they know another squad is moving in for the opportunity, and that is ESA.
ESA just was so much confident in this fight against Lazarus. I don't know if that's ESA just knowing that they're not afraid of anybody, or maybe knowing the matchup against Lazarus and feeling more confident with it. Nonetheless, kudos to them to take that with aggression, taking out one member of Lazarus, who is the team that drops here, by the way, and should have kind of had the best positioning overall. Meanwhile, Skittlecakes, nice caustic ulti, and oh my gosh, absolutely melting. G7 Dink goes down, Z Davis down, Vize goes down, and that's it. First squad out is Lazarus.
And remember, Exet was right on the outskirts of this fight. So was Noble. They heard the action, so you saw Skittlecakes immediately put down that caustic barrel to ensure that that door was not going to be broken through. But notice, they finished that fight so quickly, and they have a black market. How nice of Lazarus to leave this for them.
What a gift. What a bunch of lads, you know, kind people. Leaving the black market. But not only that, here's what's so important. This is a huge fight, right? Kudos to ESA to recognize it. That is the best position to be on this circle that pulls south here. I think they're in probably the best spot. Plus, they have Caustic in their team comp, so they can just put a barrel, pitch a tent. Nice God nade or Sky nade for there from Imperial Hal. But ESA in a great position here. That is huge.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that too, Follow, because if they are going to approach from Dome into that southern circle between Launch Site and Dome, they're going to have the automatic high ground thanks to the natural positioning of the land here. So TSM now kind of getting the opposite message here, going in from the low ground, but it's because Premier has been holding on to this building since the very beginning. This is their landing spot, so they were able to prioritize this before any other team.
Yeah, keep in mind TSM, because they prioritize looting fast and get the best overall loot. Earl still with gray shields. Doing what they can. Nice beams coming through from Crook. He's going to knock Monsoon with the G7 Scout, by the way, putting it to work, showing it still more than viable. Great shots putting in from Crook, but he has to be careful. Team to his right going to tag him up, forcing him to reset. They are in such a good spot as well. Don't have a Caustic, so not going to be as defensive, but they do have a Crypto for intel.
Man, we were talking about Lazarus leaving a gift for ESA. Can we talk about Premier having that crate just land right at their feet? I mean, we love that. We love the G7 helping out Crook in the process. Wow. You saw the beam, though, off to the side. Looked like a triple take, actually finding that head onto Crook. So he has to be a little careful here as some teams like Complexity, now they have to recover something out of Monsoon. They can try to deliver it to a beacon, but it's going to be so difficult with TSM holding the other side of that respawn beacon here in this land.
Yeah, it's rough for Complexity. They're going to have to make a far rotate now. Monsoon out of this one. Not the best or ideal situation. Meanwhile, it's Premier in a good spot. ESA in a very good spot. You saw TSM's inching up on ESA. They want that spot that ESA has. We'll see if they decide to take the fight. Likely not here in this one. So right now, of our 5 match point teams, I got to say, I don't know where NRG and Sentinels are, but advantage ESA and Premier, with the slight advantage going in ESA's favor, in my opinion, just based on where the zone's likely going to be rotating to.
And then you got teams like Furia who are taking their time. Everybody else has utilized that redeploy, has managed to make their way over to that southern part of the map, whether it be leaving Lava City into Dome or now entering the west side of launch type. Of Furia here, they're fighting still over at Harvester. They had another squad right ahead of them, but they are going to be able to prioritize that beacon potentially if they have that opportunity since they're still playing out of the low ground.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map here. That light blue, or cyan blue, if you will, just pulling out the colors of the Crayola box, you know. At the bottom right of your screen is ESA, situated in the dome with that black market, very, very well positioned. The question is, where is this zone going to pull? There's 2 or 3 options here that players are used to. Will it pull to the southeast and favor ESA big time, or will it pull more central or westward? We will find out. Also want to keep a close eye on G2 and their rotation. Would love to check out where NRG is, but on screen right now we got Sentinels who made their early rotation. They are content with where they are in zone. Again, hoping for an eastward pull.
Yeah, they've been here from the very beginning too. They were able to see that Lazarus was behind them once upon a go right here with Lazarus just being deleted by ESA, but with Energy now also holding onto this building, you could see how those teams at match point have indeed slowed things down, have now tried to prioritize that positioning into that next circle. It depends on which of these squads have that next intel, because Energy, they don't have that intel. They have the redeploy, but they don't know where that circle is exactly going to pull, minus these charge rifles though landing their shots from Nathan.
Yeah, and this is just an NRG squad that's hungry. They're at the buffet right now. They're trying to level up their Evo shields, trying to eat, get to purple shields, not necessarily looking to finish kills, but just to get as much poke and much damage as they possibly can. You saw Nathan's close to that purple shields. A nice shot right there from NRG, solid poke. You saw all 3 of them come out ready for that fire range. Meanwhile, checking in with Cloud9. Said they'd be a little late in the rotation. They're finally entering where the zone is, and interested to see where Cloud9 ends up here. Obviously, Zach on Valk. Let's take a listen in with Cloud9 and see how they play this.
Walk to the right. Just play our life. Well, Valk will over there in a little bit. Because the reason I'm worried is if they're doming the crash with them, that means there might... Oh, on us. 3 kills. 100 Thieves, I think. Yep, Kraber on Valk, on the blue bin.
I'm not even going to pick that.
I'm not picking, no.
It's just a Kraber. That sucks.
How are they playing there? We need to come back this way then. Wide wrap. Huge, crazy wide wrap.
Kraber has angles on us here.
I mean, if we get knocked, we got double gold bag, bro. Double gold bag and fucking that. The problem is now the Lava City team is going to be looking at us, but they just have to deal with what we're about to do. This is about to be the fucking... This is about to be the rap, hold the Caesar, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
we're about to go all the way.
We're going all the way around?
Yeah, we're ripping the all the way. Because we'll walk up behind the team in Dome. Yeah, I have 2 medis and 4 rangers, but we have
I'm 2 medis, 4 rangers also.
The back RV is not in. Wait, Zach, you remember that, like... Oh, I don't know if it's in. The ledge? Like, out, the ledge out here? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if it's in.
It's not. It's not.
They may have saw us. They're still on the...
No, the Lava City team sees us, but that doesn't matter.
Okay.
What matters is that the Dome team doesn't see us. We're gonna do the Valk ult too, just to save some fucking health.
The Lava City team might just shoot us. We can wait for them to leave in zone.
Pop up medi, both of you, just to get the full heal. I know it's a ways, but... When your guys' medi in, I'm pulling this. We're landing like back here.
Okay, ready.
And then we're going even deeper.
Team on Godrock, 1 team here. You would have a charge rifle. I'm splitting off.
Break off. All the way outside the map. Play outside the map. We're landing like right here. But just swing as wide left as you can.
Dude.
Bro, what?
I
Okay,
still have
there's
1
a team
medkit
in
left.
our spot. There is 100% chance they do not expect us.
Okay. Let me know when to heal. When do you guys want to heal? It's all time.
I mean, I'm healing right here.
Alright.
Actually, no, just get in the building, bro.
Okay.
We're going building. Scan the building.
I just did. All buildings scanned. Close building now. That's it. All I got.
Whoa. Barrel.
Okay. I'm popping a syringe.
Yeah, rough situation. That's what happens when you play edge and obviously have a max zone pull. So Cloud9 doing what they can, but like the IGLing from Zach, he's certainly developed into quite the IGL over the last many months. Been impressive to see his trajectory. Nothing but respect from my man Zach Mazer. Honestly, in my opinion, top IGL, one of the most underrated IGLs as he's showing why right now. TSM, though, Imperial House, speaking of in-game leaders, on board with him, alongside Reps and Verholst, they find themselves a really solid position here as well. I'd love to take a look and see where the zone is, if we can get that intel here in a second.
It was super important here with TSM also just playing by the edge. They have the portal there too in case they want to go in for those rotations. They're just pinging to see what's going on over by the outskirts with Energy having the Kraber in their hands, though, with Sweet still peppering down some of these squads, forced to traverse through that low ground all the way towards, or rather passing Lava Siphon. This is such a good spot for Energy to try to land in some of these shots, but Nathan is also getting shot at from the behind. So with some of these squads still fighting up ahead here, Fallout, you see Energy, are they going to make enough noise for maybe another spot to try to contest from behind, or are they going to try to fully send it with this Kraber?
Right, and look, Cloud9 actually might be in a pretty solid spot with their rotation over towards Dome. They're going to actually coexist alongside ESA. Meanwhile, like you said, Sweet with the Kraber here in a very, very solid position as well. Easy kind of rotates to them. They currently have high ground. Obviously going to be difficult in the grand scheme of things since they pulled a little further east than they would have liked, but not a bad situation for NRG.
Gotta highlight too is Sweet also having that gold helmet. He's gonna get that black market quickly already. He's gonna be able to keep putting down so much pressure with the Kraber. Also putting down another black market in case they want to get another power weapon now, as TSM still are lingering within these bunker doors. They hear a lot of the fighting going on the outskirts with another team now actually looking to try to make the rotation from down below. ESA is still within this building here too, because they have so many options when it comes to that next rotation for that next circle.
G2 just got a knock or a kill on Frex, but Sentinels is actually fighting G2 right now. Lou gets a knock on Resulta. Meanwhile, Premier GG also on match point in a good spot. It looks like G2 going to go down. At least 2/3 of G2 eliminated, so another disappointing showing from G2 in this game, and a must-perform game to get to match point. All they need is 6 or 7. Looks like they might not get it.
Period 2 in trouble as Rambo gets that knock here. Sentinels have not moved from this spot. Wow. They're staking here. They see the black market pools too from up ahead inside that building. Also saw Premier now with that crypto. They have the EMP ready here with Hal now getting on move. That was the squad 100 Thieves that wanted to move in onto TSM, but TSM stopped them from right behind. We're going to get a quick redeploy to see who's in the area, who is not safe here from Sentinels.
Hal still hasn't leveled up his Evo shield, should be getting there momentarily. Obviously with a Wingman and a Mastiff. Gonna be a little difficult to do that in this open area. Surprised he's not doing a little shield swap to let his teammates who maybe have some longer range weapons level it up, but nonetheless, yeah, Hal should be fine here momentarily. Noble gonna get wiped out there. The third team eliminated. That's gonna be to the hands of the Pittsburgh Knights, who are now just creeping in the vicinity of where Sentinels is, ESA, Cloud9, all nearby. And as I say that, ESA is actually gonna knock a member of Noble. They're going to get taken out and completely wiped. 4 squads eliminated here. Torrent, RK, and the knock. Asura as well. Knights, it's not looking good for them.
No, not at all. They're having to play the edge here. Skittles getting that pressure, though, with Asura going down. And only Joey so low, he pops the shield bat. But you can't go anywhere. Torrents are the squad that moves in from the high ground. This is exactly the same spot that we were talking about before that would help out ESA in the process at the same time.
Yeah, and Torrent in a decent position to maybe win this game, but they're not at match point. That is brutal. 1 point away, we said it. Cloud9, 2 points away. We'll see if they can make it. Here we go. All 5 teams at match point, still alive right now, I believe. So a great opportunity to close out this game. We have Sentinels. We have Premier, NRG, TSM, and Esports Arena. Those are the 5 we'll keep a close eye on, as this could be the 7th and final game of this series. NRG lighting up the kill feed. Here comes the rotation for TSM.
This is the game number that we were talking about before too, Follow. But look at this decision to redeploy right here on the outskirts of Dome, with so many other squads now moving in at the same time. The squad is sandwiched essentially. TSM now making their next move.
Yeah, TSM finds a really, really good spot right here. They're going to have the cover of the rock. Also, the wall to their right to be a little careful, but they could get sandwiched. They got to be extra cautious. NRG is eliminated. The first of our match point teams out. G2 officially out. Oxygen out as well. Those are the teams, if you missed it in the kill feed, try to keep you abreast. All eliminated. Premier GG at match point. Down to Hill and only Hill.
See Hill now having to run away from all the action. Meanwhile, you see Complexity in the feed now popping off. Rabs is still going in. TSM has cleaned up 2 squads from both angles. Sentinels playing behind a knockdown shield. Another one of our squads who were at match point now go down here. TSM still alive and in such a great spot at that, using that rock for some extra cover.
Yeah, we know Renegades entered the fight. They did so much work to Sentinel, so TSM needs to be careful. They'll have shield swaps available. On board now with Torrent, who's looked so good all tournament long, and especially here in game number 7. Right now, all of them on defensive, having to heal back up. They should be able to. Obviously, Valkyrie Qs are flying, but for now, Torrent is okay. TSM finds itself in a fight. That's going to be against Complexity, and they are handling their 3 versus 3. Monsoon, Reptar go down. Shiny last up.
Hal is just on another level. I don't know what breakfast he had, but absolutely want some of that here as just very ESA-esque as TSM has been cleaning up spots from left to right. This is going to help out their momentum for the late game.
That's right, TSM. 9 more squads are all that stand between them and a playoff victory. There's been so much sentiment against TSM, so much hate that they have faced really. They're still trying to prove that they are the best team in Apex Legends. The pickup of Verhulst was such a good one. ESA, the former team of Verhulst, not looking good. TSM is just going on a rampage, taking out every match point team. This time it's C9 versus ESA.
And they were able to keep them pressured with the circle closing in right behind them. They need to move in. They don't have time to restabilize right now, Fallout.
Yeah, TSM cleared the entire side of that zone, so you gotta think this has to be a TSM win. They are so well positioned. The rotations have been great, and look at this entire side of the zone fighting as TSM is just watching and enjoying Cloud9, ESA doing work to each other, and ESA is gonna get eliminated.
They're still cleaning squads up. They just take down Hill, who was running away. TSM now seeing ESA running off to the side, seeing C9 now coming out of that fight as they're trying to approach. This is TSM's game. They're just on another level right now, Follow. They're looking to take the dub. They already got to match points. This is all they need.
They're playing perfect. They're the only match point team remaining, so if TSM wins, it is game over. Playoff over. TSM will be your champions. Can they do it? The Wraith Portal from Hal is going to give them some superior positioning wide left. Look at the angles. Such a good play from Hal right there to knock another team. XZ is out. It's TSM versus one other.
TSM, the only match point team left right now with one other squad. Just one more fight to be your winners here within the playoffs for NA. They're looking for it. They get the crack, but they're not going to overextend. There's no cover out there within that open field.
And it's Renegades, the other team. The only chance for all 19 squads in this lobby to stop TSM. The adversity TSM has faced this playoff. Snipe down retiring. The pickup of Verhulst just a month and a half ago. And now they are looking to cement themselves back at the top. Look at this positioning from TSM. Hal doing Hal things, getting angles wide right. So well played. They are just trapping Renegades right now.
Someone needs to nerf Hal. This off angle is going to force them to split so much attention. Look at this flank. We see the wingman shots landing. We see the pressure, but now they know that Hal is under 6.
And this is the Wraith difference. This is why Hardeki, Hal, so many others are still playing Wraith, despite a lot of people thinking Ashe might take her place. Here we go with Hal. Wide right. He's been putting in so much work. Another shot. He's going to hear Flesh. And that might be a shark seeing red. An opportunity right now to fly, but they're going to play it patient. One goes down. Sorcerer is out.
Oh, now you get the phase, you get to avoid that arc. You see the wow, the winner, the 2 knocks here. TSM, this is it. TSM are your champions within the NA playoffs.
Unbelievable performance for Team Solo Mid. TSM FTX with the roster change comes into this playoff with all types of expectations to perform. They answer the call of duty, and as a result, TSM will be your North America ALGS Split 1 playoff champions. Congratulations to TSM.
What a performance from the beginning, Fallout. Not only did they pop off with 15 kills, they close it out as quickly as they can. And what a performance they did at that. Verhulst with 8 kills. Everybody here on the squad over 1,000 damage here. Verhulst was so close to that 1,500 damage points. Look at reps here with that support, with that DPS too. You see 1,900 damage on board, nearly 2K. Everybody here on this squad, you could see how quickly that synergy has been able to build up with including Verhulst into the mix for this entire squad.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on, Vicky. Verhulst, the ALGS Rookie of Split 1. showing up big, proving why he deserved this spot on TSM. Kudos to Hal and Reps for identifying such a remarkable young talent, 18 or 19 years old from Kansas City, Missouri, the controller player, the perfect replacement for Snipe Down. And obviously, it didn't happen right away. It took this team some time to mesh. I don't know if anyone would have thought it would have been a month or a month and a half for how fast that they meshed. But of course, Verhulst came in playing with the team in ESA that liked to play edge, liked to play a lot more aggressive. TSM likes to play early rotate. Took them a month, and here we are now. TSM with a 28-point game. By the way, beating the record for the playoffs in EMEA and NA with a 16-kill game. What a way to end it with a stamp.
Absolutely. Look at this. Look at the way that TSM performed from start to finish. There's a reason why a lot of people have TSM in their mouths here, and this is exactly the reason. A lot of people doubted that this could potentially happen here, that they may still be a little shaken, and they're still trying to find their footing, but no, including Verhulst was the cherry on top to an already dominating squad, and TSM have now taken the playoffs here in NA. What a beautiful thing to see here in NA. So much high-octane action, honestly, throughout the whole day, where we conclude our day here, Fallout, at game number 7 versus the game 10 that we had seen yesterday.
Absolutely. And Vicky, I just got to ask, is there any question that TSM is the best team in the world in Apex Legends right now? I got to argue and say no. I mean, the back-to-back-to-back, 5 times straight champions, the 3 times LAN champions, they were able to do it time and time again at X Games, the Krakow Invitational, throughout the online tournaments. Obviously, as we adjusted, they continued to dominate, the winningest team in Apex, most decorated team in Apex. They continue their legacy. This time, it's a new chapter. It's with Verhulst. But, I mean, in EMEA, Alliance was able to get match point after 2 games. They couldn't close. They couldn't finish. TSM shows and proves time and time again that not only are they the first to get there, they're the ones that can finish when it matters the most. They perform with this match point format, and I just gotta say, it is so darn impressive what Reps do alongside this rookie young talent in Verhulst.
And you know, I think something to go deeper when it comes to talking about the skill level of these players is mentality, and how important mentality is for how to keep his cool, for how to be able to guide the rest of TSM and the synergy that they've all been able to build in together in terms of just putting it out there for the playoffs. They didn't have a lot of time here, but they were able to pop off still nonetheless. In my opinion, when I talk about these powerful teams, the best squad that we've seen in the ALGS, I look at consistency, and I gotta see more consistency from TSM, but they are doing it right here, right now, and this is a staple here within the playoffs here in the ALGS NA playoffs.
That's an absolute fact. Congratulations again to Verhulst, his first big championship for TSM. It's just another day in the office. And I look over my shoulder, I see Verhulst Kansas City Chiefs are doing it big as well. So I know my man's about to go enjoy that dub after getting his own dub, hopefully. But again, massive congratulations to TSM. They are your ALGS North America Split 1 playoff champions with a ton of seeding points to qualify for ALGS champs later this year as well. That's going to do it for myself and Vicky, your casters here for game number 7. It's a lot to analyze and break down. TSM had to earn it from Fragment East all the way to the Southeast. I'm excited for them to break it down. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Kate, T-Squared, and Glitter at the desk. Thanks so much, everybody.
And a huge thank you to Fallout, Vicky, Kitty, Onset, and Gaskin for bringing us through all of the gameplay. Tom, I'm going to start with you because this is massive. Did we just witness the beginning of the newest era of TSM domination?
Yeah, TSM's ready for another dynasty. You could tell that Hal, right from the beginning, was just moving on another level. The way they're able to break decisions down, the way that they're able to just execute, they're moving at another pace, and you can just tell at the ending team fight how bad they wanted it. They knew it was a straight-up 3v3. There was no way TSM was going to lose that fight. Renegades, yeah, that was a great fight for them. They had some angles, they had some opportunities, but the way that the manipulation of Hal works, the way that he's able to just play aggressive, take these off angles, make teams uncomfortable, but the tracking, the shots, everything, the support from Reps, Verhulst flying in on Valkyrie, it was just perfect timing. All the stars aligned for TSM, and it was just an amazing performance overall.
I love that. The stars aligned for sure. But of course, as you mentioned, it also takes incredible skill. And I will say, Glitter, a skill that has to be utilized whether the zone is north, south, east, or west.
Oh, 1,000,000%. I'm actually glad that you brought up the zone because there was a point. And for me, it was the make or break moment for TSM. But they literally pushed into the zone and cleared out everyone in front of them. They cleared out the entire half of that zone and created space around them, gave themselves time to get set up for these final end game moments. And that insane clearing out of every other squad is what set them up for victory here at the end. I mean, from there on out, it was just easy pickings. They were able to, you saw, we even heard the casters talking about it, they were able to spread out, get some different angles on Renegades, and it almost felt too easy for them in those final moments.
And I will say it's really interesting to hear Fallout talk about, you know, Verhulst coming in as that, you know, that rookie player. Tom, you know, as we take a look at the TSM roster before Snipe Down, after Snipe Down, and current roster, we know that they have the lineage. We know they have the experience to come and pull it out, especially with those multiple wins earlier on in our ALGS. But what does it mean to bring a rookie into that fold and now come into their own under the bright lights of what is Split 1 Playoffs NA?
It's not easy shoes to fill for Verhulst to go in there, but also Apex has so many layers to it. It just is a testament to how good they are as a duo, Hal and Reps, and then how strong of a player and how mendable Verhulst is to come through 93 points overall. Really wasn't even close. We saw yesterday it was opportunities of a lot of EMEA teams coming through. There was like Alliance leading the points for a while, but TSM really was on another level today. You could just go and see it, and Hal was really on another level too. You just have to give him so many props for, again, the way that he was able to entry frag. There was a lot of changes that led to this moment for TSM, whether it was roster changes, whether it was legend changes. We've seen a handful of different compositions coming out for TSM, and they haven't been as consistent as they would have liked to be. But I'll tell you what, when it comes down to tournament performances, that's when they really start to rise to the occasion, and that's when they play their best.
Absolutely, and I do have to give them even more credit if that's even possible to do, because I know there are 20 teams up on this board, but I gotta give number one a number one for a reason. We saw yesterday in our EMEA playoffs time and time again that they were the match point eligible team were griefed. 1v1s, 2v2. They came down to those final circles, and Glitter, we saw them being taken out by the spoiler of spoilers, which is, I'm pretty sure, how we got to 11 games at the end. But this time TSM converted. They converted well, and they converted often into the W.
I'm so glad that you said that too, because I mean, you can even see that reflected here, obviously, in the leaderboard. 30 plus points above the next team for that final game. I mean, this was a phenomenal performance across the board for TSM. I mean, we even heard Fallout talking about it. They had mostly top 7 finishes, really. The entire time, top 10 finishes. There were very few times where they fell out of that top 10 spot. So they gave us the consistency that we always ask for out of our squads. And they did it with aggression. They weren't afraid to take those fights and go for those engagements even when they were on that match point situation. They didn't play scared. They played smart, but they never played scared. And it's just a very, very well-deserved win for TSM.
Absolutely. Speaking of well-deserved, we have something we get to talk about now that showcases so many players that we've been going through here and now throughout our league tournament play, and certainly throughout today, and that, of course, our Monster MVP. Now, Tom, I'm actually going to start with you because I think one of the things, as I had mentioned, is that there are oh wow, what an interesting moment that was. Speaking of, very meta. Anyway, what I will say is that we talk about those top 20 teams, those 20 teams that made it here, and they didn't make it here alone. There is no I in team, and this is a moment I think we get to talk about some of those players that really did show up today, even if they aren't number one on our leaderboard.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When you looked at the kill feed, you saw one name that was popping off, and that was Imperial Hal, the CEO of Apex. And right behind him was Reps. The support was there. Verhulst was there as well. But to me, it was just about the damage output from Hal, the way that he's able, again, to manipulate the map, manipulate the other teams into feeling uncomfortable, and then immediately capitalizing with aggression so fast that you don't even have it timed in your head from the opponent's point of view, and he just is there when you least expect it. Like right here, there's the res, the immediate knock, and then all of a sudden the other two players on the team have no idea what to do because Hal is barking out commands to collapse on this team immediately.
You know what, Glitter? I love this line of, you know, it's the measure of a person isn't necessarily what they are like when they are up, but when they are down. And so many times we saw not just Hal and Reps, but, you know, and Verhulst from the TSM squad, but so many others come at this and, you know, come back from the fray, reset, recover, find their way through our zones till the end zone. And I want to give us a chance to recognize some of them.
Listen, I mean, there were so many players that deserve to be on this list. We even saw, I know chat was saying it a lot too, and matching a lot of those numbers throughout the day. We saw Sweet up there in damage when it came, you know, near Hal and things like that. There are so many talented individuals in this region, which is why we have the close types of games that we have, which is why it's hard to decide on who is the best of the best. But I am on Team Hal right now. Let me say he put in a performance and a half, and it was impressive.
You know what is equally as impressive? Let's go to the leaderboards to find out what our kill leader is. Who is taking home that Apex Predator prize? $1,500 here for our tournament, and wouldn't you know it? Tom, wouldn't you know it? My goodness, the two tops, TSM domination.
And if it wasn't for Zach Mazer coming in and squeaking in the 15th kills right there in third place, it would be all TSM. Hal, first place. Rep, second place. Verhulst coming in fourth. That is some serious slaying power. You saw it right from the beginning when they popped off with around 15 kills in game number 1. Doing it as just a duo. They lost Verhulst early. Just amazing play coming forward. Whether it was the wingman, the flatline. We saw the 2-4 R301 coming through. All the massive shots, the PK shots, everything was on point today for TSM. The positioning, the shot calling, a lot of different layers to the game showcased today.
Absolutely, and it was great you talking about all of those different weapons, Glitter. I feel like none of them failed. It just, you know, whatever he's got in his hand, Hal's doing something with.
I mean, it's true, but the wingman was extra dirty today in Hal's hands, okay? I mean, we saw it in the highlight package too. He was just putting people down left and right.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and reveal the not-so-shocking but equally brilliantly deserved Monster MVP. Of course it goes to Imperial Hal. Who else would it be that has brought not just TSM but our entire lobby into the fray here in our NA Split 1 playoffs? GG, 100% well-deserved to Hal, who is, as we mentioned, also our Apex Predator. He is going home with quite a few accolades today, quite a few jewels in that crown, and certainly has earned it over and above. I hope he takes the rest of the night off, you know, with pay. And that, of course, is exactly what we like to see here in our Monster MVP. And I also want to say a huge thank you to all of the fans for voting and helping become part of the history of Monster MVP here. And, of course, supporting Hal in everything that he does. And it's, Tom, it's not hard to do from a guy who has clearly proven himself and his team the entire Split 1 Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of praise comes a lot of hate as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people that had some stuff to say about TSM. There was a lot of people that were probably not anticipating them to do so well, especially with the new roster. And they lived up to the hype. They lived up to the expectations. And now it's about, you know, reestablishing that dynasty, getting back to their full form. But who knows? Maybe they could even be better than that, because the way they played today, it was something to watch. It was very exciting.
Yes, it was, absolutely. And I will say that, as we mentioned at the very top of this show, this is but the opening salvo here to our split number 2. Split 1 playoffs, huge lineage, incredible gameplay all the way through our split number 1. But of course, it is just beginning, coming into our split number 2 for Pro League. And then, Glitter, as we all know, the journey leads to the ALGS Championship, which is the mountain that all players must try and attempt to climb.
Oh, you're going to get me excited for the championship, Kate, and we're not there yet. We've got another split. We've got more playoffs, more opportunities for fantastic players to qualify their way into that monster event, but when it happens, I'm already ready. I know you guys are ready. I need to know if chat's ready.
Absolutely. Well, someone else I know that is ready is a person who has been on the lips of our casters, the eyes of our fans throughout today's gameplay. And he is certainly standing by with one of our favorites, Fallout. Who do you have with you there from our championship team?
Thanks so much, Kate. And you already know I got to be joined alongside the young gun, the young god, Verhulst himself, who deserves all the credit in the world right now. Congratulations on the win. First things first, my dude. How you feeling right now? Your first major championship with TSM.
I'm ecstatic, dude. This is surreal. Unbelievable.
Well deserved, man. Well deserved. Listen, the first question I got to ask you, we'll talk about gameplay. We'll talk about all the things that we got to talk about. But I want you to channel your inner Hal right now. And when I ask you, any words for the haters? I mean, there were people on Twitter, Reddit, even pro players that saying TSM was not a top 5 team coming into this competition. Any words you got for them?
Oh my gosh, they all thought, man. They thought we were bottom 10. They thought we were washed up. They thought my trading out for Snipe Down was making the team worse. But here we are.
And on that note, obviously, you guys have only been a team for about a month and a half now. It's not a lot of time for you to adjust to a new team. I know we talked a couple weeks ago, and you said completely different play style than ESA had. They're heavy rotate. It took some time for y'all to mesh. Talk to me about what the transition was like, replacing Snipe Down, filling in the shoes of a legendary FPS esport player in Snipe Down. What was it like? What's the journey been like so far with TSM?
Oh man, the first month for me was actually super hard because playing in front of Hal's viewership was really, really hard for me. Definitely did not come naturally. It probably took me a good month to get over it. And going from ESA's landing spot, they land at Lava City Big Mod, so they would have 10 times more loot than we would have at Frag East, and so that was super hard as well. So it was actually it was a huge change of gameplay for me, and just all around the whole atmosphere was totally different for me, and it was really, really hard to adjust to. I feel like I'm finally starting to.
That says a lot about you, man. Yeah,
throw in.
About to say that really says a lot about you. The fact that you were able to adjust, to 2 points you brought up. One, just the mental aspect of the pressure you got to play with from Hal's viewership, and then 2, physically in game, adjusting your play style, learning to play with less loot, playing rotation heavy. Kudos to you for making that adjustment. I mean, what was the preparation like the last couple of weeks, getting ready? Well, get me kind of in the mind of preparation for TSM and for yourself personally. How'd you kind of prep?
Just playing a decent amount of ranked as a team and playing scrims together. I mean, that was about it. There wasn't any crazy, secretive strategies we were planning. Basically just came in and played our game, and it worked out.
A lot of words, a lot of talk about Hal, where he kind of stands and ranks as an IGL as a top player. What are your thoughts on Hal as a player? Is he hands down undisputed the best player in Apex Legends right now, and why?
I think so, dude. He is unbelievable. His calls today were insane. Every Valk call today, he would just magically pick the best spot somehow, and it felt so good knowing that we're gonna land safe when literally every other team is dying. His calls were phenomenal today, and it really shows why he's the best player right now, the most proven player.
I think that 100%. It's hard to argue against it. That last game call, that rotation y'all made, pristine. You clear the entire side of the map, basically clean, and then take the pure 3v3 for the win. It was nuts. 16-kill win, but remarkable showing, remarkable performance so far. Last question I have for you. Obviously, TSM had the back-to-back 5 times championship back-to-back early on in Apex Legends. That was the dynasty that we all talk about so often with Albertelli, with Hal, and with Reps. This is one. Talk to me about the future. What can we expect from TSM? You think you guys can top that performance?
I mean, I don't know if I can top 5 lands in a row, but we can definitely come close, baby. We can come close for sure. I think we definitely have the potential to be another dynasty here, or to regain the TSM dynasty.
I love it, man. Yeah, an amazing story. We continue to tell your story. Obviously, the rookie of the ALGS this season, your come up has been remarkable. Such an inspiring story for everybody else. As we wrap up here, any words, any shout outs you want to give, any kind of final messages to people watching?
Just shout out to my family, shout out to my teammates, shout out to everyone that I've ever played Apex with along the way, and yeah, that's all.
I love it, man. Well, hey, I want to get you out of here. 1, to enjoy the win, to celebrate. 2, because I think your Chiefs are currently, in a 3-point game. I'm sure you want to watch that as well. So congratulations on the championship, my man. Very well deserved. Thanks so much for joining us. Congrats again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. On that note, I will throw it back to Kate at the desk.
Thank you very much, Fala, and of course, Verhulst. And Tom, I gotta say, you sometimes forget when you see them throw down how little time that they've had to coalesce as a team.
Yeah, and again, that just goes back to everybody being so individually talented and understanding how to play the game, just how Verhulst was talking about. They didn't do anything crazy. All they did was gel, they meshed, they played through the scrims. They understand how to play the game, right? There's a reason they picked up Verhulst. They're not going to go and pick up someone that they're going to struggle to mesh with and struggle to beat a cohesive unit with. They saw a lot of what they needed in Verhulst. I agree. I think he's an amazing player. I think he's an amazing person. The way that he plays Valkyrie is top-notch. Valkyrie is extremely in the meta. And then the fact that they have the trust in Hal to go and pick those spots and to follow those calls is extremely important.
Trust is something we have seen again and again here with this team and certainly in this lobby. Let's take a look, however, at our talent predictions. I have a sound on my voice right now because... oh my goodness, I will say that this is actually something I was not anticipating, but I love it. Glitter, Vicky, you came out close enough.
Listen, I will take it, okay? You can see how close it was. I mean, we didn't win by much, and we didn't obviously call the overall winner when all was said and done, but within our group for the day, I think Vicky and we could claim victory.
You know what? A big victory for V. I totally am with you. Tom, I think yours was a choice that everybody could totally get behind and understand.
Hey, it's like one of the one times I don't pick TSM, but you know what? It was a really well-fought day overall. And one thing's for sure, they were just playing on another level. It was so exciting to watch. But, congratulations to our other winners, to Vicky, to Glitter, and, Dan. I don't know.
Yeah, good job, Dan. Anyway, moving right along. You know what? This may be the top of the heap for split number 1. But remember, just like Apex, lots of things can change any minute, and that's what keeps it spicy. This is why we're keeping an eye on those emerging talents coming for our pros. Let's take a look. Here is a NA Challenger leaderboard that, it's something to keep in mind. They are breathing down the necks, Glitter, of who is in our bottom 20 for Split 1, or who was, I should say, in our bottom 20. We saw the top 20 for Challengers here. Now this bottom 20 is what Split number 1 ended with. Glitter, I gotta say, this is one of those things where, if I'm in the bottom 20, I know that there is definitely a marker on my back.
Exactly, and that's why we keep talking about all of these other opportunities for people to qualify in, try, their hand battling out all of these other squads, because everyone in the red, those were the relegated teams, and those are the ones that have to fight their way back in against those challenger squads to get into our next split. And with how close everything, I feel like every season the teams get better, the talent pool gets bigger, so it's not going to get any easier. How people are putting their practice time in now.
You're absolutely right, and you'll see numbers 33 through 40 may look a little different here in this, our North American Split 2 Pro League teams. Gang, these are the teams you will see in our Split 2 Pro League, and some have made it through relegation, some have not, some have been challengers last season, but guess what? Split 2 means they are part of the Pro League play, and this is who we have to see. There are some great names here, Tom, that we of course know and love, some great new emerging talent that could play spoiler to all of it.
I can't wait to see how this all pans out. I mean, you look at that right-hand side, teams like CLG could make their way back up there. I'm looking at teams like Ghost Gaming, who've been waiting for the opportunity to showcase how they're going to go and do with someone like Madness. And then obviously the teams that went and competed today. We saw how close the lobbies can get. We saw how awesome the teams can play. I'm so excited for Split 2.
And Split 2 is coming right around the corner for sure. We want to make sure that you know that we've got Split 2 in our crosshairs because, of course, as we mentioned, this is just Split 1. I shouldn't say just. It's been an amazing journey for sure. But Split 2, let's talk about it. Starting days 1 and 2, February 26th through 27th. Remember, we start with group play, that double round robin format that we so loved over in Split number 1. Well, it's making its coming back. Boy, you know what? Sometimes I just can't with my face and my voice and things of happening and blah. But I will say this has been an incredible journey, certainly, and something that I know that we have all been on that has been such a crazy ride, Tom. Something that I can only expect to come in for Season 2, Split 2, I should say, here in our Pro League. Oh.
So much fun, and we don't know what type of changes are going to happen from now until then. Meta changes, meta shifts. Maybe something else gets picked up. Maybe we see more Ashe. We didn't see much Crypto today. Maybe we'll see Bloodhound come back into the meta. One thing's for sure, Gibby's probably going to stay continuously strong. But one of the most exciting things that we have in Apex is how balanced it is, and we saw that today with all the diversity and legends that were brought to the table.
Absolutely. Another exciting thing we like to keep an eye on is our social, and you can keep an eye on it as well. We're bringing so many incredible things. The teams that run these accounts are so incredible. They're fabulous. I got to give huge props to Play Apex Esports on Twitter, and of course, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and PlayApex.tv on Twitch. Those are the places you want to be. And as we mentioned, we've got these great teams that have put together some stellar content to keep you entertained, to keep you excited, to keep the momentum going here as we end out our split number 1. Glitter, any last words from you here at the end of our North American Split 1 Pro League play?
You know, nothing crazy. I just hope after the performances that we've seen now out of the regions for the past 2 days, I hope everyone is ready to bring it for split number 2.
Ooh. I love it. Spicy words from Glitter, and I'm here for it. A huge thank you to Glitter, a huge thank you to T-Squared, and to all of our casters, all of our crew, for being along on this journey, and for you, our fans, for keeping us excited and alive and those chats going, and to, of course, our players who make it all possible. A huge, huge thank you. So until next time, have a great night, and go GG!
Look! Go after give me out that! Give me out that! Give me out that!
I'm looking at him.
Push that! Push!
I knocked one!
Nice! I'm pumping south!
I'm going in!
Push the bubble! Push the bubble! Push the bubble!
Give me that!
One more! Let's go!
Let's go, baby! Let's go! Oh my god, you guys are nuts! Let's go!